Hello and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2024 National Intercentre, broadcasting live from the Naenae Bowling Club out of Wellington. You can see there it's a nice day in Wellington and the wind is keeping down, which is always a good sign. I'm pleased about it. And yesterday we broadcasted the section play of the Women's Intercentre, and today it is section play for the Men's Intercentre, and we'll be covering the singles. So first up we have a game of singles between Northland and Marlborough. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary today by John Macbeth and Peter Thornell. Actually, you're the main commentators. I'm the continuity. So on that note, John, I'll throw it over to you.
Thank you very much, and it's nice when you're just sitting alongside us, Alex. You make life so interesting. That's really good. Well, I'm really delighted to be here. I wasn't able to make it yesterday, but I watched and listened to some of the commentary and watched some of these outstanding players around all these teams which are representing their centres in the Intercity. And today we've got Dean McMurchie, or Dino, from the Northland Centre, and his opponent is Henry Ulaula, who's a 50-year-old from the Picton Bowling Club, representing Marlborough. And Peter, I thought we'd banned blue bowls, hadn't we? I mean, what is this?
Well, that's going to make it very difficult for us. And I think they're both. One's got a red sticker on there, John, and one's the blue.
Yes, so Marlborough with the red sticker, that's cool. So we're into that first end. The marker today is Graham Clifford, who's a local bowler from the Naenae Bowling Club, is also famous some years ago for being a New Zealand title holder in the boxing ring. And he'll be doing his best to keep us informed about what's happening here.
That's a good opening bowl there.
So in the corner, top right corner, you can see the pairs in action from the same centres. So we've got a blue bowl holding shot, a blue bowl holding second, third, fourth and fifth. Correct. At the moment.
That's a good bowl back there. He's just placed, just in case he plays it a 2 metre shot to the bowl. This gentleman had a very good game against Ryko Gregory. Pipped Ryko in that game. He's a great shot player as well, so we're going to be in for a very good game here. I think Dean's early stages. I don't know if Dean may change his hand and try and run the kiddie into the ditch here. No? Yeah. No, well, it's going to...
very interesting, wasn't it? Have I got 2 seconds?
Yes.
No.
Yeah. So he's going to play that shot.
But answering the question, so a lot of markers have got a bit, lax in that sort of, a bit more flexible in that, and will offer some added information. So the bowlers with Graham Clifford as the marker will know they have to ask the exact question to get that.
That was the right shot to play there of Dean. Even if he'd come and sold that short bowl that was up there, the weight was for the kiddie into the ditch. See the wind's just come up a little bit up the moment from this morning's game.
It has, yeah. This is quite a good track from Henry to try and make it 2 here. Looks like it will.
Yes, it should do. So sits the bowl. It's good. It's a good opening end from him. A bit of confidence on that.
So the Northland team, I think, Alex, you were saying Northland have had one win. Are they so far in Marlborough on the bottom of the section?
Yeah, so it's Northland that's been finding the going tough so far, and Marlborough have had a match win. And on that note, John, Peter and I will just sort of talk about how the scoring system works for those who are watching and wondering, well, what is a national intercentre? It's every district, essentially. Every centre selects 7 men, 7 women to participate. Correct. They're all drawn through 4 different sections apiece, and it's the top 2 qualifiers from each section that goes into a quarter-final. And what's important to remember Sorry, Pete, I'm doing all the talking.
No, that's fine.
What's important to remember is that it's a match. So every centre plays a match against the other centre, and a match means that you're playing singles, pairs and fours against the other centre. So in this example, we've got Northland against Marlborough, and we're able to cover the singles and pairs because they're on the same rink. The fours, same green, the fours is on another green, and the winner of this match gets a match point, and that's how we decide who goes through. If the match points are drawn, it then goes to the number of games won.
Normally, if you win 2-1, you've won that match, that series against the province. So that's a starting point. Your object is to your singles players hopefully get off the green before your pairs and fours, because that gives you a bit more encouragement to go forward and in the game by winning.
So we see Henry representing Marlborough out of the Picton Club. I said, oh, Grizz and Jenny. He said, yeah, Grizz Wiley, Jenny Anderson. He said, there's a very vibrant club, that Picton Club. And he's playing that same side of the green. He played backhand going away from us here, playing the forehand coming down. And it will take a good 2 or 3 ends before they get to grips with particularly the effect of the wind.
I was a bit surprised there, playing this length, where the last end there, when he got 2 shots and was more of a mat back into the ditch, and then he went up to deliver the jack, and he fell short.
Yeah.
So he'll be kicking himself on that. Yeah.
So that's the green correction, but it's falling short.
I think it'll take them a couple of ends to get into this at the moment, John. Once they find their rhythm, they're the best of their centre, they'll come right.
So certainly Dino finding it more comfortable coming in this direction for the moment.
Got a very smooth delivery, which is always good. Just depends on his weight here. I think he's cut the screen again, of course. Yeah. It's very important throwing the jack. We talked about this yesterday, didn't we, Alex?
Makes more of a difference than Joe Bloggs might realise, the deliveries of the jack.
Looks quite ugly for him now, and he's 2 down, but he's playing down to the opposite end. Yeah. If that comes home, he'll get the shot. He won't be short, see. So, yeah.
I half expected Graham to say no, but he did indicate 2 fingers down, so
Yeah.
he's helping them out. So he needs a metre onto this, and he gets the shot, because he's had reasonable green.
So that's just drifted out in the tag.
Yeah.
Just hopefully, see that there. Might get a wick
Little
here.
feather.
Yeah. Yes, I think that could be the shot now.
Yeah, I think he'll take it.
Yes.
Dino with 1 to play. Well, this is a vast difference to when we were last here, Alex, with the weather, when we had that, well, the Trans-Tasman, wasn't it? When this green
I've
here
been
was
trying
flooded.
to forget about it for the last few weeks.
Yeah. But there's a bit of a breeze, but it's pleasant out there, and as you can see, the players in shorts and their just shirt sleeves, so it's Henry has the mat again, getting a single with his last bowl. So he moves up to 3-0.
3-0.
And eagle-eyed viewers may have noticed that very briefly I was being kind to Northland, and Dean was leading 2-0, and now he's 3-0 down. Entirely a user error. I pressed the wrong button.
I think I pushed you. That was all.
We're okay now.
Yes. This is more the length that he was trying before when he got pulled up short.
We give you one job to do, Alex. Just one job.
If you say so, John.
Well, wandering around the various greens, and they've been using clubs all around the Wellington area. I think Island Bay and Wilton were a couple of those which were used yesterday. And lots of the top names and New Zealand bowls are active here.
Great bowl there, Henry.
Really good starter.
Yes. I think yesterday, John, we put the pace of the green was running about 18 seconds, which is a good pace, and the wind wasn't up, so there's no excuse like as you guys say with the Tasman here, where mats were going, people's hair were getting pulled out because they couldn't draw the shot, and God.
Anecdotally, at the Trans-Tasman, there was a bowl that had come to rest and had stopped, and a gust of wind literally moved the bowl. That was one of the smaller bowls, a size 1.5 or a size 2 or something, and the Paras was moved by a gust of wind.
Oh, I think
even
a 4 heavy would have got moved on some occasions.
We have learnt that at Wellington you must weigh the cameras down, so you can see in the background there are sets of bowls, and they are, whatever you call this, bungee cables.
Yes.
Bungee.
It's very interesting there with Dean trying to follow Henry down on that hand there. To draw the shot, he's either got to come inside, and 9 times out of 10 you could play that shot and it swing across the head, especially when you've got a couple of options to draw it.
Looks to be wide for Henry out there too.
Yeah, it's just drifting a bit on that at the moment. Yeah, it's a bit... Well, not one of his best, but I'm sure he'll correct in his next one.
Well, it's interesting though. His first one was spot on. Yeah. So you can't improve on that really, but you can make it worse. And here we see, looks like Dean's taking a narrower line this time, which he needs to get underneath.
He's got to come that short bowl. Yes,
yep.
You're right, John. But that's what tends to happen, and then it will just keep running right through. Yeah, just haven't found his line and length at the moment.
And Henry will be annoyed with himself because this is a good opportunity when his opponent is struggling a bit to get in and get numbers each time, and he's just not landing them. See what he does with this.
That's the trick. If he just weathers that, he'll be home. You just got to beat that wing bowl. Looks a bit tight, bit heavy again, is it?
Yeah, gosh.
Yeah. That's a great shot for Dean to play inside that bowl with a bit of weight, of course. Gets the kitty. I think he's got the back bowls.
They're fairly well spread, but he might
attacking.
well have
he's
a couple
playing-
of seconds here.
Yeah, he's playing that shot. I was sort of like, but it's just going to hang. See, they're just hanging at the moment.
Gee.
Yeah, that was the right idea.
Yep.
He's got his hand on his head. We're talking a little bit more through the break there, Alex, about the players not walking up to the head enough. You know, when with the women and that. I don't think in the 2 games that we commentated there that a woman approached the head and had a look who shot, what to do, slowed it down a bit.
Yeah, it's been interesting. We had 2 full games of singles, and we've seen it continue here, because you are allowed to chase your third bowl up.
Yeah.
To look at the head, and just doesn't seem to be something that is happening.
Yeah.
4-0 now on the race to 25 in favour of Marlborough.
So what you're suggesting, Peter, is that if things aren't going well, you just take that time out to wander down, have a look.
And even though it does look, you know, the only option is to draw, but just slow it down, let your opponent know that you are thinking about what's going on.
Keep them waiting.
Yes, you know.
So we've gone from a 2-metre jack to a mid-jack.
I actually think he was thinking of maybe because it was holding a lot more on the longer lengths.
Yeah.
So play inside it and shorter. Yeah. You know, and that seems perfect with the mat up a bit. You know, especially when you're playing in tricky conditions or the greens going a bit against you. You try and play over those deviations or.
And we saw that in that Trans-Tasman, that the Australians in particular soon sorted out that shorter, maybe taking the mat out, but still short, as short as possible, because they like to drive.
Yeah.
Well.
It's
Made it less distance.
Yeah. It's like playing into the wind and wind at your back or headwind. Try and use the green. See, that's the idea. Pump your bowl through. Maybe a little tad more green, of course.
Mm-hmm. So this is a singles clash between Northland and Marlborough. You see the pairs, Northland up 4-0 after 3 of 18 ends. Singles is first to 25. And the fours combinations are playing on another green here.
You still draw around the bowl there.
Yeah, I think once he realises it's nearly 2 metres short, he's got room.
And that's what I was trying to say, John, before, is even if he walked up and had a view, if he wasn't too sure, you play a metre over the head and it's going to count.
Yep. Yeah, get round that.
Yeah. Yes. It's a good weight.
Yeah.
Dean might play the shot here. Follow him down and early stages, play it through the head. Looks like he's lining up for it. No, he's going
forehand.
Forehand. Yeah.
Graham Clifford must have thought it was on a reasonable line, because he gets out there ready to view whether it's hitting the jack or not.
Yeah, I think old Henry would be definitely trying to play. You'd be quite safe playing Dean's hand now, Henry. Oh, and he's going to play these. It's 2 shots I've done wrong.
Welcome to commentary, Peter.
Oh, well, I just found it that he was playing short. At least that's the other way it's going to drift into the head.
Yeah, and he can sit on his... Well, I'm thinking here as well, though. He can sit on his own and push it up. There's no danger, but if we get Clifford to get out of the road, we'd tell you where this was... Oh, there you go. So he's made it 2 anyway.
Well, it's still a shot to play now, Dean. You come down off that wing bowl, you get a flick, you're still there. What was I saying yesterday? More narrow than wide.
Mm.
Yeah, here we go. You see a bit of weight, they're just turning.
It's trying to hold.
You follow through on that one there.
Might have grabbed second shot out of it.
Good result. I'd like to have played that shot first myself. Not trying to cover myself off the last ball he did play, but I think you're giving your shots more, you're playing more percentage than just a dead draw.
That was another one there. So we do have the results through from that most recent round in this section, which is section 2 of the men, and I can tell you that it is looking like Marlborough is sitting in 3rd position with Auckland and West Coast in front of them with 2 match wins apiece, so that means they've all lost one in the first round. If we look at the journey of the Marlborough team, Marlborough was defeated by the West Coast 3-0, so that means they lost their fours, their pairs and their singles, and that's hurt them on the count packs because they were able to then defeat Auckland 2-1, courtesy of that singles was helpful, Peter.
Yes.
And then they defeated Thames Valley 2-1. If we look at the Northland results, they're a bit further down the ladder, unfortunately. They haven't won a match yet. In the first round, Northland scraped a draw off Auckland, so were defeated 2.5 games to half a game. In the second round, they lost to West Coast 1-2. And in the third round, played this morning, they lost to Manawatu 1-2. So Northland now essentially plays a spoiler role, don't they? They're going to make an impact on who's able to qualify.
Yes. Really, in this level, you shouldn't be looking at other teams to put you through. You should be head down and go for it. This is a nice bowl here. This is what I'm saying about when the end is playing a little bit. Yeah, the ditch to ditch. You'll be finding maybe coming down to the building that's there. It's a bit more sheltered for you. So you're heading into the big concrete building here.
Yeah.
So that's going to help you the bowl maybe not play around as much, because that's where the wind's coming from. So you'll see now how narrow that is.
It's two. You can't see Henry's two bowl.
No.
There they are now. They're right next to each other, right on the lip of the ditch.
I have seen Henry play. He does play a lot of skip as a skip down there. So I don't think he'd be frightened to if Dean does play one close, that he might try and drag it to the back. Yeah, see, that's counting. So
Identical scores then on the singles and pairs, but not identical team leading. Northland leading the pairs 5-0. Marlborough, the singles match 5-0.
yeah, here we go.
Gee, just playing nicely onto it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about. He's got a great thinking head with skipping.
Yeah.
As he plays a lot of skip.
Dean McMurchie has got 15 Northland titles from the Whanarahi Club. In fact, Northland's team is saying that it's the youngest ever Premier team.
Oh, would do up in that day there. I don't know, John. They had the likes of Wayne Rack.
Yes. Yeah.
There was another gentleman called Warwick, and they all played together with Alan Rakic and all them from up the north, and they'd been in that team for years, and it's good to see the change of the guard at times.
So the pairs team is Alistair, Trimmer and Grant, or Goose Angus.
Goose,
Yep.
yes. Grant, he's school teacher. I think they've got about 3 school teachers in the team and one ex-bank manager of Steve Smith.
Oh, yes.
So it's quite an intelligent team.
Yeah.
Grant. I knew
That's
Grant through his school teachering. He was got indoor bowls up and running at his college. This is drifting. Look at that.
Yeah, that just drifted out.
Nice to see him still playing.
Yeah, I thought he had attack. Yeah. Well, Grant actually was in the Auckland development team as well, and then he moved family up north. So I think he was around when you were involved, wasn't it?
Yes,
Alex?
yeah, about that era. Yep.
It was quite just a little story on that there with Grant. I don't know if you guys know of Adam Ferniski, and Adam was the pupil, and he brought Adam along too.
Oh, really?
And it was quite a hard case. Then Adam made the team, and Grant made the team, but I didn't know what was going on then, and I put Adam skip for Grant. and
Then you found out.
yeah, and then it was quite afterwards. Adam would have a Coke, and Grant would have a beer, and I found out that he was the teacher and he was the pupil. So yeah, no,
That's excellent, eh?
that's a little story on Grant, and
And I see, Jeff Cole, he's just a third-year bowler, and if we went round all these teams, we'd find that there are quite a few juniors making an impact.
yes, and I think it's good for the game, and it's good for the younger people knowing that there's a chance for them to make the representative team.
Yep. And we did send out, or Alex did send out a note to all centres to supply us with a bit of information about players, and some provinces responded nicely and others didn't. Hence, Marlborough, we're only talking about Northland here because
Yeah.
we only know what we know ourselves. So.
It's only just I know Henry from down there. I go to a tournament down there with the Hart Boys. They've got a hotel down there, and they do a annual tournament every year at the start of the season, and that's where I met Henry down there, and he's a top bloke. And old Grizz goes down to that one, of course.
Yeah.
They're very sociable people down there.
I did say to Henry, so how old are you, Henry? He said 51. No, I'm not yet 51. 50.
Yeah. Oh well.
Losing count.
So here we see now that first bowl advantage is going to Dean McMurtry on the last two ends. He's got in there nicely.
He's got the mat right on the mat and just playing that 3/4 length.
Mm.
And it's interesting, they've both been following each other. Playing the same hand, I mean, not
Yes,
same bowl,
yeah,
but
yeah.
yeah, he'd be a little bit annoyed about that one.
He's got himself in the same position as Henry was earlier, where his opponent was a bit scratchy. An opportunity to just close this up.
Yeah, and Dean would know himself, when you're sitting on the kitty, you know it's not going to come up the green, so you've got to play, even 2 metres over the mark where the kitty is, that it's going to be a scoring shot.
Yeah. Good trick here from Henry, just needed a bit more on it.
His both bowls were great weight, John.
Yeah. Look at that. His 2 bowls have been ideal weight.
Yeah. So he's got to make sure he's over, and then he can play a little bit of a shot to it afterwards. Make sure it's counted as a second. I don't know if he's
Might just draw a second
They
shot.
might
here,
make
though.
it.
No, he looked a bit fast to me.
Oh,
I don't
no,
know.
test 2, you're right.
Yeah. But that's good. That may be where his other second bowl should have been, and then he could have corrected on that and then try and drag the caddy.
Henry playing that same hand, although his weight looks to be similar to what he had earlier. No fear of pulling Jack back to that last one of Dean's.
He should be better here, I think,
Yeah.
John. That's where they're coming home from. But
Yeah,
it's actually given a guide, but what's that now? You're about 3-4 down?
Oh, McMurtry's holding shot. And if
Correct, yeah.
Yeah,
He needs to...
but he might be 3 seconds down if Henry was to look a bit aggressive.
bit aggressive to it. Correct. That's a bit alone, but
Yeah.
it should come home. Ooh.
Stopped right in the way.
Yeah, it is, because I think any weight, they'll just hang a bit there. So you might just have to bite the bullet, Henry, and just go one down if you can't draw it.
Yeah, no change of hand or anything. He's
No.
just going to try and get it in there. Walks off, lets his opponent pick up the mat, and they stride off down
Because you can get it
towards
off.
us here.
You can get it off that jack level bowl of his.
Yeah. Oh, this is not a mile away.
No, here it comes now. He might get a slide or dead draw it. It's great bowl.
That is
Yeah,
amazing.
absolute stunner.
Yeah, that's a great bowl. Well played, Henry.
You guys remember that advert for cat biscuits? Where the cat's called called Henry.
Oh, yeah. No, do you remember that one? No.
No, I just the heat's getting to you, I think. Alex talking about that. I know Felix the cat.
Henry.
Garfield.
It was a good ad. Always thought it was a good ad.
What can you...
It's hard to
can you elaborate
explain.
a bit more?
No, that's all I've got. Is the cat's called Henry, and he's being called in for his cat biscuits, and this.
Oh, yeah.
The woman's calling the cat, and she sort of like screeches Henry, and every time I hear Henry, I think of
The
that's
cat.
how they might be.
Good, okay.
So essentially, a very good advert because it's probably been 15 years since that was on television.
So you've remembered it.
Don't remember lots of other things, but that stuck with me. Yeah.
You must know Felix the cat and Top Cat.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
Yeah, so you loved your cartoons.
yeah.
There we go. Good opener again there, Henry.
So he rescued the situation with a delightful draw with his last bowl. Henry Ulaula from the Picton Club representing Marlborough here. He leads by 6-1 in this race to 25. And his teammates and the peers aren't going so well. They're down 11-0. Well, it's the best first 2 bowls we've seen.
Yeah, for that opener.
Takes a
and
few
they're,
ends. Eh?
and they're over the head too,
Yeah.
which is always good. There's no excuse then. You're not going to try and push around a bowl or come inside a bowl. You just dead draw to the jack now. I'm trying to figure out what the best screen is to look at.
You got so many in front of you in the commentary booth, Peter.
Yeah. Your one's got the ones where it's got there's nearly a circle that you can judge more.
You go cross-eyed if you look at too many.
Oh no, you've got the good one. I just noticed there now, Alex, that from yesterday to today, that it looks like they've just pulled the green in a bit, changed the rink. You see where the old dots are going up there?
Yeah, well, this is going in the other direction.
No, it's the same way as you think.
No, it's not.
What's that? No, where this one
We
is.
went from left to right yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Yeah, it was from left to right. So this is left over, further left over.
Got me confused. I want to go back to Tabby the cat.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's go back to the cat ad. Here
Let's
we
talk
go.
to the cat. Nice bowling.
Yeah.
I'm easily confused as well. The greens, been played in a different direction. So we're going towards and from the clubhouse today. And yesterday we were going along from the clubhouse.
Sunstroke.
It is warm in this commentary booth.
It is. Play.
Warming right up, aren't they?
Yeah, the way the bowls are turning just at the finish here, that's what I was wondering if we'd played in between the rink, that was all. A good way to bowls. It's one of the first heads we've seen where all the bowls are over the head. Could be one down, definitely two.
Or the other way around.
All the way around,
Yeah.
This is what we were talking about yesterday, that Henry's actually going to play a good shot here if he can do it. You've got bowls to sit on. The other hand, it was just a dead draw.
The movement of the jack would probably work for him here too.
Yeah, just got a little bit
Sit
of
on
weight. A little bit too much weight, I think. Yeah.
So that's his first, his 4 bowls gone on this, the 7th end, but...
And they're all over too, John. So.
Yeah. So as we heard the marker say, you're definitely 1, possibly 2. Well, he trusted always
He's
narrow
twisted
here.
that, yes.
Wouldn't know in the moment that left his hand.
Graham Clifford looks over it, just throws his hand and says, you decide.
He's coming up
Henry
to check
will
now.
kick out 1, flick 1 back, and then Dean's going for the measure.
We still haven't seen after their 3rd bowl walking up to the head yet, have we?
No.
Something to keep an eye on,
No,
I feel.
and I still haven't seen that the jack when it's been killed, the ball you've got.
No, we have. I await it. I've got a little button in front of me. It says kill.
Oh, so we found it today, have we?
I found the button. We just need to get a killed jack so we can bring that on. I know how much John enjoys graphics.
Yes. Oh, you got to stretch your arm a bit more. Where's the umpire?
Oh.
No. What was he saying too? None the wiser there.
No.
Viewers.
Oh, someone scored some shots. Northland scored
I think
between 1 and 3.
I think it's 2.
He's only turned over 1, so it's 2-6 down there, I see.
Okay.
That'll do then. A race to 25. A long game, isn't it? 25 shots.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot longer when they kill from the start, when you get the 2 aggressive players.
Wakey.
He's writing the score in.
A lot of things the markers do have to consider.
Oh, what about poor old Grant last night? He had everything going, wasn't it? It was quite dizzy spells.
Grant Nisbet here was we had him in the markers position.
Yeah, and he was trying to do the scoreboard, but the ball was nearly hitting him in the ankle. And
If we'd been smart, we would have given him a little lapel mic. And we could
Yeah,
have
that would have been good.
yeah, mate, I don't think the language would be too foul. Too good.
And Grant, to be fair, has never been the world's fastest mover.
No, I noticed that yesterday. No disrespect. Yeah, they just when they're breaking, they're just turning quite a bit. But if they just go out that little tad, he's playing a lot of that first one.
So Dean has the darker blue bowls.
Yes.
And he's doubled his score on that last end, 6-2.
Of course, the in the Intercentre you have centre stickers, so we were unable to have the blue and red sticker situation.
I think that was good yesterday. Grant actually had the lollipops.
I think there are lollipops out. I just don't.
I don't see Marcus got one.
the markers.
Graham's used it a couple of times.
He had not felt moved on every occasion to use the
There's
lollipop.
too many things to think about, though. You had to fill the card in, straighten the
score,
jack, put the score up on the board.
I actually saw him chalk a bowl too.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
just to
From his personal supply of chalk.
I was very filthy on that. Yeah, this is a real ugly head to get into.
Isn't it? After, the previous,
That's
not the last one. Yeah, it was the last one. Previous way and coming this way was quite tight.
And that's typical end of where you pull the mat right back and you're playing a 3/4. And this is when you get to the ducking and diving happens. See?
Wow.
Yeah.
That is ugly. 5 bowls down there and nothing within 2 metres.
And they should know because they do play a lot of skips bowls as well, so they know themselves that to be scoring you've got to be up and over. He's participating with the narrow hand there, so he's got a game plan set. As long as he's got the weight, I don't think we're seeing a bowl over
that
the
might
head
be
yet.
the shortest of the lot.
Yeah.
Just see him in the background there slapping his thigh.
Yes.
He had the perfect green, and he's had that twice, but his weight has let him down.
Here's the best screen so far, so how's his weight? It's going to come out. If it drops, it just cuts. Here she goes. Yeah, they're taking off there. That's like we've said before numerous times, Alex. Remember, we're coming onto a rink where it's in between that. If you don't find it, she's just going to work. Yeah, look at it. Poor old Marcus trying to explain where to go.
Yeah.
Even
If
he's
I was
putting
you,
his,
I'd play here.
he's even putting his hands up.
I've sometimes asked the marker just to see what they'll say when I don't know what to do in a singles match. It's like,
Yeah.
well,
What
what
would you
shot
play?
shall I play? And they,
Yes. See, this is one of their shocker ends, to be honest, without being horrible.
That's really bad.
You know, I don't think how many bowls was played? 8 bowls and not one bowl over the head.
And not one bowl within 2. Well,
No.
that front bowl
Yeah.
might be within 2 metres, but
I bet you their coaches and selectors will be sitting there thinking, God,
yeah.
did I pick these guys?
and it gets broadcast the boot here.
Yeah. But we're not chucking the boot in, but we're just trying to make
No.
it easier. That looks by Dean's shirt and pants that's blowing quite a bit down there.
So Henry's turn to measure this time. It looks like he's got a slightly more modern measure than
The fingers.
what was he used. Oh, so we go from the jack to the bolt.
Look, so it's a 2-man measure. That shows how
Oh,
close it
I
is.
didn't want to say too much and make it sound like we're trying to knock them too
Yeah,
much,
yeah.
John.
Well, you see, that short bowl that they measured first, it just beats that one, I think, to the left. So that shows how short that one is.
Yeah, mate, the user.
Really, they'll be so frustrated.
Yes.
Oh, it's the beauty of the game, isn't it? Is that we all know you can turn up and you can play an end where you see 8 bowls within 2 or 3 feet, and the next end, and you think the game's easy at that stage. You go, oh, this is simple stuff. You're just rolling a ball along the ground, and you get an end like that where they've tried really hard, and the 8 bowls have all been scattered left, right, and centre, but a shot to Henry by the looks.
Yes.
Take and run. He'll go to the ditch, I'd say here. Henry likes them long.
Here it goes, right down the centre line.
Yeah. That's good because it's one weight then. You know, you just got to be up. This in between when when a bit of wind it plays havoc with your bowl.
The Marlborough team on the board and the pairs.
Yeah, they'll be happy there.
He gets it away so
Very
gingerly,
sweet.
it looks as though it's going to be short
Effort.
every time, doesn't it?
Effortless.
Yeah.
Very effortless. That's a good opener from the
Yeah.
last end. It's all like
Henry stays on the mat right until the bowl is
Well,
finished at the other end. And
I like that ploy. It's like slowing the game down
Yeah.
to his pace. Dean seems to maybe want to jump on it quickly. But I just can't. A little bit different that they're both playing the same hand. You don't see that very often. That if you're starting to struggle, this is when the coach should jump in on and just say, have you thought about trying the other one? Because a lot of the bowls have drifted across.
Although there's no hard and fast rule, is there? If you're,
No.
if you're not really nailing either of them,
No.
but if you with this, they seem to be playing this hand all the time.
Yes. See, that's just going to hang a tad and might come home at the finish. Yeah, here she comes. And this is what we were saying the other day about when you do play a longer length, it gives you more of assistance when the bowl's coming home, and that helps your drawing.
Just gives you bowl time to turn, doesn't it?
Yeah, because it's been worn, that particular area.
Finer line here from Dean.
Yeah, and this is what I mean. If it is going to start arcing, it's going to take off. You might sit the bowl here.
You could get unlucky.
No, that's when they take off. See, that's what I was trying to say, is because it's been played on a lot.
Yeah.
It goes that extra metre.
Dean, when he let that go, would have been feeling pretty good
Comfortable.
about that bowl.
Yep. And that was the shot, as I say, is just try and sit it, kitty. There's two options here, as well as three. Dead drawing it, sit the bowl or drag the kitty.
His body language suggested he didn't like this much.
Well, going on his last one, John, they were coming home from there. Lovely way to end.
Yeah. Nice follow through with his delivery and fingers and palm finishing.
Oh, look at that
right
go.
in front of his face.
Yeah. Still not reaching.
Nope. Oh.
Yeah, so it's having an effect, I think, isn't it?
Yeah,
Which way
yeah.
they're bowling from the clubhouse here.
And when you're going down, that's when you get, because you're sheltered by the big block wall.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not too sure. What is that pavilion over there? Would you know, John? You're from down the area.
Yeah, we've talked about it every week when we've been here.
It's a building.
Yeah.
Looks like an ex-prison or something. It's all block.
Wasn't it a pool? Wasn't it going to be a pool
Well, that's
facility?
Yeah.
Aqua Centre or something.
Yeah.
You see that taking off.
Yeah, and
Good bowl.
That's right. It was a pretty good bowl, I thought, when it left his hand. And
Yes.
so he's had not a bad green with his first. That's a shot. His second one was way up to the right there.
And he
his-
pinched it and it tucks.
Yeah, so fine line.
Yeah. I think old Dean will be quite happy if he does drop a 1 on this. Well, he's corrected this time, but he's going to drift out there.
Just holds there.
Yeah, it's halfway down.
It's a fine line, isn't it? So you're quite right, I think, Peter. About now you'll be saying, okay, next time I play this hand at this end, I'm going to try the other hand.
Oh, you have to.
Yeah,
You got to start. You got to start
You can't
changing.
end up with that sort of stuff all the time. You're not going to win a game.
Well, it's after 8 ends, and you've just played eight fours. You know, you've played a few bowls, and it's always been down the one hand and following each other.
You might have dropped a 2 here.
Just the one, eh?
No, it's not measuring, so 1.
8-2 the score now.
Yeah.
After, well, it doesn't matter how many ends it's after each because it's just first to 25, so I won't say that.
Yeah. Even if, I'm just saying something here now, if Dean had won that end, I'd definitely be pulling the mat right up and then playing a 2 metre jack to the ditch. We haven't seen them using the mat in the last few games, have we, at all?
No, not yet. I would expect to see it.
When what are you trying to say there, Alex? When the other games just start?
Yeah, we'll just wait and see. I think.
See, look at that there.
Oh, that's out of bounds. Surely that's out of bounds.
Well, that's we've seen that so often where that gives your opponent the opportunity to get back and start dictating the game where he want to play it now. And
Can I just say what a beautiful delivery that was from the marker?
Smooth as silk.
Yeah. He's a good bowler, Graham Clifford. Say,
See, that's only about an extra metre and a half up the green. Where he's
no
put that.
change, is it really?
Not really.
It's just it's change for change's sake at that stage.
Yeah. He's got to hope he's up. If he's not up, it
He's
goes
not
on the
up.
2 metre mark. Oh,
Well,
gee,
keep
look at the
going.
wind. The wind's drifted that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time there's a gust of wind, I'm finding myself
It's
looking
not
at...
up. The jack's
So-
coming out.
Six
Sorry,
cameras.
Alex.
No, don't worry. I was busy just being traumatised
Yeah.
from the Trans-Tasman, John.
So what tends to happen here, viewers, is they both threw the jack up, and they both went out of bounds. So it's just an automatic placement on the 2 metre mark. So that's where it is.
And
And
the mat could be placed wherever Henry would like it to be
Henry
placed.
could have put that mat anywhere.
So often what you see, Peter, when that happens is if the jack has been thrown out of bounds twice, nowadays it seems to be that often we'll be quite dramatic with the mat because you can be if you want to, so it means you can place it up as short as you'd like to go.
And that's where I would have gone right up the length again if it was, as I previously said, if it was Dean that had won that previous end.
Look at that first ball from Henry's.
I know he'd be... That's a good bowl. There hasn't been too many inside that bowl coming down.
It's not a bad line here from Henry, but is he going to be here?
Oh, should that the worn patch will bring him downhill. It's in the vicinity. Still one down, I feel.
Yep.
And this is what I say when you haven't thrown the jack right. You got your opponent can grab a 3 or a 4 here, and he's right back into the game, and you've got a good steady lead of 6 shots. Yeah, he's good grass here. Here she comes. Only another shot.
I have an inkling, and I should have written it down, but I didn't. And I have an inkling that Northland may have made one of the first ever finals of the National Intercentre in 1970 or 1971.
Gee.
They might have lost to Christchurch. Should probably check that first.
Yeah, I think it was a good idea to have the facts there before you started.
Oh,
on
I
that,
think
Alex.
I'm right. I think
Eh?
I'm right.
Yeah,
This-
you're
this-
always right.
This is what I'm saying about playing the end where it could come home a lot for
Yeah,
you. Still
yeah.
coming
Yeah.
down. That's given a good guide now for Dean to use that bowl as an inside.
Who was the guy from Northland, Peter? He was quite a large man, of Croatian descent. Might start with an M, the last name. Something itch.
Matunovic?
Maybe. He lost a New Zealand Peers final in
That's
the 80s.
it. Mark Matunovic.
Yes, I believe he was in that Northland team.
He was.
I
He was
might
there
have
for Donks.
Mm.
And then he went and played at Counties, which is when
Oh.
Counties come up. And he had a brother, John. They were very up the area there, the Matunoviches, which is quite a Dalmatian area.
Oh, it's one of the cool things, like those names sort of echo through, don't they, from the Intercentre.
Yeah. And that's when Wayne Rackwell, he was just a bit of the old legend up
Oh,
there.
wasn't he?
Yeah.
So Henry, I think, finds himself 3 down here.
Well, he's going to play tight and come up through the shot bowls.
Remembering that he got the opportunity to place the mat because he delivered the jackpot out of bounds, and then Dean did. And look at
Gosh,
this.
Not
And,
here.
and this is what I was saying. He's actually given Dean a chance of getting a 4 here.
So if Dean scores a 4 here, Pete,
It's a turnaround, huge.
and do we expect to see a 2-2?
Well, you'd want to, or the mat's got to start to be used when you're playing in conditions like this at the moment.
No.
See,
And I think it's people sitting at home in a lounge with the sun shining outside and no wind. These ends are a bit scratchy, but you can sense just by looking at clothing and flags and that there is quite an effect from the breeze.
yeah,
We call it a breeze in Wellington, but most places
Careful.
it's a wind.
no, he should be right here.
Oh.
You got a 3 there, so
Yeah.
and that's why I say that's 3 points he's been given really from not throwing the jack right, Henry. He's not giving anything away.
No.
There's only one so far. He's going to kick that one.
Well, I think Dean's certainly going for the
He's
measure
gonna
if need be.
Well, that's good. It's just putting doubt in Dean's mind that
You'll be pleased to know, sorry to take us away from the game, that my mind was correct. And in 1970 it was Christchurch who defeated Northland in the final of the
good,
Rothmans
Alex.
Intercentre.
A big round of applause for Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I literally didn't
Who
even...
was in the team? If you got it?
I'll get there.
That'll
I'll
be,
get there.
be in that, won't it?
It will be when I get to the next one. So Christchurch was one team. They played the final on the Woolston Working Men's Club green. Singles, Stan Lawson,
Yes.
Piers F. Hoy, and W. Wilkinson. So Wally Wilkinson. Was
Wally
it Frank?
Wilkinson.
Yes.
Frank and Wally. The fours was P. Muir, R. Lulham, J. Anderson, and T. Coop for the Christchurch team.
That's right, Peter Meyer, I think it was then.
And they won through by winning the Southland zone, because in those days it was the North Island winner and the South Island winner in that first ever New Zealand Intercentre.
Where was it played?
What, the Woolston Working
Woolston,
Men's
yeah,
Club.
yeah. Famously, that was where the 74 Commonwealth Games headquarters was too, wasn't it? We chatted about that in the reunion a couple of months ago. A good starter here by Dean McMurchie, who picked up a 3 and has closed the gap. He's back in this game now, or he's in this game now, because he's been pretty much well out of
Scratchy,
it.
he's
8-2 down.
Definitely.
Now 8-5. Here's Henry, maybe upping his game. That's not a bad line. If he gets inside it, he'll be okay.
If he sits and flops down, he'd be right.
Not quite.
I've got a little bit of a trivia here as well, guys. Was the team that have won the Intercentre, which was the old Rothmans, plus what we've got going now in the day, was Dunedin. Dunedin have won 12, and Christchurch have won 12. Now, in that period of time, I think I've spoken about this before, where Dunedin won it in 1993, 94 and 95. Then we had a little bit of a change of the guard, and there was a real rivalry in those days between Christchurch and Dunedin. Christchurch came out in 96, won it, 97 won it, and then got pipped by Taranaki to get the hat-trick, or not the hat-trick, the treble like Dunedin done, and they spoilt the party, and Taranaki got up, and it was a big rivalry in those days. And 1998 was when Taranaki got up and won it, with the Baldwins and McCarthy brothers. And then, of course, not played in 2020 with COVID in 1999.
There's a heck of a lot more bowls now to play.
Oh.
Isn't there?
Yes.
And for those guys, Intercentre would have been huge, as it is now. I mean, to get into your representative team, your centre team, and play is magnificent. It's a great achievement. But every week there's something important happening.
Definitely. We were talking before, Alex, about it. It was called the Rothmans Intercentre.
Yes, things have changed, because that particular sponsor was involved in all sorts of sport. You know, Bert Sutcliffe and cricket, and remember Peter Snell and Don Clark and all the a lot of the top names of New Zealand sport were involved and sponsored by Rothmans. And then someone said, "I'm not sure that this is a good look."
Well, it was. I remember the tennis. The Beach and Hedges.
That's right. Yeah.
So with the sport, then they did put a lot into it, and they moved out gracefully. They didn't do any sour grapes. It was just time for a new era of the health and well-being of people. He's a good bowler here.
This is an incredible
fight. Don't want to top that. There's still 2, and I think Henry will be still trying to play that port shot.
Yeah.
Because if he can cut, if he is short, he's going to roll his front bowl forward, and then if he isn't, he's going to grab the kitty and go back for a shot. Well, that's the object, but hopefully. And that's what I was saying about.
Yeah, this will be all right if he gets onto the jack.
Well, he could get a wick. Yeah, he might put this in for 3 here. That's a sad thing.
Yeah.
Oh no,
not quite.
Yeah, thinking go, keep going.
Yeah,
keep going. But that's the idea of a singles player that has played skips that can play the shots like that. So
feels like Dean McMurchie stepping up and
yes,
isn't
he's a gritty player, old Dean. Well, the same with Henry. They're both the best that you seem to playing the 4 bowls. Oh, look at this. He just conceded. And see how Dean just picked it up. He might have said it's 2 or 3. If that's good enough, well, you pick the kitty up.
Took a couple out of that, I think. Just watching Henry turn the board over. It is a 2 to his opponent, so 5 over the last 2 ends for Dean McMurchie. Brings him really right back into this game. Now 8-7. Could be a long game.
First to 25, so we've barely begun here.
Yeah, it's a long day.
Check onto the 2 metre mark. So coming this way last time it was a 4, wasn't it?
Yeah. So he's thinking about what he won and what lengths he likes. He seems to have got into a rhythm now. He's more consistent. Yeah, they'll come home from there on that length.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little bit short more than anything. Yeah.
Henry doesn't want to be short. He was short with all his bowls coming this way last time.
And he played that hand as well.
Yeah.
It's only the only time they've seemed to have changed hand. One plays the other way when they're coming back down this way.
Yeah.
That's a good opener after those ones he played previous. Might follow him down here.
Might be a big scoring match in that Piers game, eh? 18-1 after 9.
Yeah, that's where that differentials comes in. Here comes one from Dean. No, he's just going to fall out, I think.
Henry looking for a meter, playing on that forehand side.
He's given good air this time. As long as it comes home, he's on a good track here, better than the last one. Yeah, good bowler, run another metre now.
Yep.
Yeah, there she goes. That's a good bowl.
Lovely shot.
I think he almost grinned down there.
Did he?
Yep. Well, the Dean's up, is he?
Well, he's got a bit of running.
Yeah.
Should be pretty close here,
Oh,
I
he
think,
will
John.
too.
Yeah, it'll take off. That's
He's
it. Here
certainly
we go.
up. Good call, John.
Yeah. Well done. Yeah.
Lovely bowl.
They might just be warming to their task now. Let's see what Henry can do. Well, he's hoping for another 3 metres on that.
That's a good sider for Dean just to play around that bowl. Here he comes. How's your weight, Dino?
Great line.
Yeah, here he comes. She's going to run downhill on that raw stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, might touch the kitty here, no. Yeah, there'll be a couple.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, I might want to play inside that bowl, kitty in the ditch, nothing to lose. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if we don't see weight.
Yeah, it has to be weight onto that. Controlled weight, let it turn. Yeah.
Yep, there we go.
There we go. He's going to get wooded here, I think.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. Well, that's a big turnaround there. That's from the last score till now.
It's gutting when you put yourself in Henry's shoes and you see this target and you've got all these options of missing narrow. He could have missed narrow to that short bowl that sits at 1 o'clock and got good results.
Yep,
and you find yourself a foot wide and you hit fresh air and you just think, oh, I want it back. Give me another go.
I think you've heard me say my favourite saying is more narrow than wide.
Yeah. And 2 it was there. So first time Dean McMurchie's taken the lead in this match. 9 shots. Sorry, I can't add. 9 shots to 8.
Scored 7 shots and 3 ends. That's a good little.
Jack to the 2 metre mark. Just as the board gets done. Dean McMurchie certainly seems to be warming to his task, Peter.
Well, just working themselves into the game there, knowing what hands to play. And it's good to see, as we said before, about the longer lengths now seems to be in Dean's favour.
Yeah. I suppose when you have to 25 shots, you can afford to be a slow starter. You can settle yourself into a game, as long as it's not a horrendous start. So you're not like dropping fours left, right, and centre. Doesn't matter if you're 8 or 9-1 down, does it?
No. See, they both, at least now they've both played the similar bowl.
Yeah.
Drifting out, might get wooded here on his own bowl.
If he's got the weight,
yeah, here he comes.
Now you're willing it to run.
Yeah.
Interesting that we have seen that switch to that forehand side to the left of the screen as we see it, Pete.
Yeah, they were both playing down the other backhand before. So either the wind's changed a bit or different lengths. He's still participating on this hand. He's on a good line here.
Very close. That's a lovely bowl.
Yeah, he's seen what he wanted to, and that was good vision by Henry. There is, he could actually be using that front bowl there. I know it's a metre or a metre and a half away, but use that as the kiddie so you come in inside that short bowl. Because if you're going to go any wider, you might get pushed out a bit with the wind. And Dean will be pulling his hair out on this one. He'd definitely be wanting to reach that bowl. There's a chance for Henry now to draw one inside again, same track.
I turn my back for a moment. Hey, and what happens?
What happens? Where'd you go?
Just check the water supply.
Nice. Yeah.
The intake, not the exit.
Yeah. And this is the what happens? Put that beef on and you'll just take off down the bottom here. Yeah, there she goes. It's in the ditch. I didn't think it was going to go that far, but Dean will be happy at the moment. He's got to play that same shot and try and what Henry was playing, play inside that line.
So he's persisted with his hand?
No, he actually played the forehand before.
Yeah.
But he's trying to come inside where bowl of here it comes, right in here. He might get tad wooded. Yeah. Ooh,
two wicks,
yeah.
2 wicks.
2 wicks.
Oh no!
Still got an opportunity. Henry will play down that hand again. If you're wider than that short bowl, it won't come home. Inside, at least you're giving you a chance and using this front bowl as your kiddie. That's what you've got to try and do when you're playing a tighter hand. Try and play imaginary kiddie. He's going to make.
Oh! One underneath and one around.
Yeah. Will that be close? Maybe still one. Yeah, I think a lot of guys get trapped into that instead of just using an imaginary bowl and try and play inside it.
One.
Just the one, I think. Yep.
All tied up at 9-all.
Yep.
So this is the Intercentre being played. We're broadcasting from Naenae, Wellington, and is the host for it. So men's and women's being played. Opening day yesterday, and teams play their singles, pairs, and fours.
It's actually a very crunch round, this one, John. That for them to get themselves in a position where they're playing the last round, and there is some sections that have got a bye. So a team today playing this last round, they're actually going to be in post-section play tomorrow, or it is Saturday or Sunday.
Saturday,
Sorry,
yeah,
just losing the days. That I think Auckland's in a position where if they win this round, they possibly could be going through. So they've got a bye, so they can sit back, and other centres have just got to keep playing it out and try and qualify.
It gets pretty stressy on that final day, doesn't it, Peter?
Yes, it does. Well, I just watched a game. I'm going off it a bit here, where we watched Dunedin and Wellington play on the side there. And Roger got up and won. The fours missed out, and then it was all down to the pairs with Finbar and Keano. And it went down to the last bowl. If Keano could draw the shot, they would have won the game. But it was a marvellous shot that Finbar played. But if you would have seen the game, it was worthy of a final. And that's the situation. You can win or lose by one bowl, one shot.
Marlborough's doubled their score in the pairs match.
Yeah.
Saw one of the Northland team out there before saying we should put the team on TV more often. This is the best they've played.
Movie stars. Is it?
How's the weight here?
It's not pretty. Sorry, not a pretty head, but yes. Well, the way it's looking again at the moment, Alex and John, I don't think we're going to be switching over to the pairs. We've been trying to do a little bit of commentating on that as well to give everyone a fair plug, but the way the games have been going, we've been staying quite a bit on the singles, haven't we?
Yeah, lots of ones and twos.
Lots of ones and twos, no many ugly fours and that.
And it adds a fair bit of length to or can do, duration to a game when you go to 25.
Oh, it's very similar to the old days of the 25 ends, isn't it? You know, and fours and that. But in this particular length, they're coming home. I know it's the old story if you've got weight, but they do come home.
They'll both be wishing they were at home on their own surfaces, probably, or overhead conditions. Gosh, that's
pretty ugly, to be honest. They'll be disappointed with they've got high standards themselves. Old Henry, I thought he's going to talk to the camera there.
Do I need to switch the mic off?
He's looking up at the stars. Look at him looking up there.
Attacking.
Yeah. And this what happens when you've only got the one bowl on the head. It's not a bad bowl here. Oh, that was the old zigzag paper he just missed.
Oh, that wasn't far away.
Yeah. Just the one.
Well, it's one, and then the rest are 2 metres away, aren't they?
Oh, you've been nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I was often told when I was gauging that I wouldn't want to be buying the wood off you, the timber merchant, if you said that was 2 metres.
No, we'd be out of business.
Yeah.
Liquidators will be coming in. So what's that now? After
10-9 after 14 ends.
14 ends. It's not much of a game. It goes to show us like ones and twos. I don't think there's been anything more scored than a two.
We had a 3 on the 10th
apologies, yes.
When the jack was thrown up incorrectly twice.
Twice, yeah.
Then took that.
I think that's when the game started to change a bit. And
on the back end, which we've decided is a slightly more challenging hand I think it's a little bit more snaky. Seems to you miss your line by a little bit, and
Yes.
you can be punished.
The one that Henry stayed on.
Oh, well, that's it. I mean, he's just played it brilliantly there, so
right.
that's great commentary from me. But it
Oh,
does seem as though it's been a more challenging hand to play.
Well, I'm just watching Henry come back, and he's shaking his head. And I think if we watch the next 3 bowls of his, he's picked the line perfectly this time, and then we'll see where the others end up, because that's, I think, his indication is, I don't know what I'm doing out there. You know, it's
Look at this.
through
There's
the
a
hole.
hole.
Yeah.
But that's good, using bowls to play to shots,
Yeah.
you know, and give your bowler an opportunity.
Meant he could play with a bit of confidence there.
Yep.
Giving himself a chance here if he's up.
Is he still turn a bit, I think, there, John, just at the moment, the way it's arcing.
Look at his weight, though. That's
Yes,
pretty good.
both good weights last time.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, just something, and it's not been to the gentleman, Ron Buchan, when he played singles.
Yeah.
Could you imagine with 25 shots and no time when old Ron used to play? Would be, we could be lucky they brought time limits.
I've heard that he was a deliberate
yes.
bowler.
Oh, he was very deliberate, very good at what he did. And
Didn't he have a very long career? Played for a long time.
He did, and
He was a little man, wasn't he?
he was. He
Yeah.
had glasses, and he.
Yeah.
I think I just vaguely remember. I think he was a teacher as well, or I could be corrected.
I think he was on the board of New Zealand.
He was.
They had the
He'd been
old-
around. Yeah.
Yeah,
Up-
executives.
and as you know, he's won New Zealand titles, and
Yeah.
that. So Run Buchan. That's what makes me think of some of these games that have been stretched out in 25 shots. It's, we had some of the other gentlemen playing.
So I think when I first got interested in bowls, when I was living in Dunedin in the 1970s, and Ron was on there, and Stan Lawson, and some Dunedin people. There was an Ollie Duckworth and a Stan Sear, whose
That's
son
right.
Gary went and played for the All Blacks. So there was all this, and of course Gordon Jolly was there. There were all these big names of New Zealand bowls, and many of those who were on administration were still playing, weren't they, at a high level?
Well, Stan Sear then, as you know, his son was a footballer,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Stan actually was a New Zealand selector with Mel Morrison.
Ah, that's right, yeah.
And
Wow, gosh.
as you say, in that history of the Dunedin area then in the days, which was basically the McConnell brothers, and
Yes.
then you had the Scots coming through,
Yeah, and the Dickersons.
Dickinsons and that. So it was a very strong area at the time, and that's why they won those three in a row. And I think in that, I've just been corrected. No, I'm not too sure if I've been corrected, but Mr. Hassel got hold of us from Taranaki and was saying that Brian Board was in that team that went through, and not Dave. Dave retired from the reps with Bill and Tom MacArthur brothers.
Different Baldwin.
Yeah.
So was that
It's
Bill
the-
MacArthur and Tom
Bill,
MacArthur?
Tom MacArthur, yeah. And that's where Jim Christie and Morris Symes were around in that
Yeah,
area as
yeah.
well.
We're seeing attacking shot, looking for the bowl.
And it was after he came up and had a look at the head. That's the first
Yes.
time, I think.
And
First
that's-
visit.
And that's what I'm trying to say before.
Yeah.
Look at the head. If
Yeah.
you think the bowl's only a couple of 6 inches behind it, and it could turn sour. But that was worth 3 shots for Dean then.
Well, Bill MacArthur of Paratutu, wasn't he? And the Paratutu Club have got their centennial coming up over Easter.
Yes.
And Bill Junior, Bill MacArthur,
That's right.
was been a radio
Reporter.
colleague of mine for
Yeah.
many years. And I sent him a message the other day saying, I hope you're going to be there, because your old man was a big wig in Paratutu, famous name. But Bill's health hasn't been all that good over the last year, but he said, well, we'll catch up with him anyway, both Grant Nisbet and I are going up for that.
Nice.
So we worked with Bill, and Bill is one of those guys, I never really took up bowls himself, but he was
No.
a left-hander, and would invite him to social events, and he'd you knew that he'd grown up with
bowls
bowls
in the background. It's a lot of the families down that way. You know. Yes, I do remember him, and that was like with John Murter and Ken Murter, Kenny, John's father.
Yep.
Ken Murter, he was very well known from down there. So hopefully a little bit of this memory lane. I'm sure if I'm going to do something wrong, I've got Mr. Hassel on my case.
There's lots of others out there who've got great memories.
Yes, there definitely has.
And also, they've got the advantage of being able to sit there with their computers and listen to you and say, he's not right, and I'll Google that and correct him.
Yeah, I'm just going off memory lane here, so it's great to know I haven't got any Alzheimer's coming through or something.
Although you didn't know what today was.
No, I was just starstruck, I think, just being here with you.
So
back to the
11-10.
game, I suppose.
Yeah, Dino back in front again.
Yeah, I think we can have one of these games where one end's going to change the whole pattern of this game. I think someone might just grab a 3 or 4 and they're going to get that booster. They're at that little level now at 10, 11.
It's good they're having a chat to each other.
Yeah, that's good. It breaks a little bit of your not so much your nerves, but a bit of concentration and just relaxes you a bit more. Well, as you said, John, as I'm a bit of I like to see someone walking up to the head a bit after the third bowl, and that's what was good that Dean did go up, and not Dean, sorry, Henry went up and had a wee look, and then done the attacking shot.
So Henry just drew the shot with that.
Yeah. That's the other piece, 18-5 to Northam. It's good. He's just, if he had more weight, but he's using the bowl to try and play inside, and he hasn't been playing the other hand as well.
Gee, it's going to finish up close to the ditch.
Yeah, it just takes off there, doesn't it, John?
In fact, picked up.
So were you around when, just up here in the Pauparam, when there was like Mark DeLacy? Do you remember the Mark DeLacy and Marcus? The old, what was his, minstrel. The minstrel.
That's right.
Yes, and there were some legends around it.
Didn't he write that book with Peter
Bellis?
Yeah. Very popular and in demand with new bowlers still, that book.
He is. Yeah, he does a lot with the schools.
Yep.
And the area there, just going through, just reminiscing a bit with nice the bowlers that will be listening. When we had old George Bambaniti from down here and old Lou, they used to play together.
Lou Cancian, that's right.
Then you had the sheriff coming along.
He's here.
And remember the old Flying the Eagle, Eddie the Eagle, That's bringing back a bit of memories.
Well, I see Rex Holmes sitting over there as one of the
and then
selectors for the Carpet.
Rex Knox.
Rex, yes.
So there's some people around.
Johnsonville, he's still there.
Yeah. So here we go, back to the bowls, I suppose.
Dean on the back end.
And Stu Scottage, I remember, talking about Meat Pack Mick.
Oh, he's
Mick Heald, I think it was his name.
It was because
Stu was great. He had nicknames for everyone. Walker the Stalker.
I was called the Sumo. You had the Fishmonger. You had. It's nice we can reminisce a bit now. And we had Rex Knox was called the Eclipse.
Yeah.
So I was the Sumo, being 6 foot something.
Yeah.
And, oh God, he was a real character to the game of bowls. And, and it was done in good humour.
We tried to get him back on board, didn't we, Alex?
Yes, we did.
He said, no, I'm retired. Thanks for the offer. But
he said, Thorny, he said, you don't mind if I call you the Sumo? He says, I'd hate you to come up and sort me out. So I said, no, if it brings the game and a few laughs into it, that's what it's about. But you go back to old Meat Pack. We were on the losing end of that, the semi-final where he played Baldwin. And everyone, we were thinking, Meat Pack, and he had a great attitude. He says, I just thought it was a Sunday tournament, and he won a national title.
Yeah.
And he used to have a green leaf put on his lip, And he was just he looked like Colonel Sanders.
He did too, yeah,
He
a bit
did,
like
you
that.
know, and
Yeah.
these are just some of the characters over the years that
Yeah.
I've been involved with and
Oh,
bring back memories. And of course, you forget about one of the guys that done a lot for the Intercentre in the bowls was Bolton. No, someone's going to tell me.
someone's going to tell you.
Bolton. What was his first name? No, that's fine.
Well, we got halfway there.
Usain,
Not Hisham Bolt.
a single
You
there.
blink and you miss it. Yeah.
12-10.
Oh, it's working on me. Come on, Mr. Hassel, send something.
Yeah.
Well, we've got time. It's first to 25.
Yes,
it's 12:10. So I think we'll get there, Peter.
Nice. We're just trying to break the ice with the way the game's going with the ones and that just trying to make it interesting for the viewers.
Oh, this bowl. Look at this. It's been
Wow.
caught by something.
Oh, it's one of those.
I was just going to say, I thought there was a bit of a lull in the breeze, but it's not. It's coming.
It certainly looked like there was a gust.
Yeah, it's going from right to left, really. I mean, you can see some flags. I could just poke my head out the window. Oh, no, it's not. Now it's going a different way. So, okay, yeah, they're handling a wind which is not consistent. I think if the
Swirling
wind is
like-
consistent, yeah, swirling.
Like a swirling.
If it is consistent, you can get on top of that almost, but when you're not too sure, you let the bowl go on the same line as your last one and find that it finishes up 3 metres to the right or something like that, then that's a difficulty here. 2 bowls down, only one in view, one being picked up out of the ditch there. And of course, it's hard not to let it get on top of you a wee bit mentally.
Yes, we're starting to fight all
Yeah,
instead of worrying about your opponent, you start fighting the green, the wind. And it's a good reply after that bowl that was 2 metres wide of the jack level. So if it gives a bit of a work here, we'll set the shot bowl here.
Yeah.
Needs it to let go.
Yeah, and that's the good finish at the
Played.
end of a plane to the ditch, or to a 2 metre mark. Sorry.
Not far away.
Maybe I could shit the shot bowl here too. No.
Oh,
Missed by miles.
Yeah, and then he broke his ankle.
it's half a bowl narrower. Unbelievable.
But that extra weight, see, so.
Can he do it twice?
She's going to duck surely. Oh no, that wind's holding her a bit, and then just a little bit of drifting now.
Gee.
Yeah, she takes off all right, doesn't it?
Whew. Like that with a bit of chalk on it.
Very confident to pre-chalk a bowl, isn't it?
Henry changing hands here.
Be interesting to watch what this bowl does.
Yeah.
Because the players flirted with what we think's the nicer hand, but we all seem to have switched back to that straight hand. And look at this bowl turn.
Henry would have been a bit more using his guide and then come in inside his bowl for that. He had the back bowl as well. Sit the bowl.
That shows a lack of confidence.
It
in,
is. It's,
you know,
yeah.
or
I'm fighting.
yeah, I'm fighting the conditions.
Yeah,
you
I'm
know,
fighting.
on a still day, he would have nicely come inside or
Yeah.
around that short bowl and
Yeah.
gone inside that right-hand bowl of his
Yeah.
opponents and picked up 2.
Yeah.
Though he gets 1 and trundles the mat out a wee way.
Yeah, that's good using the mat when things aren't playing to your form.
Interesting to see where the jack is delivered to on this end. 11-12 the score now.
I think Henry will be interested to see where it ends up too, Alex, probably.
A bit shy of the 2 metre mark. Sort of, quite a few mats shy of the 2 metre mark there.
So is this the end which changes the whole complexion of this game? As we see Henry put one in adjacent to the jack. That's a good opener from him. Dean's first, searching for a perfect weight here as well.
You can actually nearly start seeing the line of the green now.
Yes,
It's coming down, John. On the screen, I don't know where it's getting that arc shape. So that's a good little guide for the players as well.
Just off the top of my head, Peter, and also because Dean Stratford messaged me, Alan Bolton.
Alan Bolton,
Alan's
of course.
the name you were looking for.
Yes, my apologies to Alan's family. Alan was true legend down there. A little bit wider. Oh. And who was that? Sorry, Alex.
Dean Stratford let me know.
Dean.
It's on a
Thank
picture
you.
actually at the if you walk into the foyer at the
That's
Naenae
right,
Bowling Club, they've got
Hall of Fame, like.
Yes,
I think one of their interclub teams
That's
all playing bowls, 7 of them lined up.
Yeah.
Wonderful photo.
That is good, yeah.
Nice. He's a good bowler.
And
Should come home.
and quite a few of those in that won national fours at one stage. Oh no, they didn't. One of them did, and that was Rod Dorgan, who's the late Rod Dorgan, who played for a South Canterbury combination at the time, and they won the national title with the Rat, who's here today with the South Canterbury team, Barry Andrews.
Baz.
Yeah.
Oh, Baz, he's a character in his own right. He means so well to the game, doesn't he?
Oh yeah.
Great opinion.
Hasn't he got some unbelievable cricket record?
Oh, he's
Yeah.
and you know, like I don't know if the viewers know Baz, but Barry, he's only about 5'4", and he just got great stories to tell about.
You talk about his height or his girth?
I don't want to get. I can't talk. I can't talk.
He was
John.
just out there a moment ago. So
No, he will know everything that we're talking about.
Yep.
That man's a policeman. PC Plod.
yeah,
No, he's got a great record on that, Alex.
yeah, he was a good cricketer, that's for sure.
Bowls is, again, it's one of those games where you start talking about the people who play bowls who've been good sports people and other codes, and there's a lot of them.
Oh,
Is that golfer who's out in front of the Dunedin? Yeah.
Brett McKeown, yes.
Lots of its success in other sport. I think it's the competitive the competitive nature of any sport lends itself well to then segueing into being quite good at this one.
And a light note, it was like yesterday the mark, he was a boxer.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to contradict him.
That's right. Well, same with the market today. That's right.
Yes.
Jeff Clark, was that the golfer you're talking about from Dunedin? He
No,
played-
Brett.
Okay. Well, Jeff Clark played for New Zealand as an amateur out of the Bell McEwen or St Clair Golf Club or something. He lived not far from us when we were living down there, and he took up bowls a few years ago, and he's won quite a few centre titles.
Right.
Golf seems to be one of those complementary sports.
Yeah.
A lot of golfers are moving to bowls. I'm not sure how well it goes the other way. I'm not sure how many bowlers make good golfers, but
Well, I certainly know over the period of time I've been commentating with you, Alex, I got a fair insight now to indoor bowls and
yes,
the
don't you?
guys
Yeah,
that-
yeah.
you know, so it's good. I think there was another one, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
So McMurchie has the mat. Leaves it fairly well down towards the clubhouse.
3/4 length, I'd say, John.
Yeah. Graham Clifford, our marker, goes over and just confirms that it was a 1, 13-11.
So barely, or essentially at the halfway mark. If this game continues at 1s and 2s, we're at the halfway mark. It's 2 3/4 hour time limit, which is something to keep one eye on. I do think that this game is going to outlast the pairs match that's in the
Yes.
top right of your screen.
Yeah.
Well, they're on
But that's slowed down on scoring, hasn't it? It was 18-1, I think, wasn't it? After 9 ends. Does that make sense? 9 and 4. Yeah. So, and Marlborough have done all the scoring since then.
That's those ones again that can make the
Yeah.
game drag out.
Yeah. Now this one's going to hold, is it, for Henry?
Should take off, I think, Johnny.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just.
I quite like that, looking at the grips of the two players, how with Dan it's sort of a firmer looking grip, and I can't tell, and then he twists his hand as he takes it back. Henry looks to have it right in the palm of his hand, doesn't he? And it just sort of flops out.
Yeah.
Nice.
Because he's a big guy, and he does get him away very smoothly.
Yeah. Yeah, what's this? He's got the bowl right back in the
You
palm.
played a bit of bowls with someone who had a palm, used to palm it.
Oh,
Ryan Brassey used to.
Yeah, Brass used to do that. He'd palm his bowl, and yeah.
He's okay. It was.
Well, I don't think I'm
Quite good.
I'm a firm believer. Sometimes the people with ability. We had nice bowl here. You had like Ivan Kostinich, and he used to be like a flounder. His arms were everywhere. Then you got Brass. He'd put nearly his elbow on his knee to deliver. And old Danny, God rest his soul, he'd have one of the biggest backswings. And when he used to have a drive, he could nearly make the bowl come around a short bowl because he used to whip it. And it's all in the delivery of, Roscoe. He used to flick it, and he called it the top spin.
Oh, a nice ball here coming in. Not quite. Question being asked. Who's got it? Graham Clifford.
But you even see some of those top bowlers, you see Peter Bellis, even his delivery hasn't changed much over the years. And I think, when you look at Peter, he's got quite a big backswing, and he follows through, and even on quick greens he's really good, and on the slow green. So he's just the ability to adapt to surfaces. See, that should come home by the looks of those other bowls when they're coming, but he just
But it didn't.
hanging and hanging.
Did
Yeah.
it? No.
Yeah, lovely green.
So at the moment it's a measure, uncertain as to who's holding, but the man holding the lead is Dean McMurchie.
Yeah, he's just got to play onto those two front bowls, push them through, or sit that back bowl. Yeah.
And
That's
you've been talking of Meat Pat Mick and Dean Stratford, who's a font of knowledge.
Yes.
Graham Clifford was in the fours team.
Oh,
that
of course.
one.
Yeah,
Well, I must go out and see him. because
Yeah.
Tell him off for beating you in the semi-final.
No, it wasn't. It was Baldwin that beat us in the final. He come off a bowl, and we dropped to 5, and it was one of those mirror shots, but he played it, so, we've all gone out in games where someone's more fortunate than what you are. That's bowls. That's why we keep playing it at times. I'm sure sometimes, John, you think, why are you playing it?
I know.
You go home, you're so angry with yourself, and you sit down with the wife, and
Yep.
that first wine or first beer is delicious, isn't it?
Yeah. Then you wake up in the middle of the night thinking,
How did
why was I short all day?
So it was 1987 that fours match was played, and it's great to have Graham out there marking.
Yeah.
Oh, it
Still
is.
participating in the sport. It's again one of those things where you can be involved in the game for literally decades.
Yes.
And Dean will probably answer this question too, because Graham Clifford might well have been a junior at that stage. He hadn't been playing bowls all that long when they won the title.
I think, to be honest, if you ask the people around in that time, it was appropriate name. Meat Pack was, they thought it was a Sunday tournament. And that was their attitude going right through.
Yeah.
It. And maybe that's how they won. And it was very similar in nationals, like how Alex and myself with Mike Galloway and when they played in the qualifying round there where they played each other, and they ended up having to play each other in the final.
Some funny things happen in bowls.
And they changed the team around, didn't they?
Yes,
Scoggy was there, and
Skoggs was went
Skippy. He was Skippy from the start.
went to three.
Three.
And they switched around their lead in two. Scott McGavin.
Yeah, and then they each up in the national final.
Funny, a fickle sport.
Yes.
Shouldn't be allowed.
No.
Oh, we're walking out. Oh no, what are we doing? I thought he was stepping something out there for a second. D McMurchie on the forehand side,
They haven't changed the scoreboard down there, so I think it was only a single there,
Yeah,
wasn't
I
it?
think it's just been all ones at the moment,
Yeah.
John.
And Graham was a junior, as was John Applin.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
nice,
Yeah,
yes.
cool. There you go.
It's
Thanks,
great
Dean.
to have.
Yeah.
I wish I could say it's off the top of my head, but
Yeah,
it
that's
absolutely
good.
is
No,
not
it's-
off the top of my head.
But that's what's good with the phone now, that if we do make a mistake, that
You find out pretty quickly.
Mate,
yeah.
do we what?
Except
I
for
think I
those,
got a little bit of a growling yesterday about the wind blowing in some lady's hair.
that woman.
That woman,
yeah.
I said
Instead
that
of
woman's
her
hair
name,
was
which is actually Jocelyn.
Jocelyn. I apologise, Jocelyn, from the bottom of my heart.
What was the worst was I was blamed for it, Peter.
Well, that's nice. I love that. Oh, very quick at passing the buck.
That's part of your
Eight-
job
look,
description, though.
You
Alex.
take the blame. 18-10. Sorry, I just had a look at that.
Oh, John must
the
have got a good
thumbnail.
4.
Yeah.
Must have got a 4.
Slowly, we could be watching in the background a
Comeback.
comeback for the ages. Only 8 shots the difference now, 3 ends to go. Great sport we play, isn't it?
Oh,
And 2 very good bowls alongside the jack, too.
yeah.
And they look as though they're from the same team, which you would suggest that if Marlborough won it, they've had the first 2 bowls away.
Yes.
So they might be holding a couple there now. That's in the little corner picture that you see.
If you're watching this on a television, you're probably okay. If you're watching it on a phone, maybe
Oh, you might not.
maybe a bit small.
Yeah, well,
We do what we can, and it is important to have the score updates for at least 2 of the matches, or 2 of the games. Sorry, that's a good bowl.
Definitely.
yeah, so that's a single there to Marlborough.
D now on the forehand as well.
Well, it'd be interesting to ask afterwards what happened in the Peers match, hey? As we look at another scratchy end here with the singles game. Henry is holding shot. Henry Ulala of Marlborough. There he goes again, playing that forehand side. It's a nice little guide from there around his own short bowl. He's
Yeah.
well under it and not up to the target area at all.
Very pleased to see that the cameras are still all standing.
I did see you put quite a few bungees on them before, buddy.
Yes, there are 3 sets of bowls weighing down every tripod after the traumatic experience that was the Trans-Tasman.
Gosh, I don't know how we survived that. I don't know how you guys did, you and... Well, there's a nice bit of luck there for Dean, but it's only the second shot, so he's holding a couple of seconds.
I think I speak for all the Bowls New Zealand staff and all of the players that we probably all had more relaxing weekends, John.
Yeah.
Yes, I bet you there was the Aussie boys and the ladies would have been hoping to jump back on that plane as quick as possible. Here's a better line. Here she comes.
Lovely bowl.
Should be a couple there, I think.
It's a little break in this game now.
Yeah.
16 shots to 11 will be the score on the race to 25 in favour of the Northland team. Probably the furthest ahead that either player's been. Early on, Marlborough was up 6-1 or 6-2, weren't they? But
Henry's just
absolutely the
grabbed
wrong
it
way
too.
round.
Yeah, it was the blue bowls, Alex.
Oh, well, there goes that bit of...
So it's 13, 14 actually.
so it's actually tightened right up, hasn't it?
It has, yes.
Instead of Dean being 4 or 5 in front, it's 13, 14. I did say I was going to be the continuity. Maybe I'll just be quiet.
No. I must say that you had your eye set on something else and you'd
Just be
come
quiet.
over.
Thank you, Peter.
That's right.
Goodness gracious.
It's a jet coming down now from Henry,
Yeah, he's
putting it
got
down to the 2
the
metre
2
mark.
metre mark now.
Yeah.
It's disappointing when you're busy making an insightful comment that's absolutely not right.
Oh, well, you can be excused. I can actually vouch for you that you're looking at 4 different machines here and yeah, just put your head over. He's very deliberate in his delivery, isn't he? He stops, he thinks about it, and then lets go. He's on a good line here. If it,
This is that point of the...
We've seen it not finish from out there,
this,
haven't we?
yeah.
Yeah, and it's
If you're just in say about another half metre in, it will just cut.
yeah.
Very finicky,
Yeah.
and want of a better word.
100% positive.
Well, I don't know whether you could hear on that fours match, Marlborough holding shot, I think, on this end. They were holding 3. And their skippers their leaders just said to the skip, if you can move the jack back here, we'll get 4. So that would be interesting, wouldn't it? That's in the pairs match alongside us.
He's too wide, I think, anyway, so... It's a better line, Henry, if you've got the weight. Yeah. He's going to work off his own bowl here.
Yeah.
See, that went out.
Oh, that held too, yeah.
That just went out a bit. It still counts, so that's one good thing. And he's good weight, it's over the head.
So that's really neck and neck stuff here, where Henry got out to an 8-2 lead and looked to be all over Dean. And then there was a 3 and 2 twos from the Northland player. And all of a sudden it was 9-8 to Northland. So things changed around very quickly.
I think Henry's still got the shot there, so he'll have to change his hand.
Tickler the jack for 2. Let's see, playing that forehand side, which he hasn't played all that much.
No.
And
it's not it's just weight now more than anything.
yeah.
As long as the weight, the green was good.
Oh, might have done it for him, but no, it's a single. So up on the that pairs match that you might also be watching up on the top corner of your screen. Single then to Marlborough, I believe. So it's 18 to 11. Couple of ends to go.
It's a fantastic recovery from the Marlborough team.
Oh, yes.
Henry steps off the mat, follows it up 3 or 4 paces.
Yeah. Better line.
You would
if it touches a kitty, he gets 3 here.
Look at this. Oh,
yeah,
what a shot.
That's a good bowl. That's a good long bowl. Yeah, that's sure 3 shots.
Might even bring that other one in, will it?
I think the one jack
3.5.
level. Yeah, the jack level bowl might be.
Might just beat that.
Yeah.
So a big bowl here from Dean.
That's a great bowl. Good turnaround.
Interesting.
He's just trying to cut the count down here. He doesn't want the shot.
Needs it to hold.
Yeah, it's gonna. I'm sorry to say, it's going to drift on that hand.
Oh,
We're pretty close, Steve.
maybe. Oh, he'll be pleased it stayed
Yeah.
standing up there.
It was heading out.
Yeah.
I think he may have cut it down to just the one.
And that was good actually thinking by John. Other people would have thought he should have played the other hand and sat the bowl or the kitty. But he was just trying to say, well, if I'm going to go down one, I want to go down 1 instead of a 3.
Well, I think Henry likes his
The way he had.
the closer of his 2 in the group there. He'll help with the marking of the measuring.
He likes it.
Oh, that's well in. That's comfortably. I think that's got to be
3.
3.
Is he going to have a look at that one as well?
Oh, he looked at it.
Yeah.
Only look at it.
16-14, the score now in the race to 25 in favour of the Marlborough. player, Henry.
That's only a second 3, and we've had 4 twos in this game. No, 5 twos. So not huge scoring. Oh, it's a singles match, and often they go tit for tat, don't they? Singles, twos every now and then.
Henry on the forehand. Very deliberate indeed.
Yeah. Bit of pace, I think, on this. Yeah. Bit of pace. Still good home. Yeah, they're both following each other, with the bowls. One hasn't played forehand or backhand, they prefer.
Just had a kill in that pairs match, it seems. They're all carting the bowls back down to the other end again.
It's quite an incredible turnaround. If you look at it, so the 16th end, there's 2 ends to go, 7 shots. So if Marlborough was to get a 2 or 3 here, suddenly you're only 4 down, 2 to go. It's just one to keep an eye on, I think. It could be it could be quite an exciting finish.
Well, that's a Dean. That he'll be so annoyed with himself for that first.
Yes.
That's a shocker, really. And Henry only just beats it. Well, look at the camera movement now. So the weighted, the 3 boxes of bowls that are on the
Slightly
stands
concerning that
are
it's
just hanging in there.
slightly concerning that the tripod is moving, to be fair. Shouldn't be. It's quite well weighted. We will keep an eye on that pairs match. If it gets really tight, we may just flick it around and have a look. If all things remain equal and this game is close, if the pairs match comes down to the last end, we may watch that last end on the main screen. And what a good bowl that was from Dean.
It's just drifting out.
And off that one. Too square.
Yeah, he's just drifted a bit with the wind. He'll be saying, why did I chuck it so long now?
Yeah, that's true. Mind you, with his first bowl, he'd be thinking,
I could
quite
correct.
Good, you know,
yeah. I'm in the zone.
Yeah, I'm in the zone, exactly. And then his next 2 are, well, as you can see, way up to the left there.
That's half the one of what Henry's playing. Dean's coming through for a couple here.
Oh,
yeah.
That's the best 2 bowls we've seen from one player in the match, probably.
I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a bit aggressive here.
Yeah. He's got that first bowl of his, which is a vital position.
Just needs to clunk it and then he'll go back to it.
The clunk being the technical term that Peter has introduced into the commentary booth.
Here it comes.
This is a big clunk.
Yeah, that's a great clunk.
Well, it's a clunk better than being down.
Yeah.
It's killed.
Yeah, that's our
It's
first killed.
So let's
have a look.
Stand by.
Da-da-da-da.
Oh my gosh.
Ready? And wow.
Is that a sad face? Or
No, it's dead. It's dead.
Dead.
It's been killed. That's the humour of
Get with the play, mate.
the humour of it.
I haven't got emojis on my phone.
I'll press it again because I want to.
Yes.
So you look at this. It's clearly a dead jack.
Well, you're going to knock the umpire over, not the marker over.
Like the crossed eyes. So he's been.
Oh, he's sad.
It's a kill.
too.
Yeah.
Need some teardrops on that too, I think.
Maybe.
No, it's dead. It's dead. It's not just sad. It's dead.
That's why it's the eyes are crossed because that's the humour.
Yeah.
I don't like the
kill.
word dead.
Okay.
We've only all got a
killed.
short.
It's a killed jack. Yeah.
We've all got a short time on this planet. We
Yeah.
don't like bringing that word up now.
I've been trying to figure out what sound effect to go with the graphic. But it's a work in progress.
Well, maybe someone could jack something up for us.
Was that an intentional pun with Jack or?
Could be with Henry or Kitty. Depends what cat you're using.
Yeah, true.
Well, even down south, they say about the cat. They used to call their Kitty and Jack the cat.
The cat, yeah.
The cat.
Yeah.
How's that? Just having a yarn.
It's bizarre. Different
Yeah.
down there.
Henry has the jack up now.
Oh, yes, thank you for bringing us back onto topic.
Sorry. Just making a bit of life here. And the kit and the bowls were brought back to the other end, John, were
Yes.
they? I was quite aware of that, but I just thought to see
Yep,
if you're
yep.
on top of it now.
And so that's a situation where you just wander down and say, well, I don't want to play from this end. I hate this end. I'll take them back to the end that we've just played from. And I hate that end as well. But I hate this end less.
Hate it less, yeah.
First bowl from Henry.
Yeah,
He's put the jack up and he's looking quite relaxed about this one. It's going to be
Yes.
at least over like his first one on the previous
Yes.
end.
Always adjust.
Oh, yep.
That's what's that? 1, 2, 3, 5 chalk marks. So that's about 2.5 metres.
There was someone once, I have to figure it out. Someone told me they worked out the average height of a person, and if the bowl is in front of the jack and you can just see it, you can figure out how many metres behind the
True.
bowl the jack must
Yep.
be. But I can't remember how far it is, so it's a pointless bit of information. 1 or 2 metres sort of thing. So if it's obscured, it therefore has to be certainly the closer.
To the vision from the
Yeah,
kitty or
yeah.
the jack, yes.
Should be a mathematics question, and you're
Yeah.
talking about your angles, isn't it? So
Yes. That's why you see...
6 feet high and the jack is 30 metres away and a bowl is 29.8 metres away. Can you see the jack or not?
That's why you see the player will turn to the side and have a look on an angle. Or you'd ask the skip, or what's jack level?
Yeah, it's the most important question in bowls. Well, one of them is it helps you just, particularly, and we've watched these singles players use the marker in that way, just to understand where the bowls are in relation to each other.
He just needs to play onto that. Maybe not so much Henry's bowl, but...
Graham Clifford had gone up and had a look because he knew he'd be asked this question. And now shrugs his shoulders and...
You have.
Yeah.
You have. Actually, he has got the lollipops in his pocket. I
Yes,
saw it.
He's used them a couple of times.
Yeah.
He used them early on, but then I think it was just an added burden for him.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'd say he's been a great worker in his day. His hands are... Must have been a builder. He's got very big hands.
well, he was a boxer.
Was he?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the guy I was talking to.
National title, yeah.
That'd do it.
That's the guy yesterday, World.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He's held a few things in his hands over the years.
Look at this. This is a good bowl. One.
Pop it up.
He just
Close. There's a bunch of bowls now.
just depends on what Henry plays here. Dean has got a good shot on to play 2 yards to those front bowls. And then they could squeeze old Henry's bowl out and then follow through for 3-4. So yeah, he's got a great shot here. If you see what I mean, playing
Yeah.
onto this. That bowl there goes that way, and that front bowl will count with the other one
So
coming
sort of
through.
the bowl at 12, the bowl that sits at 10 o'clock to the jack.
Yes.
Although that short bowl might be
That just might have just
in
changed
the
his
eye.
mind.
Yeah, especially the way the wind's blowing on that hand.
He thinks he can get round it.
Yeah, so here we go, Dean. So it's all for you.
Weight.
Oh,
Weight
that's-
critical.
That's miles too wide for that shot.
Need a very big gust of wind to blow from the left to the right.
It seems to be the type of rink at the moment when you put extra weight on it, they'll go out wide, and when it's less, it'll duck.
Is it, you look at his weight, he was certainly looking at.
Oh, you're
at
pumping
that
it through and
those
then
bowls.
and push the... He may have the shot, I'm not too sure, but that would have been a great opportunity to grab a 4. Another measure, is it?
I think so, yeah. Henry's directly in front.
It's good. These two don't give much away, do they?
No.
A lot of measuring going on. They're looking at each other. Who's going to get down and measure?
Yeah, yeah. He's
Oh,
giving it
no.
away. Yeah.
The score on the penultimate end of the pairs match, 6 the difference, 12-18. So Marlborough requiring 2 threes realistically.
Yeah, shouldn't lose from there, but you never know, bowls.
Well, they were 18-1 up.
Yeah. Oh, they've got to get 6 shots on one end.
Yeah.
Northland will be happy that it's just an 18-end match, I would suggest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's 2 ends. Sorry, I
Yeah,
thought
yeah,
you guys
yeah.
said it was just the last end.
And Marlborough
Apologies.
just drawn a touch over their
Yeah,
fingers.
they could get 2 threes. My apologies.
Yeah.
I'm human.
So what do we think the score is? 16,
16-15.
15.
Yeah. 16-15 to Henry from Marlborough. Sends one down there, hoping that he's picked the right line. Thinks he's picked the right line, and then sees it not finish.
Fascinating that the players are persisting on this snaky hand. It is. Peter and I spoke yesterday, John. It can be quite a stressful decision to make sometimes to switch hands, and you can convince yourself, and I see Henry's here switching to the forehand, but often in the game, deep down you know you probably should be switching hands, so you think, I'll just give it one more end, I'll find it.
Yep.
And then you play the 1 out of 4 good bowls and you go, I've got it now.
Like this. You change your hand, and eventually you say, I should have been playing this hand all day.
See, that's coming home now.
Oh, it just-
That's a different on lengths.
Yep.
With a longer one, they aren't coming in, they're holding more.
Just it's easy to convince yourself, I think, sometimes.
And that's what's good about having your coach. Your coach should be stepping on and just saying, listen, have you tried a 3/4 or just over the peg? He's on a good line here, too. How's his weight? What he can do here, Henry? Play that tie down again inside the blue bowl.
Yeah. You'd think so, wouldn't you? I mean, he's played that pretty well.
Yeah, here he
Naenae.
goes. Yeah, here he comes.
Other hand.
Yeah, he's play inside that blue bowl, the short blue bowl of Dean's. And that's why I say try and use that. Imagine the other one on the other side as your kitty. I mean, hopefully you don't go too wide, which,
Wanting that to turn.
yeah, it all depends on his weight now.
If he's got the weight, he might still be okay. No, he's
he's
never running.
short, yeah. And that's what I'm saying is if just come inside the bowl, or even use that one there as kitty.
So sort of drawing to that bowl.
Yeah,
that sits at
it's an imaginary.
7 o'clock to the jack.
Yeah, just use an imaginary kitty. Then it doesn't go as wide. Yeah, that's a great head there in that pairs.
Well, and Marlborough holding 2 as they switch over.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Could put another 2. That's going to put the heat on last end.
Yeah, so if Marlborough scores, we will we'll follow one end's worth of the pairs on the main screen, just out of curiosity.
I think old Henry's still got the shot there. He'll definitely want to put another one there because I think Dean will play up to it next time.
See Steve, is that Steve Smith in the background watching on?
Yeah, Steve's been
The
around.
bucket hat.
Yeah,
It's their 8th player for Northland.
Yeah, it was him who said to me, well, put my team on TV a bit more often. They're playing so well. And now he's looking at it saying, he's moved away to the singles match. Oh, Henry.
Henry, this is what you didn't want. Let's give him a good opportunity. Right down the port for 4. Sit.
May as well be flashing lights around the bowl.
Oh, well, you'll be saying to yourself, when I'm playing the half pie weight here, more direct, this is the one. But he swung it. He could get a kill off this shot. No. See? He'd be hurting with that.
Pull it in on the forehand, Henry. Come on. You can get underneath that.
Well, he'd have to come inside that. Oh,
Yeah.
Play
On the left, the ball on
Bowl,
the left to come
yes.
down there.
The other way you could turn the bowls in.
Yeah. So you're thinking about on the forehand underneath the bowl.
Yeah,
that sits
just-
at
yeah,
10 o'clock
definitely.
to the jack.
Yeah, definitely. Dead draw. If you do fall short, bad luck. But it's one of those ones you want to be short of the kitty than over it because you get to tip the bowl over. Full shot.
Dean's not watching it. He picks the mat up.
Yeah, see that would. He's just got to run this out. The track was there.
Yeah.
6, 17, 15. Nice.
And we're just going to switch across now to the other, the pairs match. Remembering that the score on the pairs match is whatever the score on the pairs match is.
18-12, I think it was.
18-12 to
16
Northland.
ends gone, yeah.
After 16 ends. We'll stick with these guys for an end.
So the red bowl covered in white is one of the Marlborough Leeds bowls, and therefore the one just short and to the right as we view it is another. So it might be just one now. They were holding two.
And this is the Northland bowl here.
What a lovely head.
Yeah. Oh,
Agonisingly short.
so Bryden and Greenwood. Greenwood leading for Marlborough. Bryden the skip.
Remembering
Yes.
the Marlborough team 18-1 down they were, and they've come back to be 6 down on the penultimate end.
Oh, Greenwood, he's the actual selector there as well, and he's offhand he has definitely won maybe 1 or 2 New Zealand titles. He was a title holder last year, the year before, with Paul Mithson Zumi from Christchurch and that, and so he has been around the traps, so he's used to the tight bowls, the tight occasions.
Well, this is an interesting one, because if he can just
He likes this.
move the jack
This is
slightly,
close
it
here.
could get
He
2 or
likes
3.
it. He
Look at
likes
this.
He likes this. Get a shave.
What a
Yeah,
bowl.
yeah, he's got a couple out of it, maybe 3.
Great bowl.
That's a perfect bowl.
What?
Gosh.
Man, wouldn't that rip your nighty?
Oh, dearie me.
That's a great bowl
Yes,
by
the young fella.
Bryden.
Looks like he called it too, what he wanted.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
when you applaud a shot like that.
Yeah, classy stuff. So Marlborough right on the comeback here,
Yeah.
and all the pressure on Grant with his last bowl. Remember, Northland, they're 6 shots up in this last end, so if Grant draws 1, you've won the game. We'll
Yeah.
go back and watch the singles. There'll be
Yeah.
no,
Yeah, well, we know the result
there'll be
then.
no point in watching any further.
Oh, Mr. Angus, Mr.
Well, it's
School
just-
Teacher.
On his backhand.
Go on, Grant.
Well, the jack's exposed for him here, and he can see
Well,
it.
He's not badly played here, boys.
This is very close.
He's got the draw weight. He's going to duck.
Oh,
Oh, he's on a lovely track too.
Wow.
So Marlborough now, after being 18 shots to 1 down
1.
on the last end,
You don't need a chock here.
imagine if it's not
I
worth more.
think the measure's for 3rd, isn't it?
I'm not too sure
think.
with
For 3, I mean.
worth a measure, whatever.
Yeah.
Even to come back from here,
He
that's
didn't want to take out one bowl because it would have allowed the other to fall slightly.
Look, to have a chance going into the
Gotta
last
be
end
3.
is staggering.
3 it is. Wow, what a comeback by the team from Marlborough, who are 18-1 down and now go into this final end at 18-15.
need a 3. Well done, lads. Well, what would you do here? I'd be putting Matt and 2 metre mark.
We'll see how accurate that
Prediction?
prediction is. So the Matt. And what's the reason behind that, Peter?
Well, it's one weight, and hopefully the opponents will fall over. You're trying something different, and if there's an occasion where there's one on it that you can just run it into the ditch if you've got bowls just over. Well, he played. I'm not too sure the way the skip was. The skip was standing back for a long
He
length,
was way back over the 2
and
metre
he'd
mark.
be pleased that's not up.
I think
Do
so.
you
Honestly.
feel like, is that a sign of the pressure, do you think?
No, I think he's been around. It's just one of those things that's just happened.
Oh, that was very impressive.
Yeah.
And you said he's a selector, isn't he?
He's
Greenwood?
selector
Yeah.
as well.
I was watching him before, and when his skip played that beautiful shot with his last,
He'd
he'd be thinking, I'm pleased that I selected him, you know.
That's it,
and then he stands up and he can't
gets the
throw
fun.
the jack up himself.
Yeah.
But you're right, that's tension. That's last end, 18-15.
The game will be won from this if he can put one right on it, first bowl.
So I'd suggest that I think at 9 ends it might have been something like 18-1. So we're saying that Northland have not scored in the last
A while.
8 ends.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in the singles, just to give you a quick preview on that there. Dean just drew the shot, so here we go on that one.
Look at this.
That's just holding up with the wind. Look at this, it's a toucher.
Wow, what a shot.
That's a great ball first up. He's putting his head up, but that was... There's going to be not too many inside that.
This is a similar line to that which we've just seen from
Yeah.
Greenwood.
Yeah, but I think he might have a little more,
Not bad there.
a little less weight. That's the shot. Just got to build the head at the moment, John, and just give you a chance. You skip a chance if you do. They do plonk one in there. He can have a shot, and your bowls are going to be useful. He's on a good track here.
Yep, he went on a little dance afterwards.
Yeah, it was a great track.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Lovely bowl.
Yeah, that's
Sit
all right.
down, he says.
He rides every bowl, that Skip.
So Trimmer gets his away quickly. It looked like the skip was about to say something. He was just doing a wee measure.
Oh, he's short.
Yeah.
He's short.
Ooh. You don't want shivers.
Mind you, we haven't seen a head like this in the singles game.
No.
have we?
Kevin's looking at playing the other hand to sit the
Yeah,
bowl or
yeah.
drag the kitty back because it's holding a little bit on that hand. I'd be saying it myself. I say, if you're a confident player, it's the last end.
Yep.
Go for it. Yeah, he's one to overlook. His experience now is.
I like this. See, this
Yeah.
is good stuff, right? Because you
Yeah.
come and have a look at the head.
Yeah.
Remember, viewers at Marlborough trailing by 3, so they need to find a 3 to draw this. They're having a very tight game in the singles. It might be a time where you talk to the manager and say, well, do you actually, when it gets to the crunch, there may be a decision to be made whether to take the draw or go for the win.
Yeah,
And then the manager would have to see what the fours are doing, right? Because the
Yeah.
draw might be the best
Yeah.
outcome
of course,
here.
yes. Yeah. Good thinking.
and it's points. But the way he's looking at that, I think that's the shot he'd like to play is sit the opponent's bowl and play for the bowl to be touched. Because you've got to play a dead shot to come around that short bowl.
So it gives you options, doesn't it?
Yes.
You can either get it on the inside of that bowl on
Correct.
the right, as we
Touch
see,
kitty.
touch it, touch the jack back to you, or sit in amongst them. So you've got options,
'Cause
even if you're slightly narrow, an inside edge on that
Yeah.
other bowl. So.
Because really, if you're playing the same hand that he has been playing, you only need to be a fraction on the green, and next minute you're pushing their bowl up, so that gives you all your chances a way of getting a 3 or a 4. So he's playing the right hand, as what we're talking about.
Needs it to hold.
Yeah.
Be disappointed with that.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
I think that's why when he did come up and have a look, he wanted to play that shot, and he didn't want to overrule the skip by yelling it out on the green, which is good team play. Here we go. This is going to hurt now. Oh no! See, this is what. No, it's still there.
Got
So
bogged, so that same shot's still on the forehand, Peter.
well, the skipper played a lovely bowl before, sitting the bowl and dragging it. So here you go, Skip. You're in or out.
That's what it looks like there. You can see there's 2 slightly lighter red bowls that are in the middle of your screen. That's what the jack needs to be trailed back to from Marlborough's point of view to sit with the 3.
Yeah.
Remarkable stuff. Remarkable
great
turn of
co-
events.
Great comeback. And an opportunity to have a draw or a win.
Oh, precisely. Just composing himself there.
After these games are over, I'd say the singles players will be saying, gosh, that wind was so difficult.
Yeah.
The pairs will be saying, what wind?
Oh, just a crazy sport.
That's a good green. I tell you. That's a good green.
It might be a good everything.
Well, we just got to touch the old snake.
Needs it to hold. Oh,
Perfect.
Wow.
Perfect weight. Perfect
Yeah.
everything, really.
oh, now it's a shot that's worth 4.
Yeah, again, that if you weren't too sure, that was obviously clearly what the options that were open. Clearly, the main one was to move the jack back slightly, but the inside edge of either of the either of the opposition bowls could work that well right to the right
that
of the
was the
screen as you
preferred
look
shot.
at, and one to the
Yes.
yeah.
He needs to Grant just needs to be playing a metre over,
Yeah.
just to cover any trail. Not so much near wanting the shot, but play more to the white bowl.
Yeah, and then you're splitting the area
Yeah,
where the,
yeah, you're
the
cutting all
shots
your-
can be scored.
You're cutting all options. See, this will come right through. A little bit too much weight there, Grant. But your idea is right. There you go, mate. You got a big bowl here coming up. Sit it, drag it.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. So he needs to be a fraction wider, doesn't he? But
Yeah, just we keep everything up and just hopefully the wind's gonna
yeah,
let you play. He's on
pounding
that
after this.
How's his weight? How's his weight? He's only got to touch it. Get a
There we
slide.
are, the inside edge on that.
Oh.
Oh, Willie's stacked them up. There's a big bowls coming in this match. This pairs game between Marlborough and Northland.
I'm not sure about the back end here. I suppose those two short bowls and Northland
Oh,
bowls,
punch the
aren't
fruit.
they?
You just punch.
so
It's the clunk shot here.
clunk onto either
Yeah,
of those.
either one of them.
One roll on either makes it very
And
challenging
it's
to
going
score a
out.
three.
And if you weren't, you're going to cover that white bowl. You might get a little slide here. Tell you what.
Oh,
Oh, see, that's a killer. That is. Oh no, you just got to sit the shot bowl.
Yeah,
now. Sit bowl or touch.
Gee, it's all very well to talk about it and say what needs to be done, but then you're the bowler on your own, going back to the mat, wiping your hands on your cloth because you're a bit sweaty and nervous, and
we'll be able to tell by the reaction whether he's done the job or not.
yeah.
I think Dean just won that end as well then. So 1916, I think.
Must have been a 2 then, was it? Yeah, because he was up. Henry was up 17-16. I had,
Yeah.
but maybe I'm wrong.
Here we go. So this is the final bowl from the Marlborough team. 18-1 down. Called themselves back to 18-15. Need to sit with the 3 for a draw, 4 for a win.
Here we go. Where are we? Oh, that's too wide.
Oh, that's a gutting way.
Yeah.
That's a gutting way to finish the game. You can see the hands on the head.
Yeah,
And
perfect weight too.
It's not going to be in.
No, perfect weight.
What a game.
Great
what
effort,
a
guys.
Stunning match that is. And now they have a look at it and say, how many is it anyway?
Need for points.
Yeah, that'll do. We'll switch back to the singles, but pleased to be able to bring the concluding end of that pairs match through, and congratulations to Northland, who ultimately won it, courtesy of being 18-1 up,
Yes.
18-1 up after not many, and we think the score now is 17.
I just see down
16,
there.
19.
19.
Yeah, 19,
And
16.
I think Dean's got 2 shots on the head now. We've just switched over, so
Yeah.
Henry's got 1 more bowl left to play, I think. He's on a good track. Might sit the shot bowl here. Lovely track here.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
good shot.
Good
Beautiful
bowl.
bowl.
Enough
two-
for him? Yes, it is. Yep.
It was 2 down before that.
Yeah.
Well, you may need to play the same hand. Yeah, same hand, mate. Just do what you did before. Oh, he's going for the swinger. Let him take his own bowl out here.
Yeah. So another 1 to Henry.
Henry.
$20 shots to 16 now. If it was race to 21, this would feel pretty stressful for Dean, but it's a race to 25, so still
Oh.
not in check-out range.
No. Still possibly looking at another 16s in this game.
You can see the pairs still... it's amazing how as bowlers we dissect a game.
Oh, the same.
Immediately afterwards, right? You start talking about shots that went well and shots that didn't. Don't know how we lost. The lead just tuned into the YouTube coverage to rewatch it. the jack was delivered into the ditch. So you see there, I was right when I said I must have known something when I said the marker had a lovely delivery.
Smooth,
Now
wasn't
knowing
it?
that he's won a New Zealand Fours title, I
Yes.
can see it in the delivery, and he got it away beautifully and smoothly on that occasion too, delivering it back to Dean McMurtry, who we may see change something.
He'll have to try something different.
Well, Grant Nisbet is watching, and he just reaffirmed quite some time ago when we were talking about Graham Clifford, the marker. Yes, he did. He won a number of national boxing titles, but that 1987 fours with McHeald. So that's why he's got a reasonable. I mean, about 1987, so that's 36 years ago, isn't it?
Don't tell me
and
that.
he's still got a good delivery. That's great, and his hips aren't.
And he's
his
out
hips
there
are
marking.
quite bad. Yep.
How cool's that?
Yep.
He's giving back to the game. Yeah. Oh, Henry's a bit short on that one. That was after the kiddie got sent back.
Place is deserted almost, isn't it?
Last night we're sitting here and there's only one game going on at the last game. Gee, I thought they'd all gone into the clubhouse. Yes, Dean.
So we're back to the scratchy head. So a far cry from what I think we're going to have to. Maybe we should change the TV rink over to that one that the Piers was on. Alex, that really looks a much better green, much better rink.
Stop with your suggestions, John. I'll take it under advisement.
Here we go. Multi-coloured blue uniform of the Northland player.
Yeah, then they take off. That's shot anyway.
So
Here it comes.
Northland leads the fours match 18 shots to 12, and they won the pairs. So it may be that as it sits, Northland's won this match. So Marlborough needs the fours to turn around and for Henry to hold on to win this match. Remembering Marlborough sit at the top of the table, tied with Auckland and West Coast.
Yes.
Northland being the spoilers and looking on track to do just that in this round.
Oh, Henry's having a little wee rest there. He's taking a breather and a bit of composure.
Well, there've been a few upsets out there today too, and
Here's another good bowl coming down.
And that's the great thing about Intercentre, isn't it? You're going to
Yes.
have the favoured teams getting knocked over. I mean, being a Kapiti person, I just had a message that the Kapiti men's peers beat Wellington 14-13. And their singles player is up over Ray Martin 24-18 at the moment.
Wellington, the defending
Yeah.
Intercentre champion team.
So they just lost to Dunedin as well in that first round.
Oh, okay.
So they'll be...
Certainly,
Gee, a metre on that would have been perfect for Dean.
no, my apologies. They got up over Dunedin.
Oh, did they?
My apologies. That's correct. That's right, Ray.
You're allowed one mistake a day. That's right.
Oh, I
isn't
was
it, Alex?
just thinking then about the great chopped old Finbar played to win that game.
Yep.
And then Roger Stevens beaten Martin, and then the fours lost. That's correct. A couple
certainly,
there. 22-16, I think it is now, boys.
Well, I've put
Getting
it on
close.
I've put it on the scoreboard, Peter. So
Have you?
we'll see.
Graham Clifford, you wouldn't have seen it, but he did have the lollipops up. I think someone might have just reminded him. Graham, what's in your left-hand coat pocket? Oh, lollipops.
Not ones you eat.
22.
That's good.
So this game really has swung around a lot. It was 8-2 at one stage to Henry. Then he was down by 14-11, and he's come back and picked up a few shots over the last half a dozen ends, which has taken him to this 22-16 lead. Jack on the 2. That first bowl just stays in the rink.
Yes. Yes, there's a couple of interesting ones going on now at the moment. They're all, even the coaches and managers are all walking around their respective players and checking on them.
There's a unique tension to intercentre and interclub competition, isn't there?
Yes.
Where it's just
There's a nice bowl
so many moving parts, and the coaches and the managers and then the players and supporters are all wandering around, and you're waiting for games to finish, and you need teams to beat teams.
And that's what I say, when the singles players are off, they go look at the pairs, then it's the whole team and the management start looking at the fours. And
the amount of times it comes down to a team that's out of contention defeating a team that's in contention to let another team through. It's just sort of.
And then sometimes you go off your game because you're watching that instead of just knuckling down and worrying about your own game.
As you said, some teams in a situation like now are getting into the spoiling.
They do.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier that.
Yeah. It's like the old story is how often when you want to qualify somewhere and a team hasn't had a win and next minute they tip you up.
Yeah.
We've all been in that situation. But I'd say that Wellington game must be a bit tight the way everyone's over there watching the pairs, the management team. So it's a good ball back there too, Dean.
Well, you might be holding a couple there. That one that's behind the jack is close to the ditch, but probably closer than Henry's nearest, one of which was on the bank. That's better now.
Yeah, it's just... it'll be interesting if Dean could grab a 2 or 3 here. He'll be right back into the game, of course. They're very quiet. They haven't spoken much to each other at all.
Just been getting on with their work.
Yes. I know you're not there to talk every 5 minutes, but you usually have a little chat walking up with a mat in your hand, and there we go.
I think players are different, aren't they? Some just like they just want to concentrate. Yep, I don't want to talk to you. Look, mate, do you mind if we don't chatter? I want to be. And then the opposition think, they're a bit
is he going to have
uptight or arrogant.
I was wondering
or
if he was
whatever.
going to have a little swinger at this. If he's got the kitty in the ditch.
He has.
Yeah.
But he's
I think he's still one down.
He's still one. That's what I said about that bowl of Dean's being back there was a good bowl with Henry.
You've seen these little the markers they put into the rink. They've got a stabby thing. What do you call it? A
golf ball.
It's a golf ball with a
pin. Yes.
You stab it in.
Yeah, and it's good too. But it's nothing worse than those ones where they got the blocks and next minute you trip over.
Yeah,
them
I'd imagine in Wellington you couldn't. It'd get blown around, so probably out of necessity. But I thought quite a good idea.
Yes, it is.
You sort of stab them into the ground.
Yeah. See, here's a great bowl.
Oh, this is magnificent.
Yeah, that's very good.
That is the best bowl you see all day.
Yeah.
Steve Smith giving that 4 claps.
Oh, I did. He was. That's the 2 that he needs to get himself back into the game. Poor old Marker will be saying, why?
Isn't it funny when you volunteer to mark?
There's the lollipops, so we can give him a plug.
I used to be unlucky. I used to pick the longest running games. Every time I'll go down to the club and I'll mark and help out at nationals or whatever. and the game I had would go for 31 ends, and
Yep.
everyone else is finished and sitting having a lemonade or something, and you're out there just going.
Well, that's a lot of reasons why I don't play singles now, because when you lose, you've got to mark.
Yeah.
and normally the guy I go mark, he's cleaned me up, and next minute he's playing poorly, and I've got to sit there and watch it. That really gets me up.
Just go, no.
No, you didn't play like that against me.
So I think this is the 29th end we're playing in the singles, so they've been going for a while.
A long time. 2 3/4 of our life going, John.
Yeah.
Lovely weight.
You up yet?
Oh, that's not ideal. Not an ideal place to stand. There we go.
That's pretty good. Henry will want to keep the momentum going. Sorry, Dean would want to keep the momentum going.
Winner of the Bowls New Zealand Champion of Champion singles gold medal last year or the year before, 2021 I think, or two. What year are we? 24. Would have been 2022, won it at Hastings.
Yes.
Ah.
Played very well too.
Is that in the indoor then?
Yeah, it was the Bowls Huratanga.
That's correct. Yeah.
On that's the green that makes you feel like even if you've got the smoothest delivery in the world that you have a dump, because it's a wooden base, and it sounds like you're lobbing the bowls from quite some distance, but it's just due to the underlay or the base of the carpet.
What's he going to do here, Henry? Short again, I think.
On the forehand.
Looked tight when he left his hand, but yeah, it's a bit tight.
Underneath the line, probably still holding one, that dark blue bowl that sits level with the jack is the
Dean's bowl.
is the shot.
Yeah. If you're looking to get another 2 here, just chip away, have little points in your mind that you want to achieve, and you just got to clunk onto that, is he?
Square. Oh, good bowl. Could have made that 2, you know.
Yeah, that's the perfect way to whatever happened there. I'd say he has got 1 in a good measure. It's a big bowl here. No, if he's got 2, Henry's got 1 shot to play his way out, so Dean's got to plonk one right in here. He's on a good line here, I tell you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Even if he gets half of this bowl, he's going to come in. No, he's just weighted over. Oh, here we are. If you have got 2, buddy.
You'll be disappointed with that because it was quite a well played bowl.
Yep.
Well, it did run on a bit, as you suggested, Peter.
Yeah.
It's because people are standing on that sort of.
So Graham Clifford's just said he's got 2.
Yeah, this is this for the game.
Yep.
First opportunity to put this game to bed.
What hand's he playing now?
Forehand, for reasons.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, I think he can see that it's his own bowl out there, isn't it?
Yeah, if you're a bit wide, you could clip that bowl in on the wing there of Dean's. You see coming in now.
He's not going to have the weight to do it.
No. Nowhere near it, eh? Oh gosh, he'll be, and that probably was in the back of his mind too,
That's it.
Peter. You know, if I am weighted, but if I can come underneath my own one, that's the game.
Yeah.
And his line was okay, but his weight was all right.
He played a good one going down, and it was for the game, and you're 18 in front. If you were going to give it away, it was only going to be a 1.
Yeah.
And then you had the opportunity to win the game.
2 it was.
24-18, so right on the hill.
Oh, look, and the lollipops were out flashing then. He gave us a good view of that.
Yeah, beautifully lollipops that was.
What's happening now in that other one?
Well, Company won the peers, but the singles match
Is it turned around?
is right to the wire. It's 24-22, I think. I can't see it there. I'm trying to get. It's not that I'm not concentrating on this game here.
No.
What we're doing, I just was interested. I can just
Well, we
see
get a
it
lot.
over there.
We do get a lot of texts and that, that keep us on our toes,
Yep.
John.
So will this be the last end of this match? How's the time situation? We got 2:45. Oh, we're okay.
Yep.
Well, it's now that you really wanted one right on the jack.
Oh,
Just sit there, first bowl pressure. Okay, mate, do your best.
Yeah. It's very interesting that the lines that both of them are taking. I know this is quite narrow, and then when the weight comes off, they give it a little bit of a turn. Where Henry's bowl, see how that turns now, and there's a good track.
Yep.
And if it just went out a little bit further, they'll just hang. That's a better track there, Henry. Oh, he's got a bit of weight on.
Yeah.
Just running through.
Yeah. I wonder if he meant to put the kitty that length. That's non-event length. You know,
Yeah.
They're the ones when you really want to get a big number.
Yep.
There's a better track, Dean, if you've got the weight. Yeah, he's got the weight. Yeah, that's when you're going to possibly go. Oh, well, actually, that's not bad, you know, really, for Henry, because he'll just blast that. If he can't draw one close for the next one, he'll have to go that.
The way he looked at it, he's almost considering doing it now, Peter.
Yeah, sit the bowl, you know, go. Then you got a bowl in hand to try and recover if you are in the creek. It looks like he's just going to draw to the shot bowl and rest it. Yeah, he's on a good line.
He's very close. He's very close here. This could be to sit with the...
This is going to hurt.
That's a beautiful bowl.
Yeah, great bowl.
To switch to the back end too.
Yeah, and that was the weight to play it. You know, was intentional to play it with weight. The Dean's going to... Ooh, I think Wellington played some shot there. I'll keep the viewers. We won't tell them what happened.
Well, I just happen to have 2 eyes on it. So.
Here we go. Dean's got a good bowl here too, because that's what it should... And here it works.
Just
underneath the line.
Well, I wouldn't go anywhere near that.
Yeah, because you've got your win.
Make him play that pressure bowl again. Yeah, and switch to the other. Is he going? Yeah, switch to the other hand. He'll be hurting. What you don't want is Dean to draw another one, and you'd say, okay, that's one. I've got to get over this. He still will be hurting because he doesn't want to be out there another extra 10 minutes. Yeah, you can see the disappointment in his face then when he was handing the mat over.
So 19-24.
And the mat's up a bit. Long in, fellas, you reckon?
Yes.
well, even if it means you don't have to kick the bowls back so
Whoa.
far.
Didn't think of it that way, John.
Hang on.
Oh, look at this.
Are we in or out? We are still in. Okay.
Oh,
24-19.
yeah. Here we are back on the track.
Reasonable. You know, Dean must feel like he's being gifted a second chance here.
Oh, it's like for real.
It's amazing the psychology, isn't it? If you put yourself in Dean's shoes, you think, oh, there might be an opportunity, and Henry will be thinking, I've just literally thrown away the game.
Yes.
Or my opportunity of winning the game.
Dean's main object now is just to score.
Here we go. Pick it up. No.
Just a score here, Dean, and then you're back into the game. That will be playing on Henry's mind about what happened. And as you say, I'm pretty sure he didn't intentionally mean to do it, or
No.
just one of those things in bowls. But
Well, after he delivered it, you could sense that he knew it was in the danger zone.
oh, that's a great effort, Dean. There we go, Henry. We're building you up, Henry.
Yep.
He's going back to that tight hand again.
So exciting games going on.
He's going to get wooded.
racing a bit, is
Yeah,
it?
he is. He's got a bit of beef on here. He might sit this back bowl.
Square.
Yeah, mate.
Oh,
That's what happens when the kiddie don't get thrown to where you
Yeah.
want. Oh,
see some interesting things when
Oh.
you look at the
the window. God, it's frightening.
window.
Had Chucky yesterday. Here we go. Here's the one he need to put in. Still a couple of metre away.
So that's McMurchie holding shot.
Yes.
You can find all the results on BowlSup. They've been updated reasonably regularly as soon as we get the results in. And talking of results, John, in your Kapiti Wellington match, I know, what club are you from again? I often forget.
Raumati.
Wellington won the fours 16 shots to 15. They lost the pairs 13 shots to 14. And the singles is 24 shots apiece.
Yeah.
Ray Martin with a front toucher on his first bowl.
Yep.
It's exciting times, and those results will be available on BowlSup upon the completion of this round.
Well, I just happened to my attention was diverted over to another green there, and I saw that David Hawken, who's playing singles for Kapiti, was holding two, and the match he'd played his third bowl to the ditch, expecting Martin to drive. Martin drove and took the jack and went straight with it into the ditch for the single. So
No.
yeah, so you can't beat that sort of stuff. He
No. Here
two
we go.
shots, drew to the ditch, but then
Henry, big bowl here, brother. It's
but why does he?
It's drifted out to that.
Yeah.
Oh no, here
He
it
could
comes.
use it. Oh, no,
no,
he's
here
not
it
gonna
comes.
need it.
He's going to come off that.
Oh, he's
Oh, there's two down.
Is
So
it-
that's what 22-24. So Dean's got the opportunity to go out now. 21-24.
Yep.
Essentially, the psychology is every last bowl that Henry plays is a bowl to win this match, right? Of
course.
He only needs one shot, and often it feels like you're just reaching for something that's
Just grabbing
just,
it there in your grips. But
just out of reach.
and Dean, all he's got to do is score. One.
21-24. Great game of singles this has been. Last game going on this green. These players, they're now up to the 30, must be nearing 30 ends of bowls.
Easy. Mark has run out of chalk. He'll be looking for another scorecard, I'm sure. Oh, he's got two in his hand, is he?
The jack was delivered to the 2 metre mark.
In or out here? I think something happened. I think something happened, John.
Yep. Martin's front toucher stayed there, and so Wellington have won the singles. They'll be relieved about that against Kapiti, because one of the stronger teams.
Well, they were last
Wellington.
year's. Sorry, John. They were last year's winners, and
Yep.
I feel if they may have lost that would have been their chances gone.
Yes, a mighty effort from
Yep.
Kapiti to push them so close. And as we've spoken about, that's what's one of the cool things about this Intercentre is that there's no mugs. They're all
No.
the
Yeah.
top 7 players from your
Yep.
centre. Every year we see the smaller centres in numbers take some
Turfing.
scalps.
Yes,
Yeah.
turning someone over. I like the atmosphere is when you're seeing a good close game and it's down to the match win, how the team get together and
Yes.
they are behind the rink, and it gives you a lift, and you play that extra shot like what Ray must have played, a front end toucher.
Yeah.
That sink your heart, and he was up, wasn't he, in the singles?
The
Carpety goes
Carpety
up.
go.
He was 24-18.
Yes.
You know, so that's just
And that's
that
very similar to this game here.
experience of, you know, an international, of course, and Martin is one of those. And
Oh, he's been around the traps too.
Yeah.
He knows. This is going to be quite a difficulty
Wow.
to score
Gosh.
one on.
yeah,
Well, he put the kitty there.
yeah.
That's a good line. Have you got the weight? I think he's got the weight, has he, John?
Might still be the shot. No, he's nowhere near it, is he?
When it's an ugly head, it looks so easy. That's the
Yeah.
problem. When it's ugly, it looks easy, but it's actually quite hard.
Well, it becomes more difficult because often
Oh.
the bowls that are missed are actually right in your eye.
He's got a bit of track here. You just got to... Yeah, and then she'll take off here, look. Here we go. Sure.
That's frustrating, isn't it? You know, he would have seen that his track was pretty good.
Yeah, next minute she shoots off.
And then he would have thought, oh no, it's going to happen here.
He should have been aware of that when he chucked that
Yeah.
kitty. You know, that this is going to happen if I am going to be a bit heavy.
The ever elusive one in a singles match.
Yeah.
One to go out for Henry Ulala. And
He's good weighted here. It just depends on coming home. Just not that finish there. Well, actually, it's not a bad bowl really, because why build it up and next minute you're playing a run shot like before? Just make Dean dead draw.
well, he mightn't have to play his last
That's correct. Correct.
unless McMurchie can get something.
Oh, he's taking that correction and wanting it to come home like his last bowl just whipped. See this?
Or
Yeah,
no,
that's what happened.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
so
it
that's
has.
a great bowl.
Wow.
You see how it come home
Yeah.
with the finish? That's a good bowl. I think Henry will be looking at that with vigour. You'll be right into that. You got nothing to lose here. You got 3 seconds.
Steps.
Oh.
Just there he goes. Just he was on the mat ready to play, and then a gust nearly took his hat off. So he's reset. Now he goes. As you said, he's played a lot of skips games. He knows how to play the run shots. He knows what's required.
He's close.
He's got the hole, I think, guys.
Oh,
Yeah.
found the
Yeah.
gap.
So this match carries on. It's now 24-22.
Yeah. One in for both of them here. 3 for Dean or 1 for Henry. What a great comeback. That will be playing on his mind now about giving that shot away.
Yep.
You just start thinking,
Yeah.
the bowls universe has turned against me.
Yes. Oh, Smitty's nervous. Look at those 2 knees going up and down. Looks like he's doing the Highland fling. Look, hands in the pockets now.
He's going to look at the coverage by the looks.
Yeah.
He was very on edge during that Pears match as Marlborough fought their way back.
Yeah.
And now he's on edge.
On the forehand. 22-24. Cabal.
That's a good opener.
Yep.
I tell you what.
He's got a bit of a sniff, doesn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's got a bit of that.
That belief, right?
That's me. I can actually win this in one end. And this a big bowl for Henry. He needs at least something handy, and don't get Dean the opportunity. Oh, the bell. It's the last end, boys. Was that a bell?
It sounded like a bell.
Mate, that's heartening when you can't finish a game. The bell can beat you.
Jack.
Oh, he's going to get half of that.
Whoa. No, not even
come on.
half.
It's a 3 here or you're nothing. He has to get a 2 to draw. 3 to win.
Isn't it bizarre to think that you could get a draw in a singles match?
Ah, that's where I think it's cruel sometimes in singles that there's a time limit.
But you have to, because otherwise we could be here till midnight.
I could be here to, yeah.
If that's in, this is going to be very ugly for Henry.
Not the pressure's on, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Great game of bowls this has been.
Yeah. So he's made him change his hand as well. And Henry's been playing down the narrow hand most of the time. This for Henry is just a dead draw.
His weight's there, it's all right, but I don't know.
I think he's short, mate, to be
Oh, goodness.
Gosh.
This is what he did coming this way last time. Remember, he had the opportunity to take the match out.
And that's what I was saying now.
Short.
What Dean needs to do is just over the head and use that bowl as a third shot. And don't be too fancy about dead drawing it with a toucher.
Chase it up, right?
Yeah, go and have a wee look at the head now. Slow it down a bit.
Oh, Henry's under pressure. So you follow this bowl up and you stand there and watch this guy who was 24-18 up on you.
Yeah. This is the shot I don't really would have played.
I mean, it's a very... Yeah.
And that's a shot that Henry will be saying, I'm in or out. And what I was trying to say is play to that bowl there. Make him dead draw.
Ball, the one far left. Yeah.
And make him dead draw. Now, there's only one shot for... and we know Henry likes a whack.
Yep.
So he'll back himself. He doesn't miss by much.
The jack's not killing either. It's going pretty much straight back.
Yeah, but he might just be playing the clunk shot here, I tell you.
Oh, he is too.
He's just trying to play the Mary shot here, and this is when you start getting into trouble. See, that might whip. Wow's his weight? It's hanging up a beauty.
He's close here.
He's going to get the edge.
Oh,
He's still free to actually...
Oh,
Mate. You don't have to be dead to be stiff, do you?
what are the chances?
Well, you don't want to go anywhere near the ball. Look, he's asking Smitty, his coach. Look, the coach is on the phone.
Yeah.
Oh, come on,
Yeah,
mate.
coach is going to say, what's the
Come on,
situation?
coach. He wasn't even watching what the head. How can he make a comment?
And which bowls are yours?
Yes.
Are you the blue ones, are you?
Smitty, we're not taking the mickey out of you, Smitty, but
No.
You should have been watching the last end.
So we look at this. So he's holding three. He's holding the win. He's holding the win.
All you got to try and do is either try and play a little block.
Yeah.
You don't even worry about the back because you're not going to go. You're not going to get a
You've
2 or
lost
3.
regardless,
Correct.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So if it goes to the back, you're gone.
What you got to do is try and block that frontage area somehow, either
agree.
forehand or backhand.
Now he's watching. Hey.
On the forehand.
And just try and get like a fourth shot because if he takes out 1, you got 3 for the win, but you're going to get 2.
He's played this well too.
Well, you don't want to build it up, John.
Careful.
Boy, no,
careful.
I thought he was going round it. He's got to go round it. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay, that's
well,
all right.
it's-
He wanted to sort of hop around.
yeah, and just get fourth shot and 4 shots.
Yeah.
It could be okay if the jack ends up being snicked to our right,
Yeah.
to the 4 o'clock direction, which could happen if Henry's unlucky. He might hold on to 3.
No, it's-
I don't know.
he's not going to... I thought he might play a little bit more attacking to this.
It's the final bowl.
Oh, all down to this, boys. He played that very gingerly, boys. Look, it's hanging out.
Needs to cut it down to 2 to draw.
That's hanging out.
He hasn't.
He might stop. It might stop.
I don't think so.
Well, that game could have been just as good as a draw.
Yep.
I think it's a draw, and I think it deserves to be 24 apiece.
Yeah, correct, but I think Dino's sneaked in. I think he just said something he didn't like. You'll be ruining that shot.
Yeah, do your last lollipopping, please. Oh, no, okay.
Well, that was a great game to be involved with, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
If I was the selector or the coach then, I'd be talking about one end, and then Dean coming back with his grittiness on this.
Yeah, it's a 25-24, so we'll presume that it was 3.
And one thing, looking about the whole story on this one here in particular, he won it on the bell.
Yeah.
He won it on the bell, and that's good pressure bowls getting the 3 when you...
Well, it's been a fascinating game, if not of one that you'd say, oh, great quality, because the conditions didn't make it easy yet again, but we saw some grit and determination there from the representative from Northland, Dean McMurchie, who's come back to win against Henry Ulala of Marlborough by 25-24. The ballad sounded during that last end. and he was able to get up and snatch it. A 3 on the last. It was only the third 3 of the entire match. So well done to Northland's Dean McMurchie.
Yes, and on that note, John, we'll be back with the match between West Coast and North Otago at about 3:30. We'll see you then.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
Aotearoa.
We see you.
We see the can-do spirit that makes us who we are.
As whānau.
As communities.
As Kiwis.
We see that positivity.
That willingness to help each other out.
But what about helping ourselves?
Sometimes we find it tough and experience feelings that challenge us.
Feelings that we may not understand.
Feelings we may not want to share.
Even with those closest to us.
In times like these, let's use that Kiwi spirit to look after ourselves.
Like we look after others.
Let's focus on building the skills and knowledge we need to look after our own well-being.
With the right tools, you can discover your own path to wellness.
Ka whati te ti, ka wana te ti, ka rito te ti. Aotearoa, we see you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2024 National Intercentre being played in Wellington. As you can see, the weather's fine here and there's very little wind, so that's pleasing. We've seen one game already. We're covering the men's Intercentre today. One game of singles already, and we're going for our second and final match of singles this afternoon between the team of West Coast, who's been represented by Jared Forsyth in the singles, and North Otago, being represented by Adam Yaxley. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined in commentary today by John Macbeth and Peter Thorne, and I'll throw it to you guys for the rest of the game with an occasional interjection from myself.
Thank you, Alex.
Do you think it'll be an occasional one, Peter?
Well,
very good. Thank you, Alex. I've been outside since our last game and chatted to some of the players, and they said, the wind is having an effect. There's no doubt about that, but I don't think to the extent that they're getting uptight about it at all. They just say, well, it's bowls and you've got to play outside, and sometimes it's windy. So that's it. We've seen that match just completed between Northland and Marlborough, and now, as Alex has said, Jared Forsyth and Adam Yaxley fronting up for their respective centres on this broadcast rink, which is Rink 2, just in front of the clubhouse here, which you can see in the distance. And if that's an indication of what we're going to get today, that'll be pretty good. That's a good first up. And in the corner of your screen, if you're able to watch this on YouTube, on a big screen, you'll see the pairs match between the same two provinces. It'll be interesting to see if there's any change in this, Peter. Last time we saw them playing the right-hand side of the rink as we're viewing it mainly.
Correct.
That was their preferred side, wasn't it? And it'd get to a certain stage and it'd kick through, whip through. So it'll be interesting to see what the bowls react like. And I don't know, I didn't look at what brand of bowls they were using, and that won't matter too much, I suppose, but some react better to a bit of wind than others.
Like the Aero and the Dynamics, and then you've got the XGs, which would take a bit more green, and they're coming home a lot more. This one here, just seeing these come down, they're both adapted to that tighter line, as you see with the last bowl here with Adam just playing. You'll see just at the moment what we're trying to explain here, where it may turn at the finish and give you that extra yard running, which is just happening now. In the last game, that's what we found, what was happening. So it was holding a bit with the wind, and
there was this reluctance, though, to change to the other hand.
And they're basically starting off. I know it's just the first end. We've only seen a couple of bowls come up, but neither one has changed the hand. It's like following each other's down, and it's like play the narrow hand of the green, which is always the shortest distance to the kiddie.
Switching now.
Yeah. So first end, he's trying things out. So I'm not too sure at the moment with the who this blue bowl is over here when we've got the grey. Oh, here it is coming down now.
Yep.
I just missed the start of it. That was all genuine.
The Adams Bowl, that's the North Otago.
Yeah, I think he may have dropped it, just the one on this end. Yeah. And that's good. He just mentioned we'll do the board, and the marker's got a lot to do without worrying about the board at times. They want to put the kiddie down, let the opponent do the scoreboard.
I did meet up with the previous marker after the game and said, thanks very much for finding your lollipops.
Nice.
He said, yeah, sorry, I had them early, and then things just sort of, so much to do. He said, but I atoned later on, didn't I?
Yeah, he said.
But he enjoyed it. He said, well, it's just so good to get out and mark big games like that, at a National Intercentre. And calling on volunteers a lot, club volunteers, and Naenae is great. They've got a good membership, and they have lots of big events here, so the admin people here know who they can call on and who they're going to get a quick response from. So Jared Forsyth playing singles for this West Coast team. Yes. His nickname is Jazza. He plays out of Blaketown. 15 centre titles, 11 champion titles, and 4 of those are singles. And you might think, oh yeah, but the West Coast, how difficult can that be? But
quite
some quality players over there, aren't they?
To win any title,
you
deserve, and if you've got 4, that's
outstanding.
Cross, especially in singles. That's a very hard position to play in, but mentally tough. So he must be really mentally prepared for this. I'm sure he'll adapt. You know, he seems to have a better green this time and weight. They'll be pretty close this one, I would say. Yeah, that's a good opener from his first bowl. Well done. One thing I've noticed in the last 3 days, John and Alex, is there's a lot more draw play being done now than the aggressiveness shots that are normally played in singles.
Been sort of calmer games than some we might have seen.
I don't know, maybe it's because there's a lot of room to draw shots at times, but...
I was going to say that might be the case.
Yes.
We haven't had many packed heads, have we? And,
no.
Or, you know, someone down 4 and they're all closer. So
to be aggressive.
Yeah, they're different.
He's a bit tighter this time, I feel. He's got the weight, he'll be all right. You're going to fall a tad short, I think.
And let's take into account, too, that... both Jazza and Adam are on TV, and they won't have, or on YouTube and coverage. They know people are watching. The Blaketown Club will be all there, having a look, and Awamoa, their respective clubs.
I'm sure there'll be the bar, and it'll be pumping. They'll have a barbecue on tonight, and it's 4:30 on a Friday, so they'll all be at the club getting the atmosphere in. And the players want to do well for the club as well, and the centre, of course, with West Coast and North Otago.
Jared here on his forehand. Doesn't the West Coast run that really old fours? It's a very old fours tournament.
Yeah, they've got a lot of events down the south there.
And the Canterbury bowlers swamp in there.
And
they go down from Nelson and places too.
They just love their bowls, and just their what they prepare, like the food and meeting one another and catching up and having a few yarns. They're ducks off in this.
Yeah, almost a sort of a backdoor shot, but it just kept on going for him.
May have. He's
it
level
might
with
be
the
pretty
jam.
close.
Yeah.
Could be pretty close, this one.
So camera shots are deceptive.
Yeah. We're only just sitting in a room too, viewers. So.
Yeah. We're watching it like you are.
Yeah.
So the grey bowls belong to the West Coast representative, Jared Forsyth. I think West Coast have got the Callahers in their team, very powerful players, and we've seen them in national events recently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, two of the Callahers are playing for West Coast. One of them is playing for the Canterbury team at this Nationals. The brothers who made the final. The skipper's playing for Canterbury, and the lead is playing for the West Coast.
And then there's Nigel and Ethan. Which was it? Ethan who was in the played in the national. Pairs,
I think he led,
playing out of Cobden.
Well, what's really good about the Intercentre like this, like North Otago, they've. I'm just saying, like Auckland, we've got about 35, 40 clubs. Down there, they've only got 7, and they're able to come and represent and play against the big boys. I say for the big showdown, and it's great for the smaller. I say the centres to get a little bit more exposure to the top play, and it's good them being on, as John has mentioned before, with YouTube and with Sky being involved. It's a great thing for the players as well, and it's a credit to Bowls New Zealand that they haven't forgotten about the smaller centres to get a plug.
Bowls is bowls. And,
yes,
it's played everywhere in New Zealand, and we should be reflecting that in our coverage of it.
Yeah, that's how I see it too, Alex. It's good. It's no use. I'm just chucking names of Wellington or Christchurch being on the tube all the time.
Yeah,
you want to give these other centres a bit of a go, and when we start knowing the history, and which has been very good of when we've asked for managers and coaches or whomever to give us a little bit of a profile of their players, and we're learning more about these centres that are coming, and how many of them may have to pay their own way or have maybe a sausage sizzle to attend this event.
both geez, that was poor.
Is that some
I don't
water
even know what I
coming?
was trying to say.
Yeah.
West Coast and North Otago have done a magnificent job in providing us with information on their centres and players. So we thank them for that. It's brilliant.
I was just going to say, from North Otago, and having grown up in the Timaru area, so Oamaru's the next town south of that. I had a late brother of mine who lived in Oamaru and played a lot of sport there, and I just looked through some of the players of note, and one of them is Bob Wilson, 27 titles, and they just said, battling some health issues just now. Hope this mention brings a smile to your face, Bob. And if that Bob is the Bob Wilson I knew many years ago when my brother was around, I'd say, a top sportsman and a good bloke. So, and Kerry Kelly, mother of Andrew Kelly, comes from down there. So
that's funny, and I should say funny. It's great talking about that. There's the big tournament down there with the Rusty Mac tournament, which is a memory of the family with Russell and his son Craig. That I'm fortunate enough that I've been down and played in the tournament down there, and they've just kept the legend going of what actually happened there. And it's a tournament that gets played in pairs every September. And if there's
aggression. We're seeing a drive.
But he's going to take us only two here. He's one down.
Bit of luck.
Yeah. And with Annie, the wife there, and the daughter, the family, they get behind this tournament, and they cater for everything. It's and just such a small district of bowls down there that they're able to do this and keep going. And what's great about it, they give you a shirt with Rusty's name on it, a cap.
Wow.
And then just the food is just fantastic. It just goes on, and you can understand why most of the bowlers around like to go down in memory of their family. So
that's cool, isn't it?
Oh yeah, and this is the thing with the smaller centres. I call them the centres there, and the clubs and that do provide, and everybody just wants to go there. And their greens are magnificent. So Adam will be doing the club proud down there.
Yeah.
Close to second shot.
Takes that one and might just measure for two.
Yeah. Oh, he's good. It looks nice and fit there. That he got down very smart.
Yeah. Supervisor at the Pukeuri Freezing Works, which you see on your way into Oamaru. Just the one.
Oamaru's a neat little place, isn't it? They isn't it got a massive main road because they expected it to be a metropolis, Oamaru.
They kept a lot of the original. It's without being rude. They haven't gone ahead. They've kept a lot of their heritage down there and how it looks.
Yeah. So you go right through if you're going from north from the Timaru area through Oamaru, the longest main street in the world, and then you hang a left and go around the old port. And there's wonderful restaurants and fashions like selected stores, and it's really good, and some lovely walks down there, and penguins, of course, which are famous. That area is famous for the little blue penguin. So, and of course they got, how did you say, half a dozen bowling clubs?
Oh yes, seven. And like the West Coast, we all know the West Coast for the food and seafood and entertainment and everything. It's great to see them here.
Just see on the scoreboard, you see it was 3 shots to Jared Forsyth on that first end.
Got the on the measure.
On the first end?
Yeah, we put down 1, and then we must have got distracted talking about something, I think.
We did the Rusty Mac.
We were waiting
for the drive.
We were waiting for the measure to be completed.
And these two were just feeling each other out at the moment. Here's a good bolt. That should come home from there. Yeah, gives that extra little couple of metres.
Well, is it my imagination, or is that look a bit stiller out there? But no, it's my imagination, I think. Still a bit of...
It's not as bad, that fire. I look at that, the mosque, I think it is down there with that flag going. And it's got a little flitter going. What are you seeing up there?
No, I was just looking to see if there's any air getting in here, because it's getting quite warm, isn't it? There we go. That's another nice line too. So it hasn't taken long for these two to
No, they've adapted
get
well.
into it.
Yeah.
Nice bowl.
They've
Beautiful
adapted well.
weight. Lovely bowl all round.
And their greens down there adapt to drawing. You know, you can play shots where maybe some of the other greens where you start poking a bit because your surface isn't up to it. Where normally down the south and the west coast there, their greens are very quick. He just got to weather this little front bowl, and he's got to a little bit wide.
He's onto a pretty good line coming down this side now.
Just
So
a tad
two
short.
perfect greens, and this one is a failure in that regard. And everything, the two vital ingredients, weight and green.
It's hard to see sometimes with the shade on our screen who's, unless we look quite, oh, that's better, yeah.
No worries, Pete. Anything for you?
Thank you, mate. I didn't want to make a mistake in saying they got a 4 and it was only 1 like we've done previously.
Oh, it was a 1 and we said it was a
6.
I think it was a 6, yeah. That's not my finest moment of commentary.
No, but that's because the stickers were still on the bowls, wasn't it?
It wasn't our fault.
Yeah. Did you hear about that, John?
No.
Nothing is ever our fault.
No.
Let's be clear, it's not the commentators. I think just as a bowler, it's never the bowler's fault. When
yes,
they miss.
yes,
It's
I know
always,
what you mean. Yeah.
always the green. Because it's close to a little cannon. If he gets it square,
They clink.
oh, just underneath.
But he came down and had a look, so that's
Yeah.
what you were talking about earlier, Peter, that, you know, this should come down occasionally
Can we
and
view-
just see,
See, if that bowl was a metre, how much weight do I need to push
Yeah.
it through?
Yeah.
Or if I skim it, I'm going to get the kitty. There's a good
Lovely
track.
line here from
Yeah, that's a good track.
Jared.
You're just going to run on there with that downhill with the...
So he's picked the line 3 out of 4.
Yes,
You know.
yeah.
He's got the shot, he's got 2 directly behind it on the white line, and gets a single lollipop.
Yes. I saw Jared there playing Ryko Gregory, and it was a really good game up there as well. So he's got good pedigree in him. That where he's a good singles bowler when he kept Ryko to the shots he played.
Yeah.
In the score.
Whoops, that's in the ditch.
Yeah. Well, at least he's given the intentions of what length he wants to play.
Yeah. Doesn't look, I don't know how old he is, but he doesn't look all that old, and yet he's won, you know, a number of Champion of Champions titles. So
I think he's older, maybe older than what he looks.
Oh,
there,
is he? Okay.
Quite an athletic-looking young man.
But like yourself.
Oh, strapping athlete, actually, strapping.
So just looking through the what am I trying to say? Results is the word I'm looking for. In the first round yesterday, North Otago defeated Manawatu 2 rink points to 1. And when I go and investigate what happened there, it was the pairs lost 7 shots to 22, but the fours, North Otago fours, won 19 shots to 9, and the singles won 25 shots to 20. So
Well, that's an impressive win, isn't
it's
it?
a great
against
start,
Manawatu?
yeah.
Yeah.
And they haven't been quite as successful in the next 2 rounds that they've played. They lost to, Thames Valley, 3s up, and then went on to lose to, they had a bye, in round 3.
In Auckland.
And then in round 4, they were defeated by someone. I've all fallen apart here, team. In round 4, they're defeated by Auckland 3-0. So we've had a forgettable second and third game, but to take Manawatu, that's the scalps we're talking about. They're smaller centres in the Intercentre.
Yeah.
They take these scalps. Manawatu, one of the stronger centres in the event. They have a long history and would have backed themselves to get up over North Otago, but were unable to do so. And the story for West Coast lost to Marlborough in the first round, 3s up, then defeated Northland 2-1, and then lost to Auckland.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It's a scratchy opening here on this particular end. Yes, that wind has not abated, as you can tell by the cloth and shorts of Jared Forsyth.
Yeah, better running. That's a better running bowl. You only need to touch that. You've got 3. May have 3, but
Yeah.
young fella's just going to... I don't think he is that young, but I'm going to call him young. He's participating on that hand there. It's a better green.
This is the hand we didn't see played a lot of
No.
on the previous match.
And that's what happens.
And we might not see much more of it in
Look,
this
it's
game.
still going.
It's still going.
Picked up speed.
Yeah. He walked that out. If it's anything like the last bowl, he should be very close here.
Oh,
jeez.
that's gone backwards.
That's...
Welcome to Wellington.
Oh,
That was not due, pal.
he would have. That was 10
Money.
metres out from the jack. He would have been thinking, I'm onto it.
I'm on to it.
Yep.
And this is what happens here. He's gone wide, and is it going to come home like his last bowl? Just whipped right across.
Oh, he thought too much about the green and forgot the weight.
Yes.
Oh, he'll be gutted with this.
Yeah.
It's got the potential to be not a
4.
small number. I think it might be,
Might be the dreaded 4.
Well,
3. Yeah, that open hand must have looked good for Adam to follow Jared down on.
Oh, that's nice. The marker header.
Oh, I think
It's got a
that's what I
measure.
was talking yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it saves a lot of time running to bags. That marker has a measure.
Yeah, I agree. So 2 conceded.
The last ball cut a few out.
Yeah.
2.
Just 2, was it? No, 3. 2.
2.
3.
3. 2.
3.
3. It is.
That was 3.
2. 3.
Well, it's either one or the other, but their marker indicating 3. So an early lead for Jared Forsyth. You wouldn't think that'd be the name I'd get tripped up on, but it's happened to me twice now. 7 shots to 1.
Oh, it's been a long couple of days so far. We've got another 2 left.
Yeah, we're nearing halfway.
Nearing halfway.
Been a pleasure to bring the coverage to you on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. If you're tuning in and haven't already, click the subscribe button. That'd be great if you could, please. What it means for you is that you'll get notified when Bowls New Zealand go live on the YouTube channel, and there's plenty of interesting events coming up. We've got the Interclub
Kitty.
Bowls 3-5. Look at this.
No.
Well,
Oh, yeah. Interclub. That's coming up.
yes, yeah. Looking forward to that event.
Big lunge out
Yes, he
off
has.
the mat, hasn't he?
You need to take a...
That's a short bowl. So there you see.
It's coming down.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it's still going.
I think we can see from our... Yeah, oh, it's quite a distance away there.
The bowl will come onto your screen from the top left. Oh, no, it's short.
Short.
I
It's
took the
just
score key away for no reason. It's going to get covered up by the picture-in-picture instead.
Just watch Adam's lunge here, see if it even goes further just to get a bit of extra weight.
He's got a big step.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he?
And he's a bit off balance when he delivers. I'm not being critical, but maybe plant their foot on there and stay a bit longer. Oh,
It's not a far away.
What do you know, though?
I was just going to run a bit further.
He would have
Yeah.
drawn a front toucher if he'd done what Peter said.
Actually, I would have put it in the ditch.
What a bowl. That's
Yeah.
a great shot.
It's nice follow through with the hand
Yeah.
and studying it all the way down
Yeah.
2 or 3 steps off the mat.
He's got like a rhythm to what he's doing.
Yes, yeah.
Just whether that.
Beautifully rounded.
That's a man who's won about 20 centre titles, I would suggest.
Yeah.
Nice bowl.
Just asking who's holding the shot here of the market.
Measure.
So he said,
Yeah. There you go.
see, this is when you're perfectly entitled to come and have a look because
course.
it's an exceptional circumstance.
Yeah. And he's got 2 bowls to rectify anything when if it does go sour. Yeah, that's the one.
Very close.
Yeah. Anything he might just take his zone and the
Sit
way
it
it's
down.
Yeah.
Great weight.
He's got another bowl to come, eh?
Yeah,
You'd
that's
be
what I mean.
thinking
Yeah.
bowl or jack on the backhand.
That's correct. That's the shot.
You've stacked yourself up with second
Yeah.
and third.
Yeah, and
So-
the kitty in the ditch is fine. And even now, if Jared wants to put the real heat on him, is sit the bowl for 3, and then change Adam's shot altogether.
Just coming into view here.
He looks like he wants to play that shot with that weight. No weight. Gosh.
I think you've got to be on the backhand
you have
bowl
to.
or jack.
Yeah, in or out.
And the quicker you go, the better, right? Because you can't then hook across and
No.
accidentally cannon your own bowl off the head.
So he stayed on the mat a lot longer then. If anything, if he's got less weight, he's going to turn and take his own.
There's the bowl. There's the bowl.
No, he didn't have the weight this time.
I'm not sure if it was an option that occurred to him, perhaps based on that shot selection.
No.
It did look like it'd be quite nice
Yeah.
just to. Yeah, even on the forehand, you're right. Underneath that bowl that sits at 12 o'clock to the jack, just
A lot of weight.
you know the
Yeah.
shot
Lot of
bowl. If you know the shot bowl, which is the one that we think sits at 3 o'clock to the jack, is low of the jack, and you hit that bowl, you've actually got every chance in the world of your collision bowl then going on to the jack, which is good.
You never know, he might be holding the shot.
Or it could be
Maybe.
holding one, and then that's a entirely different conversation, I
of course.
suppose.
A jack level bowl you always try and favour.
Right.
One to the west coast. 8-1 now.
It's climbing away. It's good to see her using the... Do we know the marker's name at all instead of calling her she?
The.
The?
I'll find out for you
Thank
for
you.
the marker. That's an old-fashioned thing too, isn't it? Was when you talk to the marker, we never used to call them by their name. You'd say, "Excuse me, marker," and
Yeah.
That's it.
so on and so forth. It's become a little bit less formal nowadays.
Oh, now she's on viewing on YouTube and doing her job. We'll give her a little plug for the family. Giving her time up to mark the boys.
It's amazing the volunteers. You don't appreciate how many volunteers you have to find to run a bowls tournament.
And especially, and don't take this wrong, ladies, is the woman coming to mark the men and not the men marking the men. So it's quite open. It's nice.
So while you say Jared Forsyth opening up a good lead at 8-1, if we just go back to the previous game, Henry was leading 8-2.
That's correct.
And got beaten. So
And it's
you
never
it's
over.
25 shots, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, it's a long way.
Yeah. And as we keep on saying, when they do get those type of ends and it gets a little bit closer, it's one end that will change the whole game. You don't like that with the way he put his head down. Yeah, a little bit pacey, brother.
Oh, just running through.
Yeah.
I always think it's a good sign if you know. If you know when you let it go that it's a poor bowl,
Yeah.
that's a much better headspace to be in than not knowing.
Yes.
Because if you think you've let it go and you think it's good and it's not good, how are you supposed to correct, Peter? Where does the correction come from if you think it's a good bowl and if you've missed by a mile? Always try and take the positives. You know,
Yes.
if you know it's rubbish when you let it go, I think that's actually a positive thing.
They're two good bowls the way the head's starting to form now. It looks so easy that's when you may just fall that little metre short.
Yeah, see, that bowl came out a lot nicer.
Yeah, you know.
Jared's hand.
Yeah, a little bit wide this time, but
he could come home with the wind. Here it comes.
Did you get it away too smooth? It might still be chugging.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. It's a shorter end than what they have been playing. That's something for Adam to remember if he is to win this end. It's either the mat go up and the jack thrown to the 2, or the mat stay there and the jack thrown to the halfway point.
But when he's staying on the mat a lot longer, he's a bit more direct. And he's doing a good ploy here by coming up and looking at the head. And
it's good to see.
I like it, you know. And then,
as long as you beat your bowl up, it's good to see. Yep. Yeah, well timed. You've got a little bit of running at the end, right?
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah. I think we've spoken about this before. They look so easy, but they're ugly.
You
know. By the looks of that other one, he's be pretty close.
Well, you know, this is about as good as we've seen on this hand in the 2 games, isn't it? But
look at this.
He's become quite consistent.
Yeah. You'd be playing straight down to that. In any weight, any hand, actually.
You want it to be safe, you may as well, just be quick.
You be quick. It's got to be quick. Yeah. So if you're going to get a touchy, your bowl's going to come off something and you're going to roll back into the ditch, hopefully.
Yeah, it has to be that you wouldn't want to...
No, you don't want those half pie shots.
A wishy-washy bowl where the jack goes back in the 6 o'clock direction and your bowl...
Yeah, and you go 3 down.
Goes across and you drop a bundle.
Yeah, so he's got a chance of going 3 up because he could take the back bowl as he runs through.
Good weight. Yeah. He's close here.
He's not barely played.
Clean as a whistle. Get them both.
Yeah,
lovely stuff.
That's a beaut bowl.
That's
worth 3 possibly.
That was the shot
Absolutely, that was good.
That was nice when something happens right for a change for us.
That puts a bit of a spring into Adam's foot.
Well,
it's looking good.
Good turnaround, you know. That's 3 and that's 7-8 now. It's and to give the young fellow, I'm going to call him the young fellow because we don't really know his age.
Might be young at heart.
I don't want to call him old when he's young, so I'd rather be called young and then work our way up.
That was a great bowl.
It was good. It was a good shot, and that's the way to play it, and the way the wind's playing at the moment. And you only need to be a margin out, and your bowl's either going to duck or take off, and you could be made look stupid.
I'm a fan of that speed in these conditions.
Yes.
I think that's nice. It's nice and direct. You give yourself less chance to get a bit unlucky because your bowl's just going directly for a target. Beautiful bowl.
Well, Leonie Goff will be quite upset with me that I didn't recognise that it was her.
So you've got the bully.
Yeah.
I should have known that also.
Yeah. It's just that, jacket and hat and all that sort of stuff on, and you get a bit...
complacent to what's happening.
Well, can't recognise people.
It's good to see her walking around. Was it a couple of years ago she injured her?
Yeah.
Injured her leg.
Yeah.
Oh.
She's a great bowl supporter. Gosh.
Oh, that's nice. Now, even if a plug, that's what I wanted. Because they do give up a lot of time for us.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, good response here. Oh, you're just pulling up, eh?
I think she was amongst that group. Remember, I talked about us having Taylor Bruce over to the club for an exhibition match with Lisa White. So a whole lot of Naenae supporters went over, took a bus load over. They were great. They're a very good social group. And
would it be nice coming back in the bus, John?
Yeah, it would have been. I'm sure.
Like a bunch of wild turkeys, wouldn't it? Nice. No, he's needed to.
Okay, so one on, one over, but that's 1 over and 2 missing.
The old story, he's going to go back to the club and they'll all be talking about some shot. And the wind's got him here.
Yeah.
The wind's got him here. He's just turned his back on that and let's discuss.
Are you one of those players that remembers every shot you play?
The salt and pepper doesn't come out on the table at 5 in the evening or at dinner, but I know some people do. They come off this bowl, that bowl.
Yeah, I put my hand up for the salt and pepper shakers.
Oh.
I come from a family of bowlers, so we'd play a night tournament and it would go either well or not well, and you'd come back and there's the
plonk blow, come off the set.
You could have done that, but you didn't.
I notice every year at the third bowl, young Adam is coming up to the head, which I like.
Yeah, it's good.
And
it's quite nice to come up and see that, isn't it? Oh, well, I'm happy with that. Good. What did I do?
I think the times he has come up, and when he has played it, his bowl has been effective.
Yeah, so you're focusing on it, right?
Yeah. He's psyched himself into what he wants. Needs to be a bit got the weight here, you'll be all right. But I don't know. With seems to be halfway down, they're stopping. It's a good bowl. I thought actually it was going to come a lot further.
There we go.
Oh yes, it is. Oh, that's good.
The light is challenging to see.
Yeah.
It's Adam here on the back end.
This last one was pretty much ideal. It's given him the shot.
See, he's nice and firm on the thing. His knee dropped a bit then, but he's firmer on the mat late the last few ends. He's going to come downhill. Just imagine who's going to sit. That's all. Don't flick him in. He might have made it two. He's made two. Well, good. It is good, and it's not because he'll run right down to those two. Like the last end, there'll be a drive on here.
Do you play the forehand or the backhand here, Peter?
Mate, as long as you hit it, I say.
Is your answer straight up the middle?
Yeah.
I feel some guys are more confident on the forehand than a backhand drive. But looking at that there's a great opportunity of getting the two.
Well, as long as you get that bowl that sits at 10 o'clock to the jack first, they both go. They both go. Oh, he found the gap.
Gosh, wouldn't that's...
And Adam actually just looks at that and thinks, how on earth did we miss that? Did he miss that? So 2 shots, so we moved to 8-6.
I can't believe he found the gap between those two bowls. Didn't even get the jack movement. You'd be thinking, what have I done? Maybe if he had a size bigger bowl, he would have got a feather off something.
So there we go. We've gone from 8-1 up to 8-6, 8-6. Yeah.
The plot's starting to be like the last game, John.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you played your drive shot with a wobble, does that mean you have less gaps to get through?
I think you better have another piece of chocolate, Alex.
The bowl should be slightly wider. Perhaps
I know what you're saying. It's like a wobble. It's like a wobble to it. Yeah. But to answer that question, people would think I'm stupid, so I'm not going to say anything. But I know what you're saying.
I knew what I was trying to say. We'll leave it there. So 6-8 the score. I just have a feeling we're going to go the 2 3/4 hours.
I'm thinking that that's and he's playing another good bowl, and he's participated with that hand, even though there's been some bad ones, but he's continued to play that. I think he's swapped his hand now. See,
I quite like I think it's a wise decision because we know that hand's always going to come back.
That's it.
The other hand's a bit drifty,
especially on the shorter length. See, this is coming home well. And wherever it goes, it's going to be a good bowl.
Yeah, it's a good shot. It's one of those things I think we lose sight of sometimes, Pete, now that we have tighter... There's John Macbeth in the background. That's good. We have tighter bowls now, and we have rose-tinted glasses when it comes to what the greens used to be like. So, well, they were quicker, yes, but we also had bowls that took 3 times the amount of green. So
correct. Here's another good bowl, yes.
You're not going to hit your straighteners if your bowl's coming right back.
No.
Whereas nowadays, we have tighter bowls, so you find every inconsistency that you could find in a green. I think we just look a little bit rose-tinted, perhaps, at what the greens used to be.
We actually had a good talk about this yesterday, where it's where the players and people just seem to walk up the middle of the green more. And, it is a wear and tear a bit. There he is. Here's another good one.
It's a great bowl.
And that's what it can be putting your bowl wave or tracking, whatever they like to call it,
Yeah.
So now we have the 55-year-old Adam Yaxley on the mat.
Well, he owes me a beer, then calling him young.
Yeah.
Actually, if I coming back down to the Rusty Mac, hopefully I can tap him up for one. So Annie and them, if you hear that, you'd no doubt that they would be sitting at the club. They're very passionate about their players down there. Very supportive. That's a good home.
Yeah, indeed.
That's a good home there. It's a little bit toey. You can have a little whack at that.
But that's good placement there, isn't it, behind?
Yeah.
Now,
considering he started playing the other hand, and as we said, it won't last long probably.
No.
He's onto that nicely.
Well, they're starting to see this is more consistent than the other one.
And that's what we're seeing.
Yeah.
And the results.
If I would now be playing the other hand and have a punt and just see if I could touch the kitty and go for 3-4. The other way, you're actually going to, if you do play a good ball, you could flick it over like what happened in the last game, and it changed the whole game.
We're talking the backhand side, which is to the right of the screen, isn't it?
Correct.
And resting that bowl that sits at 3 o'clock to the jack.
Yeah, and touch it for 3. And not only that, if you sit it, you're going to get 3.
Yep.
So you more opportunity where you see his last one came 2 metres over, which was great back bowl, but now is to change your hand.
Yep.
No, he's going to change. See, good.
You're talking loud enough.
And that bowl you're talking about is slightly jack high, so
it's no danger.
No, shouldn't be any danger. No.
See, this is why they've changed to the other hand, because you'll see it veering out.
Yeah, drifty.
Yeah. But that was the idea. At least he's thinking about what he wants to play.
Yep.
And if he was heavy and it did come over to here, there's possibly still 3.
Yeah, so if it was, when we're talking for Jared Forsyth now, is it the reverse shot? He plays
it is, definitely.
On the forehand,
and
looking to take the jack back in the 4 o'clock direction.
He wants it in between the two black or grey bowls there.
Interesting. It's been
and
a
then
good
sit
game.
It's like chess, this game at the moment.
Yeah. Or he sits the shot bowl and settles for 2.
Two, and then even if he gets half of it, it's going to shoot over John.
So now we have the 40-year-old.
Oh.
Jared Forsyth.
He wouldn't be behind me here. You've been out there doing some homework.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
the
shot.
Bad, is it? That's not bad. If he's
How's
up there.
How's his weight? He'd be hurting. He didn't reach.
Just about killed me, John. That was very well timed. That was very funny.
So a single there to Adam. He moves up to 7. It's 8-7 now. Jared hasn't scored for the last 4 ends.
What I'm seeing in the last few ends, or 4 or 5 ends, every end there's been a possibility of playing a top shot, and it has worked for Adam at the moment. He's turned his game around when he had that whack.
Often you find it's one bowl that can kick you into gear, so to speak.
Definitely. You know, you'd be hoping this stays on. We can't see from our angle. No, it did stay on. Oh, well, he'd be wrapped with that.
Sitting in the background there's a North Otago coach. That's Bill Kingan. Himself, he got 9 centre titles.
Oh, that's good. I think it's good respect from the players too when there is a selector and he has done his apprenticeship winning titles as well, and then you have respect for your coach and your selector, because some people tend to. Here's a nice bowl coming home. Just getting on that dry stuff. Nice bowl. A bit tight here, I think. Young Adam's just got to play the same and just come inside that last bowl.
Is that his nickname now?
Well, just got to keep the morale going, and he's a bit tight at this time, I think. Yeah. The wind's got him too, of course. It could end up with Kitty in the ditch here.
Yeah.
See, that's what happens. It's going to go. If it stays on board, it's going to be nothing.
Manager looks away, feigning disinterest. I see he's not only the manager, but he's also a backup player. You know, so
that's good.
Yeah,
I actually like the idea. I'm a bit old school in a way that I don't like the idea of reserve coming, because I think your reserve just sits on the bench and he's just wanting to get out there and play, and it's hard for him to watch all day. And if he's not hopefully he is a team person, but they'll always want to be.
It's nice to be involved.
Yeah. And what do they call it? Splinters. in rugby.
Oh yeah,
and that
yeah. Sitting on the bench, wooden bench. So
wooden
long
bench.
you
You don't want splinters. You want to be out there with a bit of. Oh, yeah, that's after your first bowl, one in the ditch and one like that. You'll be thinking,
what am I doing wrong?
yeah. And this is the trap when you do go that little wide. See, once the weight
Travelling
comes
further distance needs a bit more weight.
Yeah, but if you do, and they'll just hang, you definitely got to put another one, matey. Otherwise, I don't think Jared would be short with the next one.
We've seen both players not afraid to.
No, they're like a bit of
be
viciousness
aggressive,
to them.
yeah.
Yeah. He's just got to feather this, and he's got a good bowl. You clunk onto this, you get a half of it, mate. Or no, that's
okay there. So a couple of shots he holds.
Yeah, but you still could get 2 on the drive here, John.
Yeah.
Just get an edge.
Particularly when your draw hasn't been going so well.
No, it's you back yourself to whack this if you. Oh, he's trying to draw it, or 2 yards to it. See that's what we're talking about before. You put that little bit extra on, it just hangs. Yeah. He's fighting his way back here, Adam. I'm sure.
Taking the lead now.
Yeah.
Two. So 9-8. The amount of time. For Peter Thorne and Mark Noble.
All making
noises.
Yep. We knew what that one was.
Yeah, but that's water.
Yeah.
Water. Absolutely.
It's got to be tight, isn't it, John?
Well, I'm struggling to judge it myself, really. It should start to whip across about now, shouldn't it? No.
Yeah, it's got a good weight, but that was totally different green to what Adam's playing. So that's what we was talking about before, some of the bowls that could be of help for you.
Yeah.
Well, there's so many things that make a difference too.
Yes.
You know, left-handed players, or where you stand on the mat can make a difference to what a bowl does.
Yeah. This just wasn't the weight that was...
Yeah, line was okay. Yeah. So, early on, playing down that right-hand side, favouring that.
Yeah,
now they've gone over to... They're both thinking this is a bit more consistent, a bit truer maybe.
Oh, they call it the kind of hand for you.
Yeah, yeah.
But this is what happens. Once the weight drops just about here, they'll come home. See?
Wow. Two top bowls there. Very good from Jared, who must have been feeling a bit under the cosh, having dropped shots on the last 4 ends and losing the lead.
He's playing well enough to drop to draw one. Here's Adam again off there. He's off the sprint. We're off to the races.
Don't remember the last time I moved that quickly.
Well, this is actually a good green he's played here.
Yeah.
How's he weight?
Oh, mate, he's not badly played, I'll tell you what.
Go.
Oh, lovely.
That's
ball.
magnificent.
That'll do. On a day like today, that's pretty impressive.
Oh, there's some good bowls this game. It's enjoyable.
What would you be doing here? I might be entitled just to come looking with 2 bowls, is play the opposite hand and come off my short bowl. For myself.
This looks to be what he's looking at.
Yeah. Use your bowl. Use your bowl as long as you've got a wee bit of weight, and you're 1 down.
He's going for it.
He's vicious. He could take his own out, but that's the problem. He's played it here. Look.
Oh,
gee.
But good still, shot.
Look, but isn't that great? They just. Oh, sorry, it was the other guy in the next rink applauded it. His teammate.
Yep.
But Adam would have to play down to that.
Do we go this bowl now?
Definitely.
I mean, you've got second and third. There's very little else on the head. Just wind up.
No, I wouldn't do a wind-up, Alex.
I'm getting too excited. Sorry, Peter.
Because there is a possibility you come off your front one and take it out. I know you can.
What I should be saying is you can go through it for 3 instead of...
Yeah.
I was getting a bit excitable.
Play shot to sit it, come through a metre.
Yeah. That's fair.
And if you're not, you're going to clunk that front one up. A lot of opportunities.
I blame Jared Forsyth for my shot selection.
Oh, you're right, mate.
It was exciting.
So you could come even off the wing one there. And
John would have agreed with me.
Yeah.
what do you think, John?
No, I think
Don't
I'd be
sit on the
playing
thing.
this shot.
Yeah, it is.
Just reaching to that
Richard,
shot bowl.
more opportunities you come off
Take
your
an
bowls.
edge. Oh no, he's having a wee nibble. He's having a wee go
He's
at this.
not badly played. This is going to edge I was talking about.
Cannon.
Guys.
Oh, just about cannon.
That was the edge.
It was worth a go,
Yeah.
and now a chance for Jared to get back on the lead. He's got the shot at the moment.
Maybe just a bit too much pace, but hey.
Good to get one of those out of the system though early on. If you're,
Well,
later on he'll be driving. So
he hit that one before that got him back into it.
That's right.
Oh yeah,
He's played this well.
Yeah. Oi.
That'll do him.
Yes.
So a couple
So,
there.
so he's got himself back in the lead, Jared.
Yep.
So that's you'll be thinking, gosh, what have I got to do to get a shot? But he got it.
I'm really enjoying this match. You know, it's of a high standard between two of the singles representatives from two of the smaller centres that we have in this country.
Correct.
Great. That's great stuff.
And that's the most attacking I've seen for the last 2 days.
It's good. I enjoy it. It's a nice singles game to watch.
And that brings a bit of excitement to the people that aren't into the game of bowls, that they do like to see that aggressiveness in it, and it's just not plotting along.
Close in the peers match between these two centres, West Coast and North Otago. North
Yes.
Otago leading 5-4 after 7 ends. So talking about that North Otago, and you mentioned the Rusty Mac tournament. There's also, I don't know whether you mentioned this, but the Easter Phoenix 7000,
Yeah,
which will be coming up in a couple of weeks' time. So they reckon this might be the 140th
Yeah, it's true.
time it's been held. So
And what's very good down there, John, is they get behind it, you know, and if they you go to the event and they actually give you clothing with
is that the place you were talking about?
fresh,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then, like, and it's all in the entry fee, and I think it's like you're fed for about 3 days, and you got a cap, you got a shirt, and
Is there any bowls?
there's a very good social afterwards. Socially, it's not all about bowls, but you know. And you mentioned Andrew Kelly's parents. Andrew Kelly actually plays in it as well, and
So Andrew started his bowls,
Yes.
of course, at North Otago.
yes,
And the lower half, or the entire South Island is where bowls started anyway, with the exception being the Auckland Bowling Club, which was put together by some Scottish settlers in the marsh in 1860, and then I think the next 11 or 12 clubs in New Zealand were all down south. And
Correct.
if you think about it, is because it's a Scottish game. Your Scottish settlers were in that space, so that's where bowls had its first stronghold, and then sort of filtered back up again.
actually, it's quite amazing. You know, you've just mentioned that, and why they tend to do things. I'm not saying so much right, but they seem to find it a lot easier to get sponsorship for events. You know, like if you want to chase a little bit of money there, you know, like you'll have a look over the years. They've got the Nelson Bowling Club there, where they've got that the Stoke Pairs. Then you got the Nelson one. Then you've got this Rusty Mac. You've got the Tyree Bowling Club.
Yeah.
You've got the Northeast
Northeast
Valley.
yeah.
So there's always something happening down there where I
Burnside,
tend to feel he's going to come in here for the... Oh, no, he might sneak the shot in here.
Yeah.
And they've always got something that you can go down to. And we're up in it seems to be the north, not trying to knock anything. There's not too many that people know about to go to. I know the Walton one have one there with John Earls.
Yeah, that's coming up in a couple of weeks' time.
Yes.
This is a good bowl. Nice track here from Jared.
Yeah. That will
Look at that.
Yeah, that will come home.
What a bowl.
Well,
And a toucher. Some great bowls in this game.
yes.
Only with a little
I see
spray chalk.
one or two guys. I just can't see on my angle.
I would say one.
One.
But I would caution against aggression in this case.
I don't think he's got any problems there of coming down inside the tight bowl.
On the backhand is
Yeah.
safer.
Yeah, and then even if it's just like a little clunk and it squirts out.
Yeah, you want to play at the weight that you actually have to go less rather than more, right?
That's
because
correct.
if you go quick, you actually run the risk of being able to chip off the bowl at 6 o'clock, whereas if you play
Yeah, see, he's
reaching
coming.
weight, you're safe.
he's coming inside the bowl here now with a little bit of weight. So it goes to show he has played a lot of singles when he starts playing like this. See, this isn't. Well, he's a bit wide, but
That's the dangerous speed.
that was a dangerous speed. Where your bowl was sheltered more, where it's more the ditch run shot. It's a ditch run shot. So we call that like a controlled weight, where that is just.
Yeah, what we're trying to say is it is impossible to remove the bowl at 6 o'clock if you play with less weight.
Correct. Yeah.
Whereas if you play full-blooded drive, you could actually go clean underneath the shot bowl, chip yourself out and drop a 3.
Yeah. And one's good fishing, you know.
Yep.
He had the last bowl, so Jared wouldn't be able to add to the head.
So it remains blustery here at Naenae, where these matches in the Intercentre are being played. Day 2 of 4. More coverage tomorrow and again on Sunday. The Sunday coverage starts a bit earlier, I think 9 in the morning. So that's into finals action.
So we have the men's semi-final followed by the women's final, because last year it was the other way around. So of course that means that for the Interclub it'll be the other way around, men's final, women's semi.
Great weight there, perfect weight from Jared.
A little bit wide there, I think, lad.
I think so, yeah.
I think he tends to get that when he hasn't anchored himself on the mat as much. He's right over in the corner there.
Yeah,
now.
he has. He's
Where is he off to come see us?
Oh, he's picking up a bowl.
It's interesting sometimes. I hope I think one of the best things you can do to tweak your delivery is to see yourself on camera.
Yes.
And we now have phones, right? So it's extremely easy. If you're thinking, well, how can I improve my bowls? Just get someone literally to record you playing a few bowls on their phone camera and then watch it back.
Oh, you see that quite a bit in the clubs now, you know. Well, that's with the mates and bowls and that. They just do a lot of that on the young ones seem to get right into it. There's a better green.
Oh, the problem with the habit and a delivery is it feels natural.
Yeah.
So you get players and it's like, well, it feels beautiful out of my hand, and you video them. It's like, I'm tucking my leg or dropping my shoulder.
If you went back to his last delivery, it was nothing at all like that last
previous one.
The
Yeah,
previous
yeah.
one. It was just so like he had it in control.
Again, he's gone way over into that corner. He wanders across into
It's
the next
all
rink, and
be all weight here on this one, John. I think he'd be a little bit. He wanted a yard more to that to try and sit that bowl and put the acid on Adam. Well, the players. Here we go. Running after that, and that's his third bowl where he tends to go up. It's a bit of a habit of his, which is a good habit.
So we'll watch it from this angle. As I've been saying for 3 years now, Peter and John, I would like to invest. Oh, it's clean through in a Bowls New Zealand cattle prod.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think that would be of benefit. I was offered one actually when I suggested that.
Right.
Somebody had a cattle prod we could borrow. Just go, you're in the way.
I'm not sure that you can be talking about cattle prods these days with kindness to animals,
No.
Alex, but
We'd have the human rights, SPCA, we'd have everyone.
I do enjoy a good steak, and that is where that's where I'll be leaving that conversation.
We're
Tomato steak, obviously, and steak,
of course.
If they're looking for
Tomato
Alex
steak,
Reid, he's at the Naenae Bowling Club.
or a mushroom steak.
What is it? Ministry of Fisheries and Agricultural.
There we go. There we go again.
Oh, this is great.
Square?
No.
His own.
Oh,
It didn't matter. It was would only be one down.
I tend to have. I know he sees the game, but when you've got a front bowl like that, it was more of a swinger to sit that, and he could have possibly got a 4. You know, when you've got a bowl that was a metre short of the kitty, and it was blocking the actual shot.
it was at 12 o'clock to the jack, wasn't it?
So it was more of a swinging shot, maybe.
I do like they're not afraid to give it a...
No, I like a bit of action.
It's quite exciting.
Not only that, it speeds the game up a bit too for us,
Yeah,
Alex.
it's a 2-second bowl instead of the 18.
18. You just watch his delivery and just see things. See, he's on the mat a lot longer.
Stuck the landing.
Yep. And that's a big thing where the coaches could have a wee look at him and just say, that's where they're coming from there.
We sort of talk about sticking the landing in bowls, don't we? That's a lovely bowl there from Adam Yaxley. 11 apiece the score.
Yes, and just getting back to, that's where the coaches and that could be looking at him on the side there and just say, maybe just stay a couple of seconds more on the green, on the mat.
Yeah, listen to what Peter Thorne has to say.
No. I just see things that...
Yeah,
that's, you know...
You're actually... What you were talking about, you know, videoing and on your camera and that sort of thing. Well, you were doing exactly that. You're viewing it from other eyes and you see it. So it's there's a lot of technical assistance out there for bowlers.
Oh, it's all for them
And
now.
one of those is another set of eyes.
Yeah. And that's why I like... I spoke to Alex before. I'd like the coach to be behind the rig. If you, I'm just bringing up Mike Kernahan. When you see him play in the Mike playing in the international. When he's involved with the international play, Mike's always somewhere handy, either on the edge, not maybe so much directly behind it.
But something they can't do, which I meant to mention yesterday but forgot about, Peter, is the coach isn't actually allowed to stand on. You can't come on to the rink.
No.
You can stand
on the bank.
Correct. And you can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah.
But as tempting as it is for a coach, you're not allowed to run onto the rink and point at a bowl.
No.
Which would be my problem if I was a rink coach. I'd want to get too involved. Not this one.
Yeah.
11 apiece.
Yes. No, it's a good game. And as you said, Alex, it's got action. It's had everything into it so far. And they're actually playing shots that should be played.
Yeah, good full range of bowls.
I hope the listeners and the viewers are appreciating this particular game at the moment, because that's how bowls should be played at times.
It just proves the point that it doesn't matter if you come from a centre like Auckland, or Christchurch, which has 50 clubs.
That's correct.
Affiliate to Canterbury, or North Otago, which has 7. Good bowls is good bowls, and good bowlers, the cream will rise to the top, and they're capable of competing against anyone. This is the highest standard we've seen so far on the broadcast.
It is. And they're the lesser centres.
Yeah, those smaller centres.
You know.
We forget too that not everyone is able to attend an Open Nationals. Not everyone is able to go to big events outside of their centre. That doesn't mean they're not capable, needs to hold or turn, got the wrong side. And the Intercentre and the Interclub is the space where we get to see these players. They're the best players in their centre. They may not attend national events. Doesn't mean they're not good at bowls.
And then as I mentioned, like yesterday, Alex, is like when you get the people from the far north finding their own way down there, and some of them haven't been able to afford to come down, like the likes. I'm not saying financially, like with Roy's needing up there. He wasn't able to come, you know. But their centre is still doing well, you know, with coming to the event.
Oh, good line.
He wasn't happy with that. As soon as it left his hand, you could see him drop his head.
There's 2 shots on here for. Do you go looking for and coming off the bowl and try and move the kitty over? Because that hand there is just a dead jaw. So coming basically down, playing off that short bowl of Adams.
On the right-hand side, if we view it. Yep.
And then come down, you've got 2 shots to play there.
So an edge off that wing bowl.
Yeah, see, that's what he's playing.
Needs to miss wide.
Yeah. Oh, it's got everything going for him.
He's very close.
He gets quarter of this kitty, he's got 3.
Oh, wrong side. Great effort.
Great.
And we know what this means, team. You ready, John?
Yep, I am.
This is what we're talking about. Oh, look,
That's a kill.
He just knocked those bowls over.
Yeah.
Now they've decided to bring the bowls back. Talk us through this, Peter.
Well, this is, I would say Adam has made the decision because he won the head, and he's entitled to ask for the bowls to be taken back, and he feels he's got a better advantage coming down to the clubhouse where we're commentating, and he's got the opportunity to throw the jack again, and it's a dead end, so that end does not count. As you see, it's 11 all.
So otherwise, what would have happened? They just would have played from this end of the.
Well, yeah, you get some of the guys that aren't thinking, and they'll just amble down. The old story, we'll just take it as it was, and we'll just keep walking down because there's more bowls down here. As you see there was only 1 bowl, and they've come down and grabbed their 4 bowls. So it's good to see Adam thinking that he's got a bit of advantage on the longer lengths.
It's just,
Yeah, and when you've stood there and seen your opponent drive because he had to, and you think I was closest anyway, so
Yeah.
I played that in better.
That's it.
Yeah, so let's
That's,
go back that
yeah,
way.
that's. I feel that I've got the edge on this.
Yeah.
You know. The worst thing about it is when you've asked for it back, you drop a 2.
Yeah, that's right.
You really feel like a plonker. But
Yeah.
but he's on a good line. He's playing this hand well.
Yeah.
He's drawing well with the conditions. See, and he's given his bowler a chance all the time. He takes great green.
So that already justifies his decision to take the mat and the bowls back
Yep.
to the other end
Yeah,
again.
that's correct, and that's why he feels he's got it over Jared. And Jared's coming replying with a good bowl here too as well. But it might just turn onto the jack.
square through.
Yeah.
God, this is a good game of bowls, isn't it?
It's the same shot that he played now, and his bowl comes up, sits the shot bowl or kitty.
Now, I hope the players are aware that it is forecast to rain later on this evening, so if they could just get the
Speed it up.
the singles game finished before that happens, I'd be pleased.
Well, looking at it out there, Alex, it looks pretty good. You know, I'd be surprised if it rained. Well, I can't see with a jungle in front of us, but you know.
I think I heard the word hail
Yes,
Hail.
in the forecast as well
Yeah.
for later tonight. Or
that's my
later.
understanding.
We could do
But-
if it's sitting in this room how hot it is. Alex.
Yeah.
No, we have got
Bit
the
of hail.
fan going now.
Have we?
Yeah, we've got one to the left.
Oh, nice correction
Oh,
here.
nice.
It's not often-
He's changed
Oh,
hands
yeah,
and he's
nice.
picked
Beautiful.
up a second shot. Yeah.
Very
Beautiful
good.
bowl.
This is where you want to show your authority by getting into it, and don't back down.
Remembering that Adam was the one who asked for the
And that's what I said.
the
You don't want to be
individual
dropping a 2 and next minute you feel a fool.
psychologically, right?
Yes. So you got to pay
He's going
Jared's
for it.
game now and smack it. He's not badly played. Could get the 2. Kitty? Nothing.
Oh,
That was it. Look, even the...
it's a beautiful effort.
Oh,
It feels like you've committed. It's clever to go
yes.
with your third bowl, isn't it? That's what we talk about in
Yes.
singles theory. Your third bowl.
yeah.
If you're wondering when to hit it, the answer is bowl number 3.
Yeah.
And then if it does get scattered and it's like a yardstick to draw a shot, you got to try and draw it. And Jared's let him in here actually. It's, you know, he could still get the 2 and go 2 down, so he can change his mind here. Less weight.
Oh, less weight.
He's played that
Wishy-washy.
wishy-washy and then he'll turn. What made him do that, I wonder?
Not sure.
Or get an inside edge.
No.
Oh.
he'd be-
Oh, he tried.
But even that, if the kitty went
Yeah,
back, the
yeah.
last bowl of Jared's there was
Yeah.
there, so maybe that's what he thought. If he drove, he was still going to go 1 down.
Yeah,
So that-
chance
so that-
for 3.
Well, that ploy never worked.
Ooh.
That should work now. No, he got let off there.
See,
Adam.
psychologically, Adam's actually now going to be relieved that he didn't drop a 3 instead of being upset.
What he
You know
could-
what I mean? Like, it was an opportunity there for Jared Forsyth to go, not only have I scored shots on the end that you wanted to replay, but I've scored a 3.
Yeah.
And instead of doing that, he's missed the bonus, and now it's sort of roughly even. It'll feel even
Well,
psychologically.
I don't think he maybe missed the bonus. I think he missed the 4 there.
Oh. You've got better eyes than me, Pete. Or just
No. I honestly think he could have drew those. One went to the back, and the last ball went wide.
Interesting.
Playing that same length coming down here.
It's intriguing the
What?
the bowls theory that you sort of get into what do you call it? There's sort of generally accepted things. Your lead should be missing heavy with your first bowl, then on the jack with the second.
Yeah.
Be aggressive with your third bowl in a game of singles.
Yeah.
Play the tighter hand if it's not windy. There's these sort of
it's
nuggets of gold
Yeah.
that have
it's
been
all
passed
theories,
down.
isn't it?
Yeah, there's multiple.
Multiple theories.
I used to. There's a book written by a man called Reg Motion on bowls, and his wife's name was Rose. And they were married for 70 years, which is quite amazing. Reg just passed. Anyway, he wrote a book on bowls, and I used to read. He had a chapter on singles, pairs, triples, and fours. And before I'd play the event, I'd go and read his chapter.
Oh, yeah.
And see if I could have anything sink in to remember what I was supposed to be doing. He outlined what the lead was supposed to do and the two, etc. Didn't help.
No. Is that wind coming up for the rain, or?
No comment.
How's my flag?
She's
There's no flag in the middle of the green here, is there?
No.
Do you know most clubs have a?
Yeah, they do. On the corners usually, I suppose.
Oh, well, I mean a high one where it's...
high one.
Oh, there's one to the... Yeah, you can't see it. I think there is a flag.
Just I feel like I've been locked up in this room.
We're used to it.
Yeah, God. Here's a nice bowl coming home. Take off now a little bit. Yeah. A very smooth delivery, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Grooved.
Yeah, even when he was driving, they got him away with hardly any effort.
Don't think he'll want this one back.
They just take off a bit here, John. Not by much.
He's done the trick.
Great bowl puts the acid on him. Stay down. There he goes.
And off he goes. Needs it to hold.
Oh, it's going to take off too, yeah. Kicks it.
Oh, a good weight, he'll be saying. That'd be the worst Indies played coming down this way.
There used to be a... I'll wait until the end, actually. I'll recount a story, but we'll wait until the end has been completed. Still not even... We're arguably just approaching halfway in this match. 13 shots to 11. First to 25.
Yeah, that just took off as well.
He might only be one down here. It's a bit hard to tell, isn't it? But looks like two.
Expect there to be
if
room.
he could, by chance, slip the jack across to the right as we look at it, he might even end up with a 3. But these conditions, it's a matter of having confidence, isn't it, on a day like this? You know,
just draw away, and once you start poking, you go through holes.
Yeah.
You go wide, but he's on a good line. He just on his weight now.
Yeah. So if he does,
that's where they're coming home from.
That weight move the jack an inch.
If he sits the bowl back there, which
that would have been good.
Yeah. It's a lovely effort.
Oh, he gave his bowl a chance.
Yeah.
You know. He touched it. He touched it. As you say, John could have got 3. What is it? 1 or 2? Is it a lollipop?
2. A little break in this game. 15 shots to 11 in favour of Jared Forsyth over Adam Yaxley. What I was going to say, I was just idly watching Adam chase his bowl up, and there's YouTube's a fantastic resource nowadays for historical bowls footage, and some of the bowls that's on there is crown green bowls, and crown green is like the common ancestor of our game. It's hard to explain. Essentially, it's a green that's got hills in it. And they play to a jack, which is actually a very small bowl. And the singles is often played 2 bowls a piece, and then the pairs is 4 bowl pairs. And I was watching one day, because I had nothing better to do with my time, a Crown Green Bowls game. I think it was a Waterloo one, which was their big event, and it's in Northern England, so there's this crowd all around the green, and the guy followed his bowl up, and then he stomped in front of it, and the bowl stopped or arguably sort of stopped on the divot, and the umpire called it as being like a stomping thing, and they were stripped of their end or title, and half the crowd was booing and half the crowd was cheering, and it was all quite exciting stuff.
There's a good bowl here by
Oh, well.
Yeah.
The point being, I was wondering what would happen if Adam stopped in front of his bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Well, as you guys would know, we had a guy up home, he was very well known for it. Ken Gash.
Yes.
He'd run up the green, old Kenny, and we always used to try and say, do you think you could beat the bowl up the green? Well, we you know, in the day you didn't like to call the foot fault and everything, but people were a little bit suspect on him doing it. But he played with a gentleman called Cyril Nola.
Yes.
And old Cyril used to walk, and they were a great pairs combination. Cyril used to walk, and he used to, like, it reminded me when you're saying stamp, and he walked like that as a walk, and people used to get a bit annoyed about it, but that was just their makeup and the two.
In fact, I think there's a Ken Gash video, wasn't
There
there?
is,
On the bowls.
He's playing John Murtagh.
Yes.
And he runs after his bowl.
Oh, Kenny would run after flies. He was real good for the game.
He was a great man. He passed away late last year. I went to his funeral, and
he played a little bit of indoor bowls too.
Yeah, very good indoor bowler.
That's right.
Very good indoor bowler. Won a New Zealand Peers title indoor.
Mm-hmm.
His wife's name is Desley,
right.
And she was telling me she was watching him at a countryside classic. It might have been the one where he played John, and people didn't know that she was Ken's wife. And she said she used to chuckle to herself listening to some of the comments, because he was a very enthusiastic man. Even in his 80s, I remember watching him
coming home.
play a game. Look at this.
Yeah.
And his son Neil skips an indoor, and Ken was playing 3 for him, and Neil played a bowl, and Ken wanted it to do something, and I watched him, and he jumped about 3 feet in the air watching this bowl. I thought, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
It was a career driver with trucks. Mm-hmm. And as you're saying that jumping, he used to, even up to his age, he was still able to jump on the deck of a truck. And I used to tell him, have you got a lift on your one, Kenny? He said, no, I just jump up there. And I think that's the thing with the...
Chance for 3 here.
Yeah.
For Adam. So bring him back into this game.
Yeah.
He's not out of it by any means, but
This would just help him immensely.
Just not letting Jared get any further in front.
He's got good green again here, fellas.
Yes, yeah.
Hopefully he just slows down and doesn't touch the kitty, half the kitty, and goes 2 down.
He would have with that weight.
Yes.
So he'll take the 2 and run.
Well, he's got himself back into the game in a way.
13-15 now.
So this match is between Adam Yaxley from the Awamore Club in North Otago and Oamaru. And Jared Forsyth out of the Blaketown Club. They're having a really impressive battle. The manager of the North Otago team is sitting there enjoying the sunshine. He's out of the breeze a little bit, Bill Kingan.
Look at the wind blew that jack back on track.
So his coming up. Look at
It's a nice judgment from him.
Hey? Oh, it is. It's exactly where I wanted it. And the Pears game next door has just given us another good little outing. It's 11 ends, and the score's 7-6. So that goes to show ones have been scored there, and great competition. And this game here is only 15-13. So
nice first ball. Yeah. Gosh,
he plays that ham well.
Yeah, because you're allowing it to come back.
Yeah, he's not fighting.
Really nice shot.
Backhand toucher.
Some bowlers would go this with their first one if they were feeling particularly enthusiastic.
Yeah.
Ken would have.
Oh, as I say, drive it flies.
It is a great little compilation. I might bring it back out of the archives for Bowls New Zealand, as he would have played about 15 drive shots in a row. I think he killed the first 3 ends and made it halfway up the green.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to chase your bowl up an indoor bowl, so he used to run sideways, Ken.
Yeah. Oh, mate, how many mats did he screw up?
Exactly. They used to run sideways, so do lap around the hall, apparently.
He wouldn't be happy with that.
No, not after that first one. Sitting with chalk on it.
And then even if you're 2 metres over, I'm sure he knows that. So
it means the forehand's gone now, isn't it, as an option with those 2 bowls?
He'd have to come on the narrow hand now.
Well, if you wait for the wind to go away in Wellington, you might be waiting some time.
Yeah.
Well, they get a bit of wind down there too, don't worry, guys. They come off their hills in bits and pieces, so they'd be used to it.
Oh, it's the swirly wind that does
Here we go now. See, that's a bit too wide. He'd be kicking himself.
And of course, if it's a narrower hand, you don't also have to push it as far because the bowl's travelling a smaller distance.
And the length is the way. See, he's forced them on the narrow hand as well. And while we're saying the narrow hand to a forehand or a backhand, I think people that are viewing it, they'll understand it more like that's a narrow hand than when they saw Adam's bowl that was coming out further and coming home. Like I know a couple.
Oh, you don't want to squeeze the jack. That's a calamity.
Oh, we've seen this before, haven't we? What happens?
It's absolute calamitous.
And he's sure he didn't even want that.
I was going to say, when, obviously playing that backhand was the way to go.
Yes.
Or could he have played the other hand? I mean, I know they were a metre short, weren't they, and out there, but, you always say, that bowl there, ignore it, but there were 2 bowls, so, but,
He's got out of jail, so,
yeah.
There he comes. Good on him. Settle down after what he's just done. That's out.
Yeah.
So he's still sitting there with 3 or whatever.
Wow.
So his intention is now to go back on the other hand?
Oh, I don't know. Would you?
Well, it's the hand he's been drawing shots on. Yeah. So that's what I'm just saying.
But he's getting out into virgin territory out there, right?
So slow down, yeah.
This other one over here, he'd be thinking, gosh, I gave it away.
Yeah.
And playing a man where I've been playing well on the other hand.
Yeah.
So, hey, I know that is the hand.
Yep.
But there again, if he is tight, he could hit the bowl up.
Yeah, that red bowl that sits at 1 o'clock to the jack.
Yeah, so
because it's a straight hand, you just be wanting to skirt around it if you are playing the.
So at least that one there,
side.
if you are tight, you're gonna hit your own up.
Let's see what he decides.
Looks like he's looking.
I think forehand, yeah. Just away from your body, so to the left on the screen.
So he's playing the hand that. Yeah. I'm just saying.
Chalk it up, Peter. You were right.
Yeah. Just what I would be playing. That. Oh. The other hand was too iffy, and he would have thought he had a lot of green on that tighter hand, and he'll go back to his favourite hand where he knows it's going to come home.
Just waiting for that bowl to be played on the adjacent rink.
Yeah.
How much space has it been given to breathe is the question.
Oh, he'll come home. His bowls are coming home.
It's coming home really well.
Look at this.
Yeah, and that's what I say. He backs himself with a draw.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really classy bowl.
So Jared's seen what's happened there.
He's just got to
stayed out.
He's just got to say to himself, I'll be happy if I could cut this down.
He'd be happy to drop a 1.
Yeah, and if he dare draws a shot, well, roses.
That's a much better line. That's going to be up for second shot.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, satisfactory conclusion to that end. And it's Adam Yaxley who gets closer to his opponent. It's now 15-14.
So Jared will be happy with that result.
Yep. Could have been worse. He was 2 down until
2 to 3 down, and then with his third bowl, he was dead, but had weight. He thought he was coming home, but it plays on your mind. It's just quite amazing how the narrow hand did look more of an opportunity to play. But the players had made the decision that it is tricky.
So the red and white shirt, that's the West Coast colours. Yes. Jared's playing with the top on, so can't see his shirt underneath.
The jack's been delivered. Something we haven't spoken about a lot in this match is the jack length and the use of the mat. Something we probably haven't seen as much as we might have, Peter, so far.
I think once I don't like, well, we don't like saying it, but I think when the other centres start getting involved in the tail end of this, that's when the boys come out to play.
Just you're different. It's different. Yeah.
How they've seen the game where they've been around a bit more.
What I'll find interesting, I suppose we're going different ways, so not so much, but if anyone's been watching the broadcast rink, we're on the same rink for the 4 days, but obviously one way we're going to and from and the other day across. But there's probably some takeaways to take forward if you were scheduled to play a singles match, for example, tomorrow, and you watch the coverage from yesterday. There's probably something to learn from there, and I wonder if we will see players instructed by the coaches to move the mat around a bit more?
Yeah, it doesn't hurt, especially in the evening, after the day's play, is have a little get together, just a bit of water or a couple of lemonades in front of you, and just have a little wee talk of the day's play, and just see, if you have lost a game, where did we lose it? Should we be doing this, and that? And if your coach or your selector's there and he's been watching, he'll be pointing out a few issues there.
It's one of the coaches or managers out here at Naenae said to me just earlier today, so difficult with this wind. If the greens were slower, then it would make it easier. But I don't suppose you can doctor your greens to. But I mean, for wind, what is the advantage of playing on a slower green?
Yeah, the slower greens, you put weight in, and if it's tracking, it just goes. And you're putting weight, you're heaving onto it, and it goes out more. I seen to play with a little bit more wind than the heavy greens. And, and that's the idea of using your mat. Use what's there, and then if you want a shorter end, you can still do it.
Yeah.
Just flick that back. What are you going to do here, sunshine? You gave it away last time. I'll be playing the other hand now.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's got to think.
Be safe.
Yeah, I've clawed my way back here. Well, go on, did his purse, but he had a good shot there. Here is just an open draw, where the other one again is one of those ones that I feel you can sit on the bowl itself and it's
so
safe.
you're talking to the left of the screen.
Yeah.
You're resting on that bowl of Jared's that sits at 8 o'clock to the jack.
And then, even if he was thinking like that bowl should have been over, because it might give Jared a chance to drive that now.
Particularly if he's got second and third shot.
That's correct, yeah. Where before, if that other last bowl that Adam just played, if it was over the head, you'd have Jared thinking in two minds, what should I be playing? And he's good, he's come up and he's had a little wee look.
Yeah. Gives him an exact picture of the placement of the shot bowl as opposed to the jack. How, if the jack goes to the side, what needs to be done? Should he drive
it's
it?
the weight, yeah. Because there is a possibility. I know we're on a little bit of a different angle. If he's playing with speed, he could come off the bowl and take his other two, and then he become 3 down.
Yep.
Or does he just play that little niggle shot, half for a half kitty?
No, he looks like he's winding up to me.
Yeah. He could take both of the opponents out, one-on-one.
Well, he could take his own, because here we go.
He's very close.
And this one
He's got both. Yes, he has.
Yeah.
That was good.
That's it. Well, that's the way to play it.
So clean, so square. We've seen a turn a piece. So Adam actually did that earlier. You get a bowl so square that it takes another bowl out a metre away. That means you've hit it absolutely plumb.
Well, that will make him. Well, his confidence would have been up 110 now. He'll think, oh, if I am down again, I played it last time. That was a 2, I think.
Yep.
So 17-14, the score now in the race to 25.
It's been some good heads.
It's been a great game. Full range of shots played.
What's that? It's actually good commentating, these ones, where they're actually doing things that the viewers would be interested in knowing, when the kitty goes in the ditch, when there's been a kill, the bowl's going back.
Yeah, it's been good that we've had answers.
Maybe not the right ones. People will be saying, look at you guys up there.
All commentary is just rambling with confidence.
Quite good too to see Ethan Callagher go over and high five.
Yeah, that's team.
Jared from the next game, from the next rink. And now
we're going to see the jack delivered back. So what do you do here, Pete? Adam Yaxley?
Well, he might take the mat, and go back. He'll go back to a 2 metre mark, on it, and he'll possibly play just maybe over the peg, just over where I say over the peg is over the length, because that's where he was drawing the shots.
Yeah. Yep, that's
he's gone a little bit further, but he was
further.
playing more to over the peg. I say over the peg, say 2 metres over the peg, where that's like a 3/4 length now, guys.
Jared.
Yeah.
So Jared Forsyth will be humming a little bit, I think, after that shot of his, which was a beaut to take him.
Oh, it was, and he's played a good one here. It's going to come home over to the 2 metre mark up back here, so that's good. Nothing than a good feeling when you hit something like that. and clean without the kitty.
Gets your tail up, eh?
Oh.
And if we think about that head, the bowl that Jared played through was a bit low of the jack. So the percentages were actually he was more likely to kill it or get onto the jack than he was to get rid of the bowl clean. So to hit it so well, it's literally a perfect bowl. Very impressive.
Adam just stood back and waited while players on the other rink were coming through.
That's not a good green for his bowl. It's holding with the wind.
Still holding. It's still holding.
He was a bit surprised with that himself. Has he wiped the chalk off that bowl? Or is it the sunlight sitting on it?
He's a bit like me. If ever I get a touch,
Just leave it.
Just leave it on.
Yeah. I just leave it in my bag, and when I come the next day to play, and they say, "Oh God."
In fact, I slapped some varnish over, a lacquer.
Lacquer just so it's there
just
permanent.
Stayed there. Yeah.
It's like a graffiti guard.
Yeah.
On the forehand.
So what does he do now? Because he thought he was narrow, but it ended up being spot on.
That's the green.
That is
I think he was just fortunate the wind did give him a holding a bit there.
Yeah, I think as long as you know that you've been fortuitous, it means you can make your correction.
Yeah. And the different length is holding it different, so we're not out there, we can't feel it, but I would say that 3/4 up they're getting a bit of wind coming from that other green as well. So he's got to be tight. Yeah. You got a chance of getting the 3 here, Adam.
Scattered bowls from Jared.
Isn't it amazing, eh? They've gone off that tight hand back to the drawing hand. You stay down a bit longer then, you come up and watch this. That's a bit of green. It all depends on weight now. Get a slice here.
Good bowl.
But you see the difference in the green then? It was holding a bit there.
Very well contested match, this.
I think they're very even, But I think sometimes when it is this close, I've talked about it before, winning can change the whole game. Get a big 3 or a 4.
Good bowl, eh?
Yeah. To me, this is a little bit of a turning point for the game. If he plonks one on this, that's a good feather.
Yep. So looking to sit the shot here, just draw to the shot.
Well, he had a lovely drive before.
Yeah.
How's he looking, guys? He's on that
green. If his weight's okay, he might just get onto the jack.
Well, he done that. That's what happened to Adam's bowl. It stayed up. It's going to take off now. See? Yeah.
Not far
Didn't take off.
Not far.
So this is where you make the decision of swapping your hand to the tight hand now.
Well, when you look at those dark bowls of Jared's, one either side, one at sort of 5 o'clock and one at 7. But if your weight's perfect, you just draw another shot.
Yeah. It's more tempting if the bowl that sits at 2 o'clock isn't in the count.
Yeah.
The backhand becomes extremely tempting because it's an easy 3. You sit it down once, your collision bowl will follow through.
I wonder what they're thinking about in the bar, what shot they will be playing at the club.
I think they're watching something else on TV.
No, I like it when I'll be honest, when he's playing it. He's playing the nice drawing hand, and he has drawn well on that hand. He stayed down low then, and he's got good green. He's got good green.
Yep, and he's got good weight too.
He's very close here.
Yeah.
Very confident bowl. That's a lovely shot.
That's what I mean. So just play your favourite hand. It's a favourite hand, and he scored well. Does he get a 3 on that, or just a 2? How's it looking?
I wrote down 3, but I'm not sure.
That's different angles we're sitting.
3.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so that's 17 all now.
And that's a brave shot when you got 2 and you
it's a confident bowl because he's not allowed any intrusive thoughts into his head there. He's gone, I understand that I'm playing that hand well. I've let it go with confidence.
And he's come down and viewed it. That's what I like about Adam, what he's done through the game so far.
So he's only scored on 3 of the last 9 ends, but he scored 2 2s and a 3, yeah.
And what are they saying? If you drop big numbers in singles, the odds are you're going to... Oh, hello. There's the kitty going back again, guys.
Good throw, Leone. Right back down.
I was going to say, lovely delivery from from Leonie, the marker.
And she's doing the scorecard at the same. See, women can multitask.
Multitask, yeah.
I might get some brownie points now saying the woman are...
Ooh, you get in dangerous
No,
territory,
I just
mate.
back off after
Yeah,
yesterday.
yeah, just
My hair was blowing in the wind. Oh, that was...
Can't be saying things.
No.
Though now I would like some brownie.
You want some brownie points? We want some
No,
brownie
just chocolate brownie
chocolates.
would be nice.
Haven't you got any of your melon puffs left?
Oh, I forgot about them.
They're there. Not as many as
I'd
there were.
actually forgotten they were there, Peter. That's quite exciting.
Well, I shouldn't give them to you. They're your hypo pills.
That's when I start saying
Here
crazy
we go.
things.
Jack swallowed.
Henry.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Nice to see you riding the bowls, John. Yeah, very enthusiastic. That's a good game. 17 all, 19 ends played.
Yeah.
That's been a long time since I've seen a game of singles where the bell went 2 3/4 hours and not finished.
And we might see 2 in a row.
Yeah, and he got the 3 on the bell.
Yeah, to make it even more unbelievable, that particular match.
It's something you can think and talk about for a wee while. Here's another good track. He's got a... Oh, brother.
Needs it to follow it. And it's going to sit down. Holy honey was quickened with the chalk.
That little bit of extra weight could have pushed it down, you know. That's what's good about the spray. If viewers don't know, they only had the spray in a pocket. We tend to still use the chalk a bit, but I've seen guys when they're a little bit shaky and they go down to mark a bowl. We normally put a cross on it or some type of mark.
Yeah, we used to. You chalk the other bowls.
That's when they're very close so they wouldn't fall over.
Yeah.
So if the guy had a drive, it was just the opposite of...
Yeah, chalk the other bowls.
Chalk the other bowl when it's sitting. Especially the bowl where Jared's is, it looks like it's on that 45-degree angle.
Yeah.
And if a marker come out, the umpire come out, they'd be chalking that for a measure.
Yes, yeah. I thought it was quite clever to chalk the other ones.
Yeah.
Adam asked 2 or 3 questions here of the marker. One was obviously how far low was the
He's a good
black
bowl. If he flicks
unlucky.
Off that, well, it's up and it's over, and old Jared's got to be a bit careful what type of attacking shot he plays. He'll come off his front bowl
on the backhand.
Yeah. How's his weight, boys? See, it ducks once it cuts. Look at that. There it goes. I think he's got to play the same shot again. He's pretty well sheltered by not giving it away and sit the bowl for 2, 3.
That's because he's got that bowl that sits at 11 o'clock to the jack. Essentially protects a calamity, Because if you're on track to accidentally remove your shot bowl, you'd probably hit that short one first.
And that's what you want. And then if you are inside it, you're sitting that bowl of Jared's on the right hand side there.
So we expect to see Adam on the forehand again.
So same type of shot, maybe just a tad less weight, and
if a tad less weight would be perfect. That line,
everything. Yeah.
Well, it makes it safer again because your bowl's turning away.
Well, and the thing is too, as long as it's over, because then it puts doubt in Jared's mind of playing a shot where he could go a few down. Here's a good bowl.
So this is what we mean. He should be unlucky to remove the shot bowl.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's for the safest houses.
That's the perfect weight. And there was a clunk onto it, and then and it's still good there. What he's done is Jared can't play with a lot of an aggressive shot. Be aggressive too much to it, even though it could go over. But if he gets half of it, the bowl will come back correct. Yeah.
So there's that danger area for Jared at the bottom right of the screen.
So it's
sort of 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock to the jack.
He'll be saying, "What really weight do I play?" He's using the mat a bit.
Yeah, I was going to say he's over on his mat.
Yeah.
And
it means it'll hook late.
And even if he flicks off his own, it'll possibly.
Yeah. So this is.
Yeah, he's close here.
This is
great weight too. I think he might just do this.
He's
topple that over and get
That's classy.
That's a great shot.
That was classy.
That was great control shot.
needed to be perfect, and it was. From Jared Forsyth. He gets back into the lead at 18-17.
Oh, thank you, John. That's what I was supposed to be doing the continuity. I've forgotten. Just you're so professional at doing it, so that's helpful.
But you can understand now why they're the top singles players in the club.
Yeah.
Sorry, not in the club, in the centre.
Not to get too bowls technical, but I will. So, Peter, you mentioned that Jared with his bowl, he moved over to his left on the bat.
Yes, that's correct.
And we saw the bowl react in the way that it does, because we call that creating late swings. So the
correct.
bowl will hold longer than you think, and
line.
then it hooks at the end. And because it hooked at the end, he was able to get that bowl up and over. So it was a very successful...
The whole thing he executed was what you'd want to write down in a book.
Oh, it's perfect, because he got the perfect result, because he shuffled over to his left, his bowl turned late.
And that's what I was trying to get at, is he couldn't be too aggressive to it, because it could turn sour. And what he played was perfect.
Something that's... and then from the centre now. Yeah. Something worthwhile experimenting with, if you just go for a roll-up and just think about where you're standing on the mat and how your bowl reacts, because it can be very helpful.
It is, and that's why you see a lot of the I'll say the international and the top bowlers, they'll use their mat a lot. They'll either side.
What you find is it becomes automatic after a while.
Yeah,
Once you understand the basics of what you're making your bowl do, it'll become an automatic thing.
It comes easy.
Particularly good for getting around short stuff and then hooking in.
Jared had good weight then. How's the pairs going over there now? Oh,
well, romping away now.
Somebody's
toucher go in, but 20-6.
Yeah, somebody must have went and had a drink.
Because it was level pegging.
Yes, it was. Yeah. See, that was good. He adjusted. I'm just wondering what type of bowl Adam's using, because he's got a great draw. His bowls seem to come home a lot more than Jared's. I don't know if he put a bit too much into this.
He grimaced a bit, didn't he, as he let it go?
He did, but you got the weight, you're going to hang around. She'll take off shortly. Yeah, there we go. He's going to be dropping a 4, son.
No, that's a couple of shots he's down at the moment.
Yeah.
Bit of just a flick this time from Jared as he gets it away.
This is a good green if he's got the weight.
Yeah, if he gets it in for 3 here.
Yeah. And it's ugly to get in, because that's where they're coming from on that draw.
So that right is right in on Adam's draw. We've seen him play that line beautifully several times, coming on the forehand, and he's standing there thinking about it.
Yeah. Just stick to it, and then hopefully you find a gap, and
just needs to be there.
Yeah. That's all you got to do.
Move.
I know
Move, Jared.
I can tell you he's tight.
We'll look from here.
I can tell you he's tight.
Tight and short.
Yeah, there's the clunks coming up.
Gonna drop a bundle.
Yeah, gonna drop it there. It's ugly head. You would be very tempted to play the narrow hand, but the way you've seen it drift, you wouldn't.
So how much pressure now? You see that lonely bowl there of Adam Yaxley sitting there, the last bowl he's going to get to play. He'll be 4 down. What's that feel like, Peter?
Well, it wouldn't be very nice, but...
You've never been in that position, have you?
I have, actually. Not to worry, but that's why we play it. But I'd be thinking he's done the right thing. He's going to let Jared play his bowl, try and find a line. And while he's there, just thinking to himself, well, I've got to imagine those bowls aren't even there. He's let them in here, I think, but it's going to be another shot.
So it's not being scared of those bowls that sit
it's not there
at 10 o'clock to the jack.
Yeah,
because it's easy to pinch your green in, isn't it? So you just go. Yeah. Don't be frightened of taking your green
and play it now. Like, one thing Jared has done is given him something, if he is tight like that, to sit on, and still use that bowl as just something and clunk off it and follow through. The way, a bit like the Aussies play, use bowls.
So, what he might not sit the shot bowl, he might sit that second shot.
That's correct.
And stay
there, and then
only goes
1 down.
One down.
He's 4 down, but if he can do a save when it's the hand's blocked, he's He hasn't panicked by trying to swap to the other hand.
He just doesn't want to be narrow here.
Now, he's played good green, but it's just how wide it is.
Oh,
He's dropped that.
Gets
dreaded
around
one.
it. If he gets around it,
Yeah,
he's
they
played a pretty good bowl
Yeah.
here. Stay there. No.
Oh, it takes off
Oh,
there, John.
gosh.
Takes off. Look at that rolling and rolling.
Yeah, yeah.
it was a fair effort.
Yes. It's as I say. I don't like bringing it up one end in a tight game.
Yeah, you look back at the scorecard,
Yes.
it's going to be the 1-4.
Well, that goes 22-17, and that's the biggest. That's the only 4 they've scored in the game.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the challenge being, it's sort of, Jared has 2 ends work to
Yes.
win this match.
Yeah.
Adam's got probably 5 or 6 ends
Easy,
worth of
yeah.
work to do.
Yeah.
So it's just the amount of effort required now to win this game.
Of course, yeah. The game's actually gone quite quick, actually. You know, Louis.
Yeah.
The other game over there, I just can't believe how that score's just jumped. I thought there might be a mistake. 20 to look on the
6,
bowls hub, 20-6, and 1 minute we were looking there, and it was 5-7. And the next minute, boom. And that goes to show how good this game's been. That we've been quite focused on it.
Absorbed, yeah.
So Jared would dearly love to get something really close here just to put the pressure on an already shaky Adam as we
But he's
get towards the final.
Adam playing this length better. I got a lot of confidence in him of grabbing this end.
He won't be unhappy with that because at least it's over.
Yeah.
Gives him position. But he would like to be just coming inside
Inside,
that
yeah, of course,
ball.
yes.
Just inside that ball.
Is he going to play the tight end now? Yeah, that's very, very tight.
Look at that stay out there.
That's tight.
Wow.
You wouldn't know what to do, really.
No.
And this is where hopefully Adam will be changing his hand now. You got to use 2 kitties. Visualise it's 2 kitties.
Yep.
He's got the back bowl. Yeah, that's the idea. As long as you got the weight, mate. If you got the weight, you got a good bowl.
Yes.
See,
Got the weight.
Yes.
Stay on. Stay
You
on.
want
and
it to
you're
stay
okay.
up on the paddock. It's not.
Yeah, no.
Oh, it's got a ominous feeling to this
It
end.
has.
Going to need something special from Adam Yaxley. Probably should switch to that camera angle.
Well, Jared's controlled this game quite well, actually.
Interesting.
He's put one there as well, just in case he does play that shot again. Maybe it's got to stay up. Oh. So that gives sold Adam different ideas now. He's 3 down.
Match down.
Yes. See, he's got the green is just a bit wide out there at the moment because we haven't seen many come home from there, have we?
No, none.
Yeah, that's
Still none.
yeah. He's still be about 2 down. You think, there, guys?
Yeah.
2. And even if Adam, Jared just touches a kitty now, he gets 3. He's got nothing to lose. Just tap the kitty. Yeah, he's a good bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That's going to touch the jack, is it,
Yeah.
and bring it back slightly?
Yeah.
No,
Great bowl.
Yeah. Okay.
So is he holding the match here?
Yeah.
Yeah, mate. He's going to try and draw the save, even if he goes down a 2.
Keep the game going.
Yeah, keep it going. If maybe
He's
the
tight.
I don't think he's up either, is he? Oh, he's up. Yeah, no, he's that's going to take off, guys. I think we'll be switching to
So
the
I
pairs
think there's
now.
a shake of the hands midway down the rink, and it is Jared Forsyth of West Coast who has beaten Adam Yaxley from North Otago in this singles match, reaching a score of 25 before him, 25-17. So a good win here for the West Coast. In fact, Forsyth led throughout that match, but it was close throughout as well.
I think just the last 2 ends was the telling point of the whole game.
Not a great game, though. They just measure. I just
we don't even know.
paused. They're
Sorry.
just measuring. So they shook hands, but now they're just double checking.
Yeah.
That was a great rap, though, John.
Thank you.
Well, we've got to push that a bit tighter, mate. We might be staying for one more, guys.
Wouldn't this be remarkable if we've done the big
here we go.
Wouldn't it be remarkable if we've wrapped it all up and said, great win to Forsyth, and he goes on and Adam actually wins it?
Well, we had a little bit of a... Yeah.
Yeah,
It was a good rap. You did, it was really,
I'll try and do it again later.
yeah.
He must have cut it down. Nice ball, mate. Don't put me things
Yeah,
back on.
well, certainly. They shook hands. They both thought it was 3.
I would have said, hey, you claimed the game.
Shook
mate.
hands,
You
yeah.
claimed.
Yeah.
No, could never do that. But we've seen something like this in the last game.
Oh, he's on the hill now, 24-17.
Yeah, yes.
How badly do you want this first bowl to be good?
Oh.
So, Adam with a chance. 40 seconds ago, we just announced that he had been defeated, so he's got a chance to...
Now he's grabbing the shot and the jack and carting it back a little bit, and he's going to pick up a 4.
Yeah.
No, not
Imagine.
quite. He needs to stay on here, but he's in the ditch.
I think we did. We assumed because we saw the two players shake hands. So
In our defence.
our defence.
Maybe he was just saying, oh, good bowl.
Yes.
I watched...
No, it's because it had just gone past 5 o'clock, and we thought that's the end of the day.
Well, it's Friday. I've never worked so long.
I was watching some coverage of the World
Bowl.
Indoor Championships in 1980 when Phil Scogland and Peter Ballas were playing, and they were playing a Northern Hemisphere pairing, obviously, and every time one of the Northern Hemisphere blokes would play like a good bowl, they shook hands.
Yes.
It was interesting.
Weird.
Was going to do half an edge.
Oh,
Yes. Fishing a bit at the moment.
in the ditch.
Yeah. Come on, mate.
Just needs to refocus. He's got 2 bowls to come.
Yeah. If it is this end, I don't think the score has been any indication of this game. It's a bit. So I wouldn't be anywhere near it with Jared. Just make Adam play the shot to dead draw it.
Yep.
Then building ahead, and next minute he has a ping, and you got another end to replay.
Bit wider this time.
Yeah, they just.
If it comes underneath it, if his weight's okay, but he had to take weight off because he's put 2 in the ditch, and Jared's put 1 in.
Well, Jared, I'd be going nowhere near that, mate.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd be playing just as long as I get a second shot somewhere
On the back
else.
end, there we go. Good idea. Drifty hand, so less
Yeah.
likely for it to hook back into the head.
Yeah, and push up, yeah. Just got to beat that second shot of that what Adam played over the head a bit. He might be in the ditch here, boys. Oh, no. Here it takes off.
It's a good bowl.
Oh, guys, I tell you.
Oh. It's finishing down there, isn't it?
Oh, it's criminal. Here we go.
Quickly into his work.
Oh, he's... I don't know about this one, mate. He's going to get wooded. Does he know he's going to whip across here? See what happens when it just cuts?
Yeah. So
Good effort, mate. You've done a...
That's it.
There we go.
Yeah.
So that's it now.
That's it.
Great commentate.
25. Do you want to wrap it again,
No,
John?
I'm done with that.
Okay, it's all done. So what we're going to do now, we'll just flick to a little video from our friends at Just a Thought, and we'll come back with the final end of the pairs.
When someone you care about is going through a tough time, it can be hard to know what to do. Here's 10 ways you can help someone who is struggling. Listen. You might want to give advice, but most people just want to feel heard. Be there. You don't have to fix their problems or find the perfect thing to say. Just let them know you'll be there when they need you. Let them know you get it. Let them know you get why they're struggling. Give them what they're going through. Knowing their feelings are normal and okay can make the world of difference. Offer practical support. Ask them what you can do to take some of the pressure off. Maybe you could make them a meal or do something to help around the house. Give time. Sometimes simply being there is enough. Hug it out. When appropriate, a hug can bring so much comfort. Talk it out. Offer to be their sounding board and kōrero with them about what they're going through. Remind them how much they matter. Let them know how much you and others care and how important they are. Remind them of their strength. They might not feel strong right now, so remind them of the strength you know they have. Help find them support. Offer to help them find the right services and support they need. For more information and to try an online therapy course, go to justathought.co.nz.
Yeah, great stuff and good messages there from our friends at Just a Thought as we come back to you with the coverage of the pairs between the West Coast and North Otago. We'll get the score to you shortly, but it is quite dramatically in favour of the West Coast, isn't it? 21 shots to 8 on the penultimate end.
Yep. So the team from the West Coast is Nigel and Ethan Callagher. They're playing come out of the Cobden club. Ethan being the son, Nigel is dad, and the North Otago combination skipping is Graham Fisher. He's the greenkeeper at Mahino, and Ian Mackay, or Fly, he plays out of Otamatata, retired freezing worker. He's just filling in for Mike Howard, who's a development player, but he had some surgery this week, so they're all hoping that he's feeling good.
Yeah, thoughts with Mike. He's a great bowler, Mike Howard, both codes. He beat me once on tour of the South Island team when I was playing singles for the North Island.
Yep.
Played 3 games. I lost my second one, I think.
So I see here too, Peter, that we've moved over a rink.
Yes. The difference in the
yeah.
You know, like if they would have played that on the other hand, it would have held.
Yeah.
Got a good turning.
Suway there in the background.
Yes.
Talking to Leone, probably saying, can you believe they had to ask?
Well, hopefully I'm not with you when we walk out.
Goodness, what happened there?
Well, the wind.
The wind.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It has to be the wind.
Yeah. And strong headwind. And just appeared.
Father and son aren't going to have a wee disagreement walking up the green, are they?
No. So this is as Alex said, the penultimate end. And look at those brightly coloured yellow and green, lime and lemon bowls that are lying there waiting to be picked up by Ethan Callagher in the red and white colours of West Coast.
Yeah, you should give those bowls to the Manawatu boys and match their uniform.
Yeah. This is Graham Fisher.
Oh, that wind's come up now, guys.
Yeah.
No. It was 6 o'clock that rain was due, was it, guys?
Yeah, we've got 40 minutes.
40 minutes, I'm sure we'll get this over with.
Not an ideal place for that man to be standing, but it's okay.
No, I'm sure you didn't realise that. There we are. Someone's had a wee bit tight.
Look at this, could get a good result.
Got the edge, eh?
Oh, that's an amazing result.
Well, when you're struggling, those things come off, and you know.
Nice delivery.
Yes. It should be a bit wide with that weight, not too much. The other rink, it would have just held and held.
Yeah. And that's amazing, isn't it? Moving across a few metres, and there is a difference, and some of that too will be with the building. You know,
I think what's going to happen here when the construction across the road is actually going to help the club here a lot with the wind conditions. Mainly it's going to give them a bit of shelter. You know, if you're playing down, just say you're playing down in 7 and 8 the opposite way, you're going to be pretty sheltered down.
Yes, this narrow hand. There's a lovely track here for this lemon and lime bowl.
Making me thirsty,
there.
John.
Yes.
Yeah. Lemon, lime and bitters.
Well, it is Friday and
Past 5.
Past 5. Well, as I say,
And if we're thirsty, imagine how thirsty the bowlers are, having played a full day of.
well, no,
of
they should be all
well hydrated.
Yes, they should be all on water for the next 3-4 days. You know, serious stuff there, Alex.
Some of them water with additives.
Additives, yes. Oh, good smooth delivery.
Lovely delivery.
Isn't it?
What do we see tomorrow, Alex? Is the schedule sorted?
Yes, yeah, there is. So it's
Be
a
women's
women's section play
Yeah.
tomorrow, and we'll be watching Dunedin versus Thames Valley.
Yep.
And then we see a quarterfinal, a men's quarterfinal, and we don't know who that is because we don't know who's qualified yet. So the women's section play Dunedin and Thames Valley, and then the men's quarterfinal. And because the qualifiers are announced and the teams have to move, so on and so forth. The game's finished. Well, that's good. Or is it not finished?
No, it's just the end finished.
Oh, I just saw okay.
Yeah.
It looked like a sign at the bottom of the card.
Oh.
Anyway, so we see the men's quarterfinal, but it might start a little bit later than what we have been starting the second game on because there'll have to be travel.
Yeah,
Teams may have to travel,
course,
but there'll be a quarterfinal for the men and the women's section play, and then the last day is a semi-final in the morning of the men's, and the women's Intercentre final in the at lunchtime.
So 22-8 now the score.
Yes.
This is the final end, this pairs match. Men's pairs match, West Coast, North Otago, West Coast in front.
Does have to be played out.
Yeah.
Because
points and
games come into it.
That's right.
And are likely to. Obviously, you have your section winners, but often that battle for second in the section comes down to games won because you'll be even on the number of centres that you've beaten.
I've been involved where a couple of centres have actually creeped through over the years just on points differentials. So it is quite important.
Incredibly close finishes to these intercentres over the years. Last bowl stuff. Everyone knows that it's sort of come down to that is to whether you're in or out. Oh, lovely shot.
Yeah.
So Ian Mackay is the lead for North Otago out of Otamatata, which is in that North Otago area, inland from Oamaru, of course. And
it was good to see one of the guys there from the North Otago team there. That I've just seen there is Dion Murray there. That Murphy that he's playing up here. He plays a bit down there at the well as well with the Rusty Mac tournament, and helps out a lot down there with his a lot. And I just see that he's been part of the program here, and he was a development player and close to getting his gold star. He's leading in the fours at the moment, so I'm sure the girls down there will be chuffed how well they've been going.
well, there was another famous Dion Murphy, wasn't a professional boxer.
Boxer, yes.
When I saw the name, I thought, oh.
Yes. There we are.
That isn't a bad little hit.
That's a good hit.
It's a big margin, 22-8, and yet if...
And they're still playing a bit of consistency balls.
And if North Otago, who've only scored 8, have been getting bowls in the zone all the time, then West Coast have been playing really well.
Yes.
Not far away.
Yeah, that should work. Nice way.
Like we spoke about yesterday, that this final end of the day is about finishing. Within yourself, you want to know you've played 3 good bowls to finish the day.
Correct.
Yep.
Long walk back.
Yeah, it's always long if you've got no chance of winning the game. But what's he going to do? Flick everything over, pull the board off. Don't want to be sitting down having a water and looking over and seeing the score.
That's right.
A good green here.
Yeah, he's a classy player.
Lovely delivery.
Oh, I think he's got a bit of... Yeah, he's got a future, this boy.
Also contested the New Zealand Peers final earlier on this year against Gary Lawson and
that's correct.
Tony Grantham, are incidentally the first pair to go back-to-back ever.
Yep.
The difference in dress, we've got
White
Callagher wearing shorts and t-shirt or shirt, and Fisher with longs and a jacket and possibly a jersey on underneath there.
And there's no disrespect. I think that's the difference with the older gentlemen playing the game and the young ones now. They wrap up and want to keep warm and keep the bones active.
Yeah. So he needed to put on a half a metre here, and he looks like he's done it, has he?
He has.
Yeah. Nice
Nice
bowl.
I wonder if he gets a bit of stick thinking that did he get those bowls in Aussie or something?
Well, he is now.
Well, he's going to.
I don't remember him playing with those at Burnside, did he? Can you remember those, Alex?
No.
No, I can't.
No, I don't.
There's a few little nicknames happening at the moment, isn't there, Alex?
Good ball. Nice ball.
That's enough of that.
Mr. Fisher.
I would do that to you on here.
Thank you.
This is the last end. They're up by 22-8. They're down one on the head.
I reckon he should kill it.
I think he'll have a go at it.
I reckon kill it. Just to keep us all on our seats here. Look, Dad's given him a lot of encouragement here.
Yep.
Yeah, not too much weight, mate.
No.
Please.
We're at the club end as well, right?
Yes. It's like your
your
bags are there.
right.
Oh, Dad, what are you doing?
And
they're on the show.
The North Otago guys are saying, no, we want to...
You're kidding.
Get away here.
It was atrocious.
Good call, Dad.
Clearly missed it on purpose.
Yep. Yes. Good lad.
So just draw another one,
yes.
Graham. That'd be good.
Nice. At least you can say you played.
Nice way to finish, eh?
Isn't it?
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Turn and shake hands now.
Really. Nice.
It's a nice way to finish. This is the peers match between these two centres, two of the smaller centres in the country, West Coast and North Otago, both from the South Island. One on the East Coast, one on the West Coast, of course, and we've seen the victory going comprehensively there to the West Coast by 22-8.
Isn't it nice to see father and son playing bowls together?
It is great.
Lovely.
Yeah, and on that note, thank you, Peter, and thank you, John, for joining us in the commentary after that. It's been another good day of bowls. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow with coverage of women's section play from 12:15.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
Aotearoa.
We see you.
We see the can-do spirit that makes us who we are.
As whānau.
As communities.
As Kiwis.
We see that positivity.
That willingness to help each other out.
But what about helping ourselves?
Sometimes we find it tough and experience feelings that challenge us.
Feelings that we may not understand.
Feelings we may not want to share.
even with those closest to us.
In times like these, let's use that Kiwi spirit to look after ourselves.
Like we look after others.
Let's focus on building the skills and knowledge we need to look after our own well-being.
With the right tools, you can discover your own path to wellness.
Ka whati te ti, ka wana te ti, ka rito te ti. Aotearoa, we see you.